Hello viewers, a very warm good morning from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue. You're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station. And we're broadcasting live. It is day 5 of the ongoing nomination ahead of the parliamentary election here in the Gambia. And today we are expecting candidates from the National People's Party led by the President, His Excellency President Adama Barrow. And as usual, I'm joined on the panel by my colleagues Janaba Sanko and Ansumana Esonyasi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Ali. It's good to be here to have this discussion on the National Assembly, which obviously started yesterday, and we were engaging different aspiring parliamentarians and talking about different issues ranging from the budget to human rights issues. So looking forward to what the candidates of the National People's Party has to offer. Obviously things that the legislature can do, nothing beyond that.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jainaba Sonko. Like I said, the nomination actually started on Saturday, and today is day 5 of the nomination, and so far we have seen APRC putting up 7 candidates, Citizen Alliance almost 11 candidates, Gambia for All 2 candidates, GMC quite 5 candidates. We've seen GDC putting up 26 candidates, and there have also been some independent candidates also filing in their nominations at the different IEC regional offices across the country. And so far we have only 2 women who have expressed interest, and then we hope this thing will change today as we expect to receive about 40 NPP candidates across the regions. We know NPP rather is not contesting in almost like so let's say 13 they are not contesting in those constituencies, and these are the Fonyes, Bundugakunda constituency, Joswan constituency. They are not also contesting in Sabak Sanjal, Lower Salom, Upper Salom, Nyanija, Nyamina Dankonko, and of course in Banjul Central. Why? Because of the coalition and the, that they have with NRP, PPP, and the APRC party. And Sumana, we're expecting 40 NPP.
I am personally actually looking forward to the candidates that the NPP will be putting up, given that their Secretary General is the current president. And of course, I am sure that this National Assembly election, if the Nyamina by-election is anything to go by, is one that the NPP, would give everything to have, to at least secure that majority in Parliament. So I look forward to that. 40 is quite an ambitious number. However, it shows, I think it's a statement of intent. It shows how much, serious the NPP is about, yes, with these parliamentary elections. You rightly did highlight the fact that, the NRP will, of course, be contesting as well. And you look at the constituencies in which they're putting up candidates, I believe they are maintaining the same names who served in the previous, in the last parliament. And these are NRP strongholds. So naturally, I think it makes sense that these constituencies are reserved for the NRP, and that the NPP is not contesting in those constituencies. Even in the Fonyes as well, you have, in some constituencies where they are not contesting, or they are not putting up candidates because the APRC is putting up candidates there, and that is also because of the relationship they have with the APRC. So I look forward to, the caliber of candidates they are putting up as well, because it's not just about the number, putting up an ambitious number, but the caliber as well. We've seen candidates that have been filing in their nominations from the very first day, and to be honest, majority of them are sounded very impressive, and so we look forward to the caliber of candidates that the NPP have been bringing. Remember, during the selection process, there have been so much talk, controversies here and there. So I look forward to the caliber of candidates, really.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there was a lot of controversy, especially in the area of Basse, when it comes to the selection of National Assembly members. And what we always say is internal party democracy is something that is very important. Sure. At the end of the day, these individuals are going to transition to a bigger house and then have to make decisions there. Yeah. But like you mentioned, I am equally excited because the NPP is led by President Adama Barrow. I'm excited to know, like you mentioned, the caliber of people that are coming. Putting the caliber aside, I'm also looking forward to how diverse these people are going to be, ranging from persons with disability, ranging from women, ranging from young people. Today we will get to know that. And the reason why I'm saying this is because obviously these leaders came up with manifestos during the presidential elections, and these manifestos we can use this as a justification as to where they want to see their party and where they want to see the Gambia as a whole. So I'm looking forward to the diversity of this particular candidates that the NPP are putting up.
Thank you very much, Janaba Sanko and Ansumana Eso Nyasi. Mbadingol milbe QTV Jube Kang Bafla ko al bismillah bi influenti mutale kotenge proka nomination Natalie mian ko abekala live ti bidung National People's Party wala nyanta kana 9 o'clock min somanda pour kana kela kanitolu futandi comme nga fale nyamen tubabu counter dong NPP ibe contest kan wala mu siran tannani ibe wala nyini kan deputy kato min kana ngaje comme because of the alliance yemen so in APRC NRP ani party dolu e mantra mol londe kan fo nyila regional to ani bunu ko kunda constituency ani Josman constituency kato APRC mol londe yele so akamunta NPP manta moloni kan these 7 constituencies nyaajo fanang NRP amar bala party ye moloni damento yana ko wala musabak sanjati Lower Salum Upper Salum nyana ja constituency ani nyamina danko constituency fanang NPP manta moloni kan je ngaaje fanang in Banjul Central ila sitting MP wala Mohamed Ndauti abe PPP le je fanang NPP manta moloni kan je akamunta NPP Sirantang anin saba e mantra molonde kanji pour ka je nyini kato parti dolle yi molonde yolam APRC NRP anin PPP comme nga fan nyamen donc will bring you live images of fengo fembe kelaje across the country musina won ma dada QTV ngoro me bismillah do QTV hande min article pour adande mon o nganda woni nomination hidon joko QTV bila asset on yi mon aduna for hande non ko NPP for the arde pour be arabe wada nomination comme halde ministre so rek NPP be darnar ko yata be cabande nawo be ganda ko be para darde pour be daba pour be wona député national assembly to comme nan on ni rek NPP be darnani be toto foni ganda ko APRC danto yimbe ganda ko foni he bunnu ko hunda constituency he Joson constituency en yikari NPP be darnani yimbe to ganda ko NRP parti Hamad Ba danto yimbe on woni Sabak Sanjal Lower Salum Upper Salum nyana ja constituency he nyamina dankonko Banjul Central kadi be dana ton neddo ganda on woni Mohamed Ndaw PPP ho kanko forton darade mbokk ñami ina ngi selan QTV di len dalala rek len wone bismillah fi ci QTV di len in the live broadcast fi sun studio bi nekk fi ci Kairaba Avenue man la seen mbokk Aliou Cissé Dieynaba Sonko ak Ansumana Eso Nyasi tey nag si nomination mi dinañ am li nga xam ne moo nekk the National People's Party bi nga xam ne moo nekk parti président Adama Barrow tey ñoom ñoo war a ñëw pour indi seen ay nit nga xam ne ñoom lañ bëgg a taxawal pour jongante si parliamentary election bu ñëw nii kon ni ma leen ko waxee rek APRC ñu ngi contest yi ñu ngi taxawal luy dem ba 40 nit la gaay war a taxawal pour ut toogu pour nekk député kon ni ma leen ko waxee rek because of the alliance bu ñu amoon ak yeneen parti yi ci election bu passé gis na ne NPP nekku ñu taxawal ay candidates ci Foni région bi Bundukakunda constituency ak Joswan constituency lu ko waral moo nekk ne APRC already taxawal nañ fa ay nit 7 candidates ñoo xam ne ñoom la APRC taxawal foofu noonu gis na tam NPP nekku ñu taxawal ay candidates yi ay gox yoo xam ne NRP ñoo fa bi no si député sani carte bu passé mo nekk député lu melni Sabak Sanjal Lower Salum Upper Salum ñaana ja constituency ak ñamina Dankoko constituency NPP nekkuñ dafa taxawal candidate dafa melni NPP dafa ñëw pour dolel NRP comme NRP nim nekk de dolal NPP ci yeneen gokk yoo xam ne NPP ñu fa contest gis nañ tam NPP taxawal ñu ben candidate ci Banjul Central lu ko waral mo nekk ne ku fa nekk léegi ni kan mo nekk Mohamed Ndaw bo mu ngi PPP te PPP bokkoon na ci coalition bu passé bu waraloon dañu gis président Barrow ñu fal ko comme ni ma leen ko waxee rek tey dinañ indi live broadcast sun reporters ñu ngi ci across the 7 regional IEC offices pour indil ñu lépp loo xam ne moo fa ruusee tey comme Ansumana like I was saying like you said I mean we expecting 40 already NPP is retaining over a dozen of candidates or sitting MPs who had cross-carpeted from the UDP to the NPP. Quite interesting, right?
Indeed. It's no surprise that some of these NAMs are seeking re-election. You know, remember when they were coming into parliament, they came under the ticket of the United Democratic Party, but then after a year or so, you know, of course, they had some internal issues within the party. Right. Some of them, remember, I mean, were, you know, expelled from the party, and then naturally, of course, when the divide happened, they just naturally switched to the NPP, and it's no surprise that some of them are seeking re-election. Now, for me, I think one thing that, you know, I would really like to also talk about is, I mean, Jennifer did highlight that earlier, is how diverse the NPP candidates, I mean, the composition of the NPP candidates is going to be. Now, you have to also understand that you look at our setup, I mean, of the last parliament, I mean, persons with disability, there was only one.
Which was nominated not
by
voted
the president.
In. Yes.
Now, our politicians would always talk about, you know, inclusivity. At the end of the day, you look at, I mean, even the setup of their executives, party executives, you know, you have maybe only 1 or 2 persons with disability within the setup. And in most instances, these are not even, you know, appointed or, you know, elected into the executive. They are co-opted members. You know,
they're just brought in to fill in.
You know, with very little roles to play in there. So I think it's about time, like you mentioned yesterday, we have to start moving from commitment to action. Now, I want to see more women in there. I don't know if that will happen. So far, we've seen only 2 women, which for me, I mean, it's not good. So, because in the last parliament, we had what? Was it 5 women?
We have 6.
6 of them?
3 nominated, 3 elected.
So let's just say we had 2, because those 3 were nominated by the president. So for me, I want to see, you know, them being elected. But again, so far, for the women that have come forward, Nene and Kadi, I mean, they are good. Kadi have served in parliament. I mean, she has the experience. She's good. Nene, of course, I mean, we all know her capabilities. So I want to see more women in there, and I want to see persons with disabilities, you know, who, of course, have the competence to be able to represent their people. So I look forward to that. But again, it's really interesting that some of these candidates who, you know, switched from their previous party to the NPP are being maintained and that they're seeking re-election.
Yeah, but is that a surprise to you, Ansumana? Is it a surprise at all? Is it coming as a surprise?
Not really, but I mean, politically, I find it very interesting. Now you're going back to seek re-election from your people who, of course, elected you into office through a different ticket, party ticket previously. Now, what message do you go back?
Ansumana, we'll get back to you. I understand our correspondent in Mansa, Congo, Al-Hassan Bah, is on the line. Al-Hassan, good morning. I mean, where exactly are you and what can you tell us?
Good morning, Aliu. Thank you very much for correcting me. I am right now at the Masgungo IEC office, and we are waiting for the candidates to come and file in their nomination papers. The IEC office has already opened, and the IEC regional officer is already on the ground waiting for the party, NPP party. So we are expecting 6 candidates for NPP, 3 for Kiang, 3 for Jara, to come and file in their nomination papers, and before we go to. So with other parties, 2 parties, we have not confirmed yet if they are going to come or not.
So basically, how is the environment like at this moment, security-wise and all those things?
Yeah, the mood is just as the same since the nomination has started. We have police officers all around, you know, we have the PRU, the police, normal police officers, everybody at a right position, you know, tied in. They have a rope tied in the one aspect and the other side. Like, you know, there is only 2, one entrance and one exit in Mansa-Kongo.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That is how the police are here, very well equipped. If there is issue, I know they can control the crowd. So they are patiently waiting for the arrival of the politicians to come and file their candidates.
Thank you very much, Al-Hassan Bah. Well, Al-Hassan, if we are on the line, briefly, can you summarize what you have just said in the local languages for the sake of our local language listeners and viewers?
Yeah, Barkawaki, Aliu Science and the one who collect I feel also the Mima Sonko, party about NPP party, was in a sonda, Pukela, candidate Nati, candidate war in the gold Natla. With Saba, Ludla Kiangi, Ludla Jarakono, Carmanus Kia Musawati, Jarakan Musawat, Binaya, nomination Kabul Nati, IT official, GB, Yakorosi, is now a dealer for a work based alone. Anefana niajibe ICB kuna ni juna yote juna tuka new mobile I think so do a bit comme ina kana medo ibe looking dun la fit black ak ngale ma ko jama dun la tin fit black tin le bala pour so do jambare kar dama di jan sai sen du watu ton mbokay experience di go rek dina ñu la fatel ne mangi ma so ko fi ci IC office fàttali ne tey la NPP bi ñëw NPP nag dinañ am juróom benn candidat yi nga xam ne ni dinañ leen liggéey pour ñu taxaw pour élection bi ñu ngi xam ne ñetti kenn moo am ñetti yooyu noonu nañ am candidat foofu yëpp ak jaara bi nga xam ne ni ñetti la tamit nañ am foofu ay candidat waaye fi toll ni nag police yaa ngi taxaw bépp boor pour gis na ni rek jàll na jàmm yeneen parti ñaari parti yi nga xam ne ni war nañu ñëw tey ñooñu yaakaar dina am candidat fii nii koloni musi de presentatum andigol me masongolo hande no ari kadi fi nargol nomination photo wadde hande non ko NPP activate woni kandata law wala nay sibe ari be fodira kadi mabni ka IC e nara be jona be non ko si tay be no fodara hono kan ko be jeewo be dara ta yimbe jeego kiyam yimbe tato jaraw kadi yimbe tato si don kadi non andi wala police be do fi kala ko wadi matum police be do tef ali ko dum hande me walon do da hande yaade me yoda on kadi ko dum wadi
Alright, Ajarama Al-Hassan Bah, that's Al-Hassan Bah, our correspondent in Mansakonko, Lower River region. They are giving us the latest updates from what is happening there in Mansakonko, where the NPP will be submitting 6 candidates that will be contesting in the upcoming parliamentary election. I mean, like you have heard from Al-Hassan, actually, NPP is putting up 6 candidates. Kiang West, we have Lamin Drame. Kiang Central, we have Fafa Sanyang. Kiang East, we have one Lamin Sane. Jara West, we have Aliu Bande. Jara Central, Honorable Keba Jallo. Remember, Keba Jallo was GDC, yes, GDC. And it has switched to NPP. Keba Jallo is contesting in Jara Central. And in Jara East, we have one Haruna Bari. Like I said, like you have heard from Al-Hassan, NRP, who are scheduled to appear at midday, is not putting up any candidate in the Lower River region, because they have no seat in the Lower River region. And then also, National Unity Party is also not putting up any candidate in the Lower River region. Yesterday, they issued a press release. Actually, NUP is scheduled to appear at 3 p.m. And according to them, they are putting up only 4 candidates, one Yerombalo for Upper Florida West constituency, Honorable Usman D. Jallo for Nyamina West constituency, Honorable China Ba for Jokari constituency, and one Mudunjai for Oluyundum constituency. Jainaba and Sumana, just before we went with Al-Hassan Ba, you were talking about the issue of diversity, having women represented and all that. Well, I have gone through the list provided by the National People's Party, and we have only 4 out of 40.
Out of 40?
Yes.
4 women out of 40 that they are contesting.
Yes, that's not good enough.
And then what are even the chances of having all these women actually win this seat? For example, the women we have one Musikeba Keta. I hope Musikeba is a woman. I hope I'm not mistaken, but Musikeba in most cases is a woman, I guess. Yes. Musikeba Keta, Same constituency. We have Antirohi Sise, Nyani constituency. We have Fatou Bojang, Brikama North, and Fatimata Jawara, Talending constituency.
Yes, so for the issue of young people, we cannot confirm right now.
We cannot confirm that just by the name.
Yes, we can't confirm by the name. So when they come to file in, then we can judge if.
But about the women?
Yes, about the women.
Are you impressed?
Well, no, I'm not impressed at all. And the reality is, it's not a surprise that this is happening as well, because with discussions that we've been having in relation to the quota system, it is now established. Yes.
Jennifer, I'll get back to you. I understand Ajibintu Drame is live now at the IEC regional office in Kanifing. Ajibintu, a very warm good morning. I mean, What is the latest there?
Good morning. Good morning. So we are here at and it's 16:09 there, and we are waiting for the aspirants. So we will be expecting 5 aspirants from Assam Dampa for Bakau, Honorable Fatike Dawara for Kalinde, and Honorable Seku Maron for Latikula Kabiji, Amadou Esli for Serekunda constituency, and Mustafa Lo Serekunda. So, like I mentioned, it's 9:16 here, and no one is here yet. We are waiting for them. So today we'll be bringing you updates from their entrance, the aspirants' entrance, from their submissions of documents, and we're also bringing you live press conference or press briefing when they already submit their documents later in here. So right now everybody is coming in one by one. The IEC returning officer, Mr. Joseph, is already in, and journalists are also coming in waiting for the aspirants. So today, like I mentioned, we'll be expecting 5 NAM aspirants to submit their documents.
How is the security presence there like?
Yeah, there are police barricades in all ends of the streets, like the entrance where the aspirants will be coming in. At the other end, at the Latikunda German end, there are all police barricades there to stop maybe crowds or supporters who are endorsing their aspirants coming in, and also for security purposes too. So they are all ready and in standby since in the morning when we arrived.
I mean, just kindly summarize what you have just said in Wolof. I'm not sure whether you can also do the same in Mandinka.
Okay, so right now ñu ngi si Kanifing IC office bi si KMC lam nekk ñu ngi xaar ñoo xamante ne njiit ñu bëgg a taxawal seen gox yi. So tey nag nen nekk di séntu 5 nit ñoo xamante ne ñooy jógee si Bakau constituency si Bakau gox bi mooy Assane Damfa, Talinding mooy Honorable Fatouke Jawara, Latikunda Sabiji Honorable Seku Marong, Serekunda mooy Amadou Esli, and Serekunda West mooy Mustafa Lo. So fii moom ku nekk mu ngi xaar pour gars ñu ñëw time bi romane ba pare waaye ba tey ñu ngi xaar. So waaye affaire yi security bi fii oo naataango nu ko de waxee ñoom ñëpp a ngi taxaw di stand by pour mun a aar gox bi fii pour la xam ne lu nekk mu mun a
Aliou lu tax nga tooñal ñu Aji Bintu Dramé Aliou tooñal ñu Aji Bintu Dramé
Aji Bintu
Aliou, stop putting me on the leg, right?
Bye, Aji Bintu pour dem, please.
Abaraka baki Aji Bintu Dramé adana molla correspondant avec ñu tebetabe ici la Bumbata membe Kanifing comme aliamo fanyame donc bi Kanifing municipality we're expecting maybe that for more lul maybe bolang NPP comme nga fale nyamento NPP matra contest kan in Bundukakunda constituency and in Joswan constituency. So walatin NPP is only contesting in Bakau. We have Assane Damfa, Talinding constituency, Honorable Fatima K. Jawara, Abenu UDP, another sound NPP are retained. Latikunda Sabaji fan the same thing, Seku Marong, Abenu UDP, Sound and Canada NPP, Serekunda, Amadou Esli, Upanambe Lola on the NPP, and in Serekunda West constituency, Mustafa Lo. Musi comes on rek Aji Bintu Dramé no halni hande NPP better ko yara himbe jowo por better o do ngana do woni Kanifing municipality comme ande rek do joni NPP be dara himbe toto Bundukakunda constituency e Joswan constituency on wadi joni ko yimbe jowo tum be dara do Kanifing municipality on woni Assane Damfa Bakau constituency Honorable Fatima K. Jawara Talinding constituency kanko ono UDP after o ari NPP Honorable Seku Marong Latikunda Sabaji kanko de wonom UDP o ari NPP Amadou Esli Serekunda constituency he Mustafa Lo Serekunda West constituency. That's the latest we've heard from Alassane Ba. Like I said, I mean, we'll be going to our other correspondents who are in Basse. In Ibrahima Diallo is in Janjambure, Alaji Diallo is in Basse, Don Williams is in Karawan, Alassane Ba in Mansa Konko, and of course we will also be going to Brikama, where I understand our colleague Modu Gajaga will be there. Umar P. Jallo is in Banjul. He will also be going to Banjul to bring you up to speed as to whatever is happening across all the IEC regional offices here only on QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station. And like I said, we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue, just right behind the QCN Mill building. I am Aliou Cissé, and I'm here with Jenaba Sonko and Sumane Esonyasi. You're far from Ajibindu and Alassane.
Yeah, so like we're all waiting and looking forward to.
But then we will come back to each of the women.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to, just so I do not forget.
Exactly.
You talked about the fact that the National People's Party is putting up about 4 women.
4, yeah.
Am I right?
4,
and one we are yet to confirm if it's a woman or not, considering the name.
So let's just say 3 confirmed.
Let's just say 3 confirmed, and we're still debating on one.
We have first name there, baby girls, Usainu.
Yeah, so we can't judge, right?
Okay, I understand we have Ibrahima Jallo now on the line from Janjanbureh. Ibrahima, good morning. How is it like today in Janjanbureh?
Good morning, Aliou. Good morning, viewers. We are still here at Janjanbureh IEC office here in CRR. We are here waiting. No candidate is yet around for nomination, and we are here sitting patiently waiting on them.
So, like I asked our other correspondents, how is the security presence there, the security situation at this moment? Where?
The security situation here is very fine since day one up to date. They are all here. They are trying to make sure the security of the ground is fine.
Just if you can summarize it for us in the local languages, please.
Assalamu alaikum musibe musabina ma imo TV to subakaro no gandi do ni rek nomination no gila ya ande me arande on to Janjanbureh do woni suudu do andura ko mo hippi affaire wote je nder leydi do to Janjanbureh tundu siara subakaro namne do men fadi candidate ji ɗuɓɓe ara ɓe wawa tawtude himɓeɓe walla ɓe ara ɓe wawa wadde 5 nomination ɗi maɓɓe to suudu ɗo sa daari ɗum ɓe anda ɓe hippi couleur security o ka leydi ɗo ɗum woni couleur jam leydi ndi sa daari gila nomination o fuɗɗi arande ma hannde dula ono tenki ɓe waɗi tra ɓe wakkilike moƴƴa wona seeɗa pour a yiya jam e kisal wawa tenkude ko tundu siyara ɗo assalamu aleykum mbokki comme nakala kono wahe rek mbeyteni fii si IEC house fii si Janjanbureh nomination bi mu ngi go on fu mu nekk nii ñu ngi xaar candidate yi pour ñu ñëw ñu mën a fay seen nomination bi comme naka ngeen ko xamee ne rek te NPP moo war a start nomination bi by 9 si jamono bi nii ñu ngi toog de xaar gars yi su ñëwee ñu commencé seen nomination bi su leen xoolee tamit si wàllu pour sécurité bi mooy ñu nga xam ne ñu ngi toog si wàllu pour jaama si biir dëkk bi soo xoolee bi nomination bi commencé ñëwaat la ba tey liggéey bi mu ngi am fayda baax bu baax a baax tuuti soo xoolee place bi mu ngi am jaama te jaama bi mu ngi continuer fii si biir place bi salaamaaleykum baɗigol comme na foye ñaami ɗono hannde kadi ɓe Janjanbureh IEC office muɓe siyara tunɗo ɗo nomination ole ɓe keeri ñeyaji ɓe bi NPP le nanta nomination o damuta kala kono to ñisoma nda bon hannde kadi moma futana jappol ɓe siri ɓe batugola par ce que non tuma ɗo ñatoɗoma ni ɓe commencé la gana pour kana la nomination ol faye ñaji ɓe situation o ɓeɗami ɓe ñaami sande ground oni to is very fine hade temburile because security ɓe la ɗo koke tan kadi nomination yeeɗamuta kana ko bi lade tembure ni probléme ɗimanti jan because ñaji ɓe la ɗo ko ni ñatare ami ɓe ɗo koke tan ñaami aye mon ñaabo base base wala ɓe kede ñahali
Baraka Bake Ibrahima Jallo, our correspondent there in Janjanbureh, Central River region, giving us the latest there. But like he has rightly mentioned, we're expecting quite a good number of candidates from the National People's Party. We have Nyamina West, Honorable Biram Sow, who was elected last year, during a by-election. And we also have Nyamina East constituency, Dauda Jang, Lower Fladu West constituency, Jibi Mbalo, Upper Fladu West constituency, Bakari Kora, Janjanbureh constituency, we have Ibrahima M. Sajo, and then Nyamina Danko constituency, NRP, Honorable Samba Jallo, who is the current minority leader, will be coming at midday under the NRP to also make his submissions. Jennifer, yes,
I just hope we won't have another call this time while I'm trying to put us across, because it's been difficult.
I know.
Yes, so like I mentioned, it's quite disappointing to see that the National People's Party has only 4 female candidates, and I'll even say 3. The reason is because Honorable Fatu,
I can confirm
putting Musu Keba aside, let's also remember that Honorable Fatu Jawara has been there.
Yes,
and so
exactly.
which means she's been there. It's about bringing 3 new women. It's already a woman that's been there for Bundung-Kakunda constituency, am I right? Talinding constituency. So it's like adding 3 people. But I mean, it's not a surprise, because with the conversations that we've been having since the parliamentary election so faced, the conclusion is that patriarchy is still here. And it's not, if they have done like a parliamentary, or let's say a preliminary rather, with their individual political parties, and it's people choosing.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Asumana, it's also about interest. We are not sure whether the women also express interest in these constituencies.
Yeah, but we don't have evidence, because these political parties did not come out to the public to do their preliminaries, fair and square. So we can't tell.
I strongly believe, I mean, this number really could have been better for me. I mean, I don't think there could be an excuse for that. You have so many women out there who are very much competent. Yes, that too
can
be true. If they're not showing interest, it would be difficult. But I do strongly believe that in all these constituencies across the country, you have very competent women who would be ready to serve their people.
Yeah, and Sumana, that is why we've been stressing the fact that internal party democracy is very important. It starts from there. Because if they had proper preliminary that the media is even invited to cover, and it's open to the public, we can judge. Then we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation if women decided to vie for these different constituencies or not. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you know, last week, I remember, a week before last, I had this conversation with Nancy, who was on my program.
Right.
And when I did ask her, you know, about this upcoming parliamentary elections and women participation, you know, like contesting, and she said to me, you know, I am not foreseeing many women contesting. And I said, why? She said, because at the end of the day, people in most constituencies, I mean, or let me just say parties, would rather put up more men than, you know, more women for whatever reason. But, I mean, even though she couldn't give me more details, but I think what she was trying to say, you know, basically was that we are going to have more men again, and there would be very few women. Now, you look at all these parties we have in this country.
Right.
Now, politicians would often tell you...
And Sumana, I will come back to you. I understand Alaji F. Jala, our correspondent in Basse, is also on the line now. Alaji, good morning. You're in Basse, where the NPP had 100% score in the last presidential election. I mean, what is the latest there today?
Yes, good morning, Aliu. And thank you very much. Once again, we are back to the election cycle. And indeed, Basse, we are right now gearing up to receive the NPP candidates in URR. So we are right at the IEC premises, but as of now, we have not yet seen them coming. So we are at the premises discussing with the IEC officer with regards to their preparation for the nomination. The nomination.
And in terms of security, how is it like there?
Yeah, well, there are security around. They have really put in all those measures to be able to secure the environment. The police really, from the start of the nomination, because we have all been here observing the process, so the police, they are doing their utmost best because they have all the security in place to be able to take care of eventualities.
And basically, can you just summarize that in the local language for us, for the sake of our local language viewers and listeners?
All right. Mbadi mo mbal konta na bake na monyo mo bestu ko mbal pana tinkula bake do ko la panal bidum tele de passer URR de nga kala mata ko di parliamentary election of panam afodera namba on bodana presidential election so ni tembo interpe IC la office pato manse dan kunda be sirim be paturola patio bi nga kala mata ko di NPP party wanda ñande kana ni la candidate on be di 7 district pour kana ke nominate so ñu wato be patrol la ni IC hôpital be o kacare la ila parindro la panala ñi NPP candidate be futani no la ñande ano security la panala panam polisol be bitani paramilitary bitani di general police duty bitani di immigration bitani di fire officers fire the joint forces
yeah
tembo pour ka ñil ma ko do ko ñin ka samba ayta wata free of problem so ñin tembo be woto NPP la candidate sol man napolo bari nga kibaro soto sain ko asikeno asimira ebe putalana ni putalana kibaro be la nyaaw nyamba polale so wala be la nyi tembo mansidam kunda URR IC la office part musibe wonde hettare o wadda laade QTV meden jarna on fota en ari kadi election go ko parliamentary election hikanon election yi den bayi ko ni di yaari pour andingol on rek menen kadi meden URR ko IC office on office njano mo andanta ko kambe kippiti election on URR ko dum woni manten kunda men yottike do kide subaka Allah on o watto ni meden jodi meden happy di candidate ti andanta ko NPP candidate kun don non ko yotta kitaw kono fayda police en IC officer ti ko no jodi no pari pour le pere de walde to tay candidate ti ari waabe wadde nominata problème o yatani e mum o fero do ni fono tekki taw ko bay men yaade ko men andi non tay be yatti kala kibar wondo ton men jottina on pour andon kadi do hondon pewni URR e sengo nomination candidate ji wonadi potede adide hande e debande bo arade e sengo election parliamentary election.
Alaji, before you leave, I have a question for you. You live in that area. I just want to know, what is your assessment? What are you looking forward to today as NPP files in for nomination? What are you looking forward to? I mean, we all know that there are not a lot of development projects that these parliamentarians have in their hands, but they can lobby. So in that area, what do you think is going to be the center of the discussion for these aspiring parliamentarians?
Well, considering the fact that, as you rightly stated, because the parliamentarians might not get the opportunity to bring infrastructural development, but they can lobby for projects, we understand pretty well. So, in fact, some of them that we have been speaking to, those that have been nominated, this is what they have been telling their people, that they want to continue, like those that have been in parliament, want to continue on to lobby for projects to bring to their people. Right. But as you can see, not most of these things that they are talking about is not visible around here. So we are expecting to hear the same, thing from these parliamentarians that are coming. So this is the same trend, it's the same situation that we are hearing. But actually, as we speak, the NPP candidates that we are expecting to receive here are the atmosphere right now, it might not be like the presidential election. Obviously. Because the information that we're getting, it could be that we will have a very low turnout of people even coming for the nomination. We don't know actually what will be responsible for that. But we will investigate and know. And gradually, as we're going into it, we will give you a feedback. But this is the same information we are expecting from the parliamentarians, that when we go to the House, we'll be able to lobby for projects for. But most of the things that they talk about is not visible around here.
All right.
Well, like you put it, I mean, those are the same thing we expect from all of them. I mean, we are going to bring you projects, we are going to represent you in parliament, will be your voices there. That's basically what most of them will be saying. That's Alaji A.F. Jallow, our correspondent in Basse, Mansajang currently, where the IEC regional office is located, giving us the latest updates there. Like you said, I mean, in Basse, we have in Jimara constituency, Esa Conte, Kantora constituency, we have Bilaji Tunkara, who was UDP and cross-capital to NPP is being written. We have Tumana constituency, Fali M. Kora, Wuli West constituency, Famara Sabali, Wuli S constituency, Napa S. Jabai, Sandu constituency, Ibrahim Jaite, and Basse constituency, Sekuba. It seems in Basse, Mohamed Magazi is not coming back.
It's not coming back, yes. And it appears they are contesting, the 7 constituencies within the URR. So Magazi is one of those that are not coming back to parliament, like Honorable Busunkaro Baji, the same as Honorable Halifa Sallah. Right. So there are some very familiar faces in the last parliament that we will not be seeing in the next parliament. And some of these people have been very outspoken in parliament. Honorable Magazi, of course, I mean, is one of the most popular names we had in the last parliament, as well as Honorable Halifa Sallah. So, I mean, it's going to be, hopefully, a new set of people. But of course, some we expect would retain their seats, in as much as it's going to be difficult. We did talk about battlegrounds.
Yeah.
You remember yesterday?
Yeah.
Like in the Woolies,
yeah.
in Serekunda West as well. We talk about even in Brikama.
But Serekunda West is tough.
Yeah, but especially in Woolly. Especially in Woolly.
Where you have CDS Crown, My Party, NPP also putting up a candidate.
There. So we have, battlegrounds around. But for me, I think it should be more about quality, the competence, than just having numbers. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we are also getting live images from the Brikama IEC regional office. I mean, the IEC officials are seated. I mean, that signals that any moment from now, the NPP candidates will start arriving there. Like you have heard our correspondence, we have a quite good number of candidates in the West Coast region. I mean, in Old Yundum constituency, we have Honorable Abdullah Sise, who was UDP and cross-carpeted to NPP. We have Busumbala constituency, Honorable Sekuba Jaju, also elected in 2017 on the UDP ticket, along the line cross-carpeted to NPP. Sadamentran constituency, we have Honorable Baba Gale Jallo, also elected in 2017 on the UDP ticket, cross-carpeted to NPP. We have Komba East constituency, Esa Damfa, Brikama North, Fatou B. Bojang, one of the 4 women identified by the NPP. We have in Brikama South, Malanding Jabang, and Kombo South constituency, Momodu Bojang. Those images you are saying are live images from the IEC regional office in Brikama. So, Jennifer, from what we have seen, I mean, you will realize that because, I mean, it is important that we talk about the issue of women participation in politics.
Right.
So far, so good. We can say we only have 6 as we speak.
Yeah.
That's 1 APRC, 1 CA, and the 4 NPP.
Yeah, I'm also getting unconfirmed reports that the United Democratic Party will file in 7 women. Unconfirmed.
Unconfirmed?
Yes, unconfirmed.
That'd be fantastic.
Yes, but that's fantastic,
7.
but still not enough with the 7, obviously. But at least we're seeing them moving. Yeah. You know, it's a higher number from what we've also seen from other political parties. We can't judge if it's genuine or if it's based on propaganda. We do not know. Yeah. But like Eso mentioned, let the right people be there. Yeah. Even if it's propaganda, let's have the quality women who deserve to be there be there.
For me, I would love to see more women in there.
jërëjëf Dieynaba Sonko Ansumana Eso Niasse comme li ñu ko di waxtaane moo nekk si wàllu jigéen yi gis nañ ne depuis bi ñu commencé nomination ba léegi jigéen nga xam ne génn si nañ pour wane seen bëggeel pour mën a taxaw bari wuñ gis nañ ne APRC ñoo taxawal benn ki nga xam ne moo nekk Kadi Camara foo ñu Bondali constituency gis nañ CA taxawal ki nga xam ne moo nekk Nene Freda Gomez Serekunda West constituency ñu ngi gis NPP ñu ngi war a taxawal luy dem foo moo nekk 4 candidates am nañ ki nga xam ne moo nekk Muskeba Keita Same constituency Anti Rohi Cissé Ñaani constituency am nañ Fatou B Bojang Brikama North ak Honorable Fatoumata K Jawara Talending constituency def mel ni mën nañ wax moo nekk ni juróom benn jigéen lañ mën a confirmer for now Dieynaba mu ngi ñëw wax ne mu ngi am xibaar confirm because xamuñ ndax dëgg la du dëgg waaye UDP ñu tam bëgg nañ taxawal ay jigéen waaye li ñu doon jëm waxtaan moo nekkaan taxawaay jigéen xam nañ ne soo xoolee si politique Gambia jigéen yi seen taxawaay si politique kenn du ko laam-laamee am nañ si cër bu rëy soo xoolee like even the number of voters amin soo xoolee mu na 58% bi yëpp ay jigéen lañ an sumaana soo naree xool ñi nga xam ne ñoo dee fal nekkuñ di génn xam man ñoom ñoo sawara pour génn wala nekkuñ di la jox chance si sa xalaat loo foog is debatable am nga people kan ku nekk mu nga am opinion mu nga wax ne
dooroon nañ fi wax bi ñu comme niñ ko waxee woon si angale rek ñu wax ko si olof man li ma gëm mooy
let's now go to Brikama. I understand there's a press conference ongoing right now.
Okay.
I'm in Bojang.
In the sense that I bring them water, facilities, road network, and electricity as well, and many other things in that matter.
Okay, how will you be able to do that?
Well, if I'm accepted in the National Assembly, I will strive very much, and I will strive very hard to look for partners and then the philanthropists in order to help my people in my community.
Why do you think the people of Kombo should elect you as the National Assembly?
They have full confidence in me because of the fact that I have been doing for the people of my constituency before they consider me to be a candidate for my constituency. I've been doing so many things for my constituency people.
Can you say them?
Of course, because I was helping. I was a VDC chairman. I worked a lot in my Kabilo and worked a lot for my ward. Then it was Nyambai ward. I was a secretary general to Nyambai ward also. So the partnership I have with the people in my constituency was very good.
So can you be specific in the things you did? Because we didn't know them clearly.
Thank you very much.
And the public would like to know.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyway, we've done the road rehabilitations and that of we strive and we have a community, the health center in our community. A health center, we have it in our community. That was inaugurated not so long ago by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, President Adama Barrow. And we also have in our graveyard, we have these solar lights. We have solar lights there, and we have also public tap, and all those things are involved and part of those initiations.
All right. Looking at the mandate of the parliament is so complicated, and today you are promising the people of Kombo Brikama that you will bring development to their doorsteps. So what will happen if you serve after 2 years without bringing all those development for the people? Will you resign?
Well, it is not my desire to be in the parliament even a year without bringing any development to my people. But as you said, if it exits to 2 years and I don't do anything at all for them, I think it's better for me to consider myself in another way.
Will you resign?
Well, I know that it will not exit to that. I will do something for them before it exits to 2 years. I can give you that assurance that I can do something for them within 2 years. Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
Bringing road facilities and electricity to your people. Do you know that that is not the responsibility of a National Assembly member?
Well, it is. For me, I can say it is. Because I'm there to serve my people, and any development I can bring it to my constituency. So this road and then light and then the water are all part of development.
Do you mind telling me the responsibility of a National Assembly member?
National Assembly member, you represent your people at the national level, that is National Assembly, to look for their interests and their needs.
Is it only representing your people the role of a National Assembly member?
Not only my people, but as a nation as a whole.
You know, when you say represent your people, we all know that National Assembly members are there to represent their people. But you have duties and responsibilities. I want you to tell me those duties and responsibilities and how you want to implement them in your constituency.
The duties and the responsibilities you are asking here, I think first of all, will do my duty as expected from me. Duties and the responsibility also between me and my community people, I will stand by all means possible to serve that.
Well, I think
expected.
you still did not answer my questions.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
As a National Assembly member, before going to the Parliament, I guess you're supposed to know what is your job in the National Assembly.
Very true.
That's the question I'm asking. What is your role there, and how do you intend to implement it?
My role there is going to serve my people to the national level, National Assembly. I'm going there to serve my people, my constituency people, and that of the country as a whole.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Moja, what are the chances of you winning? these National Assembly elections?
Well, thank you very much for that beautiful question. Well, Brikama North people consider me very well, and like I said here, the people of Brikama North have seen I'm development orientated. See, so I have at least done something for my constituency before they consider me. After doing all those things, they realize that I am the capable and reasonable, capable person, that can bring them more development if I am elected to be a member at the House of the Parliament.
All right. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. That's one of the contestants, Lamin Bojang of Brikama North, talking to the press there. Well, he was asked so many questions concerning what he's going to be his role and responsibility at the National Assembly, but he keeps saying that he is going there to represent his people. He will make sure that he's kind of their voice to represent their issues, but there are a lot of issues that he hasn't talked about. The role and responsibility of National Assembly members, enacting laws and working on bills, whether to scrutinize those bills and passing them or rejecting some of them if they feel those bills are not for the good of the public. So this is what's the situation here. He's the first candidate, but they are coming in thick and fast. Another contestant also is coming in for the NPP, but this one who just spoke to the press is Lamin Bojang, Brikama North. He is the candidate of NPP, replacing one Fatou Bojang initially who was on their list. I understand they made some changes. That's the situation here in Brikama, except if you have any questions. But that's the scene here. Candidates are coming in thick and fast. NPP, that's the first candidate.
Just briefly, initially it was supposed to be one Fatou Bojang, but in another panel, Lamin Bojang. Do you have any idea?
Well, Aliu, for now, we have no information regarding that, why the NPP decided to change from Fatou Bojang to Lamin Bojang. What's the reason? Why did they do that? We will ask that question to some of their party executives. I think they would be able to put up to speed the reason why they changed their candidate in the last minute. Because up until yesterday, the press release that they circulated, they had Fatou Bojang there and not Lamin Bojang.
Just briefly, Gajaga in Mandinka, Munekita J, Jumale Nata, and I Munafo, because Luntang Ngamenjolum Fatou Bojanti, and now Ngamenjolum Lamin Bojanti. Just Nisimul Kachalino Jamanding.
Baraka Bake Aliou Cissé yemi ñinin ka kumata bake mfele jang Brikama IEC office auto ñil mi alon ko be lokam pour ka député ya ñini banko kan signa folo la sako NPP mu parti kutolti NPP la momin na de ka fayne Lamin Bojang bare ngaje ko ay mole remplacer mi alon ko ka fo ne ko Fatou Bojang wala to tata nun kayto bala bari NPP mol bi janne moti jam mi alon ko asa fo ñene ko ñine atinna ye Fatou Bojang to bondi je ye ñing Lamin Bojang samanang ngamero mu kumalti mi alon ko NPP kol ñinin kala la jang ngamere la mo dantam bi jannen se mil ñinin kano mil so ko mo ñin sene andeno bar sain denting ñine be ke kam Brikama jang Lamin Bojang atalon candidate foloti atabel lo kan Brikama North constituency le ate kabo mo le represent la bara ñine fonam fo kibar tala le ko nate tata je wato wadi wala ñinti kabe lola la molle be development ol sambana ya ñinin ka fo wo mu National Assembly members ol la responsibility leti akamunda ko Aliou saintenting candidate do fanam fela ka dunnang malong folo ate to mu jumalti aning anata constituency jumala to yala bari saintenting wala be ke kan jam folo ngamaran se kol murundi kan fon ñing candidate o ñing na ala diamol ke na bota wala kibar tala al fanam ba ñinin kala bara na la kaytol na tala fanam na la mol.
But just between Jake, Kafwa Benyade Jay, Mol Milna Purkanyul Dandam.
Aliou ambiance bale bi jang ni banta jibe tantangol be kosila musico be on ngamra live band lef ngo bije jalodo bije nga kan suute o be play kan science tenting so akamunta ko mbe o tembe dal to jantenting Aliou
ya da bare cake with the yamoy
baraka bage non ten don nan be momu dal ten don musico diara ko ma bari
if there is time I have a question for you
Okay, baraka bagi alu. Yung candidate of anong photo fele dual la.
Yes, candidates are coming in. I mean, Ansumana comme mbokk nga mi nak Iran Seran QTV comme ni ko dégg suma natango rek Modou Gadiaga ko waxe initial list buñ am from NPP dafa wone won jigen bu tudda Fatou Bi Bojang war jige Brikama Nok mu waron na ñew way def melni dañ am ay wecci biñ def gis nañ lay nga xamne mo tudda Lamine Bojang mo ñew replace nga xamne mo nek Fatou Bi Bojang comme ni ko dégg ci Lamine Bojang rek mu ngi wone pareyam ne su démé mëna ci ñaari at dina safaral problème nga xamne comme not loolu lañ nekk di jànkuwanteel en ce moment ñaari at jéem ba 2 years
gis nga soo bàyyi xel
how practical is that
it's anyway it's just not possible Aliou li xew mooy foog naa ñu bëri si ñoom understand luñ lan mooy rôle National Assembly member mooy lan mooy liggéey député xam nga du liggéey député pour nga dem di defal nit ñi ay
seen yoon
yeeg tabaxal àll leen ay yooyu
mun ngaa lobby but it's not
mun ngaa dem lijjanti pour mu ñëw waaye du sa liggéey pour nga def ko yow sa liggéey mooy gestu luwaa yi defar luwaa yi ak itamit gestu li nga xamante ne mooy dépense réew mi budget bi waaye da ngaa gis ñu bëri si ñoom li ñoo wax dëgg yàlla du liggéey National Assembly member ne moom dina def wécceeku yu bëri maanaam indi ay yokkute ci wàllum liggéey ak yooyu ci ñaari at Aliou wax dëgg yàlla man foog naa waxi politique la rek waaye loolu is not possible soo gisee loi bi appal la juróomi at am nañ njorta ne si biir juróomi at boobu noonu war ngaa mun a am wécceeku boo xam ne di ko mën a def ci nit ñi seen dundi mooy ñi nga xamante ne nga fa toogal waaye pour ne di nga ko def ci ñaari at ba pare ngay wax ci wàllum yokkute loolu foog naa
ba pare am na moom dafa ne electricity wax na yoon wax na education wax na yu rëy yu bari man bañu ma National Assembly member mu lobby waaye suy lobby tamit na ñëw wax ñu fan la jógee man loolu am solo la si man génnal nga ne ñu xaalis bi fii ak fii ak fii laa ko jëlee because accountability dafa war a door si grassroots politics mooy si ñoom su ko defee ñoom ñu gisee ko si ñoom mu mun a dem si kaw ba pare man li ma bëggoon a la ca Gadiaga mooy lan mooy qualification Mr Bojang because dafa important pour suñ correspondence yi nga xam ne ñoo nekk across the country for them to ask about that because it's important they need to figure out individual bi waxuma ne dañoo peeg kooku pour ñu elect ko si qualification am déedéet waaye am na solo pour ñi nga xam ne ñooy electorate si ñun ñoo leen war a inform war nañoo mun a xam kii fan la xam-xamam toolu ak xam-xamam ñu jéem koo match ak moom wax yi moo wax
xam nga lu am solo nga laal jëy ndax soo bàyyi xel ñoom seen liggéey mooy bindal luwaa gestu
ko
te luwaa dafa nekk loo xam ne foog
dafa laajte xam-xam
toolu pour nga mun koo gestu waaye leena laa bëggoon a wax balaa xëj na keneen di ñëwaat mooy affaire yi jigéen ñi ñu ngi ko doon wax fii ne jigéen ñi nga xamante ne la parti yi di tànn ci man dafa niiw torop waxoon nañ ci gannaaw ñu ne wax ci NPP ñaata jigéen lañ tànn gis liste bi fa naa ñu waxoon bi ay ñeent xaw ma juróom léegi gis ne kenn si ñoom génn na si
léegi
dafa mel ni Fatou Bi Bojang nga xam ne lañ tànnoon fi mu nekk génne nañ ko kii nga xamante ne moo di Lamine Bojang bi jógee wax ak taskati xibaar yi moom mooy taxaw ci tuuri NPP kon man nag wax dëgg yàlla dina man ne lool su ma gisee jigéen ñu bari ci biir National Assembly ndax bari na problème yoo xam ne jigéen ñi tam ñu ngi koo jànkuwanteel ñoomi jigéen ñi ñoomi neen ñoo ko mën a waxal seen boppa kon dina rafet trop suñu fa amee ay jigéen ci National Assembly bi
waaw ba pare dina rafet tamit NPP génn wax ñu lu tax ñu war a def changes boobu noonu si within the short period ñoom suñ génnee wax ñu ñun tamit dinañ mën a inform nit ñu wax leen ne lii ak lii ak lii a tax because ñun tam bëgguñoo spéculate wax ne waaw bu jigéen la rek dañ ko fa génnee dañ ko bëgg a based on loo xam ne tamit loolu mooy dëgg bi
and Lena balaa ma
well so just we understand we have Alhassan Bah in Mansakong again back. Al-Hassan, what is the latest now? Oh, Ibrahim, okay, Ibrahim, Janjambure, wonderful, okay. Yes, Ibrahim, what is the latest from Janjambure now?
Yeah, one candidate have come in already, have submitted his nomination document, one Dauda James from
Nyamina East.
Okay.
Yeah, he have already documented his nomination documents and he left the IEC house just now.
What has he been saying after his nomination regarding his policies and programs?
So he's a third-year law student from the University of the Gambia, and you know he talked of some of the development that he have in plan for Nyamina East, and he mentioned too that Umar Sise is not his target and it's not a threat to him because he already knows that he's going to defeat him in the upcoming elections.
Interesting.
Yeah, but do you think that is something achievable, considering that Honorable Omar Cisse is quite famous around that area and has been, you know, given interesting deliberations at Parliament? What do you think about that, considering you're from that particular area?
Exactly, Janaba. If you check a good look, Honorable Omar Cisse has been there for the past 4 years.
Right.
And he has been doing a lot for the people of Nyamina. It's going to be a little big challenges for Dr. Jen to come in and light it up. But Dr. has full confidence that he is going to defeat Honorable Omar, and he has no doubt in that because the people of Nyamina are behind him fully so that he's going to win the election.
Okay, are you seeing that in your surrounding? Are people coming out? Because to judge that, then you have to see people come with the ambience and the support and all of that. Have you seen that when he was coming to file in his nomination?
Yeah, this morning, the ICP people are coming out with full force.
Interesting.
With a lot of ambience, yeah, with pulling out each crowd. The situation here on the ground is going on smoothly, yeah.
So do you think the fact that he's a third-year law student at the University of the Gambia is giving him an edge? Because it's something that you mentioned quickly.
Yeah, because when we talk of the issue of qualification, I think these are some of the some of the people we need in our parliament. People who have the experience in law. So at least if they have to go and represent their people down there in the parliament, they need to know what is the law and how to govern their own people.
Okay.
And Ibrahim, just briefly in the local languages, please, before you leave.
Dawla Jeng mumbotana nyamina it atele na naka la nomination of five ai bumbani to jang janja borela tudo ate dawla na akwe kujamale ko apo atela sa nyamina it la nyatu tayala because nyaje nyamina it ko wale nyana ta development la karola apo na depuis mu nyalo wala de siri nyamina it menketa ko ma sire de mbe siri jini citoyala apo ate o manke ate la jaka voti ko ate apo da ma ko inshallah jala so dani ka to dawla na ate do winale because Nyamina is called Bako Male, Bako Mako Sama, and Bako Mako Elephant. Mother Anyabe Bako, Nyabe Nyamina Ista, as king of Mother Nyamina Isla development at the Tambila Tech. So I only for B, Ninsomanga, Ate Tauda Jemuya, Adenako, Apota Nyamina is constituency Kana, and a nomination for five. Banimo Boki from Luman Washrek, they will be the number IC house, is to Lumaka, we went to see Boki Nimesi Amal, Benin candidate Bunga Hamde Buge by MPP, Buge Nyamina is constituency to Munyo Mufa nomination Ambi. No, not for nomination Ambi, there's not I was telling Hamde the Amsalo Baba. But then that mom, Nyamina is promoted to Kana Moneka Tahawa Ambi. From Suhole, Nyamina is New Suwaru Tekana, my development, Nyamina is Muzita now. But then Kuka Hamde, where to the Renga Hamde, more for the quality part that the Bunga Hamde Markuma to talk to the UGBC, but the Kokumo Jahalo, because of Holly, Kokulumig Yamna is from Lori Yobu. So, for the rest again, Yamna is having a figure out from Dollar, to Sutoge, election, the senior is winning Umar Sutoge, the getting from development more than Damina, Umar Lumuna, the person of the Musa, the person of. Muslim Quebec or Mambi Rodere, I join it. May order you to I send the bullet.
Get
cabinet Wanda or Imori Jamina is constituency, and Dawla Jen, Cambo Arewan file nomination document Makodi. What Joker the Africa and one day Fula and Fire of Penjawana Sera. And the Dawla Jen, we to charge Allah Jami to carry a election or when I'm in Jamina is parliament or we go saving something or we pass to Sandari.
Ajarama Ibrahima Jallo, that's our correspondent there. Ibrahima Jallo giving us the latest from Janjambure. According to him, one Dawda Jang, a third-year law student at the University of the Gambia, had just appeared at the IC regional office in Janjambure to present his nomination papers. And we now go to Brikama, where my colleague Modu Gajaga is there for us. Those images you are seeing are live images from the IC regional office in Brikama. Jenaba, earlier on you were talking about the qualification, the educational level of the candidates coming, but according to the requirements provided by the Independent Electoral Commission on Sumana, there is nothing sort of that to say, okay, you have to reach this level of education. Yeah. All it says, you have to be a citizen, attain the age of 21 years, able to speak the English language.
Right. Well, obviously, this is fair to have the Independent Electoral Commission come up with such requirements, because just as Mr. Mboj said the last time, some people have special cases where they're not educated and they're charismatic. They can keep the ball rolling and they can do what is expected of them. That does not mean, as Gambians, we should not be hungry for individuals who are competent. Having this requirement is one thing, because the IEC does not want to discriminate on anyone. Fair enough, given. But that doesn't mean, as Gambian citizens, we should not be hungry to see the individuals that we want to see there, who are going to make laws for us that are going to affect our unborn children. So that's just it. It's fair, but we are hungry for things, and that's what
let's now go to Brikama. There's a press conference going on between for one of the candidates there.
Candidate for NPP Combo South constituency. Anyway, everything is clarified by the IEC, and they said they are satisfied based on the guidelines and the regulations. So I am already giving my receipt, and after everything, they will give me my acceptance letter.
Okay, Mr. Bojan, tell us what will be your agenda when you your first priority?
My priority is to serve my constituency and then also serve the people of the Gambia, because the house is a national issue. It's not only about my constituency. So I'm there to serve my people, to be there on my tongue at the assembly, and then also serve the country to the best interest of this nation.
How are you going to serve your community?
I'm going to serve them, to make sure laws that are to be enacted at the assembly to be in favor of them and to be to the best interest of this country.
Sir, will you deal with the issue of golden lead industry?
What industry? The industries are wide.
Golden lead industry in Combo South? You didn't know about that?
The industry in Combo South, of course, we will participate in all angles.
I mean the golden lead industry. People of Combo South are complaining of the waste products.
The golden lead industry.
Yes.
Anyway, I'll reserve my opinion on that, because I have to go through a lot to know how that was.
Don't you think you're supposed to know that before? And let the Gambians know
Actually,
here?
my brother, I'm going to reserve my opinion on that.
Okay.
But as a National Assembly member, don't you think you people would like to know, if elected, what possibilities will you do about the company?
Actually, as I said, I'm going to reserve my opinion about that. I cannot just jump into any conclusion in front of the press. I'm going to reserve my opinion on it. I know it is a concern for my people, so we have to find it to the roots to know actually how golden lead industry comes to Combo South before taking any action or before promising my people anything. If you don't know, you cannot do anything about it. You have to know it first to know what to do. It's a teamwork. It's not me alone. It's a concern for my people, and we will always stand by our people.
All right. What are some of the problems people of Combo South are facing currently?
There are lots of problems. People need clean waters, people need road communication, electricity, you can name it.
Okay. Mr. Boya, you mentioned road communication and so many other things. Are you promising people that you're going to provide those things?
I'm not going to promise them that I'm going to provide. I, as an individual, cannot provide them that. But we will make sure, as a representative of them, to work hand in glove with the government to make sure all people have such facilities.
Mr. Boya, you talk about laws, which is a key component in the mandate of the National Assembly members. So when you are elected into office, assuming that you are elected into office, what laws do you want to target to make sure that they are enacted at the parliament?
Anyway, we would like to have press freedom, human rights, laws, and so.
Is it that people's rights are not protected? That's why you want to focus on that?
People's rights are protected, but the world is progressing.
My final question. A lot of every constituency has their own problems.
Exactly.
There are a lot of issues, and you mentioned a lot of issues affecting your constituency. I know you cannot tackle them all at once, but use that agenda at once. But tell me, the first priority that you will address, when you are voted into the National Assembly.
First, it will be for youth. If you all can know, Combo South is a touristic area, but Combo South didn't have any standard infrastructure when it comes to tourism, so we need, higher class hotels, which will create jobs for our people. That is one of my concerns also, and also to help women in their gardening,
And what is your final message to your people that you are representing and the Gambia by extension as far as this election is concerned?
First of all, I will thank them all. My two wives are with me here. I will thank them all. I will thank my people for the trust they have in me, and I will promise them I will deliver to the best of my ability. Thank you.
This one have a question. Sir?
That's also one of the contestants, Mamadou Bojang, a contestant of the Combo South constituency under the NPP ticket, and currently just from speaking to the media, and after he was asked a series of questions concerning his roles and responsibilities as a National Assembly member, whether he is going to support progressive laws and issues about the Golden Lead, which has been a very big issue when it comes to the Combo South.
Exactly.
That is the fish meal factory in Gunjur, with environmental pollution coming from that factory, and so many protests have been made by the people of Gunjur in that community. He was asked about that, and he said he is going to reserve his opinion concerning that. He was pressed on multiple times, but he still says he is going to reserve his opinion unless and until maybe if he thinks that he is going to be elected and he gets to the National Assembly, he can say something about that. But for now, he will reserve his opinion. So that's also another interesting comment from one of the contestants. And this is also another NPP candidate. He is going to face a stiff opposition because the UDP has a strong candidate there who is also going to contest for re-election this time. That is Keba KK Barrow, who is also the majority leader in the previous National Assembly, whose term has just ended. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the NPP and other opposition candidates are going to face of each other when it comes to the National Assembly election. But he has already submitted his nomination papers, and it has been accepted by the IEC, the Independent Electoral Commission, here officials in Brikama, and we look forward to the scrutiny whether all these nomination papers will be accepted, and he will be giving that free will to say that you are qualified to contest.
I know it's a busy day today. I know another candidate is also lined up, but just briefly in Mandinka, ngaji Mamadou Bojang Combo South anata ala kaitulu di ani kibatala jamuta ay mune fo
abaraka bake Aliou Cissé Mamadou Bojang ate bota Combo South le ate be lo kan pati min toyala wala NPP ti anda be siran men nyini kan Combo South be ngalo ne Combo South siran keba keke baro ate mum moleti mi ala onko ate le lodano UDP toyala anda ate le no National Assembly sa ate ni wo mo sifal le be lola pour ko o place o nyin kan nyo sabala NPP ya tele tombong bi anata la kaytol samanang kabra la kaytol di IC la mo la milbi jang wali ala kaytol be muta bulle bari ya itanda la ko isita no le mba akisi la ka jibe fo tam molti mi ala ko tonya fo yanyanto soto le pour kallo anim fanam fo ila kaytol ibe ba nyama le bang kabri o bota je anin kibar talal diamda kibar talal ya nyininka ite mune atine be lola pour ñi National Assembly election min kana député carte fayo aka lafta minna wala ñinti pour ka ke ala mol ñaati aka ase ke dati fanan anu natata ji abe lola la mol la ko la wala kombo saw dingolti anin kombo saw tun kol apota je fana ya ñinin ka golden lead la ko la golden lead mu factory la te mi alon ko abe gunjur sate kono andung ika ñele process je o ñeñi ka min process je safo ni ñeñi process ni pareta min ka tuje e ka bonne do kata ba kono andon do fanan ka tuje ma fon dal ala sunkan fon ko mol batande bakel am bete ya dal hadama dingol la jata kende ato ani la nyantol fon abe la hadama ya nyi fon ti nyakande wati sotota mol mamanta je gunjur je pour ka itande ko nyi factory nyi nyanta ka bojele kiti kuol bele kata kuola nsafo dal mol findita pour ki la finna bal ya itande wo factory la kuol kabri ya nyi ninka ako science entente atata kuma fono la woto bawo amandung bankola député bungo folo na tara no ay election le ga gagné ta na dun taje asina ajibe abe mun kala ko nyinde bot science entente atata kuma fono la ko ali pour que kuma kunna sutiyande don ay nyine fo
baraka bake Mamadou Gadiaga atlemu molla kebata to membe Brikama comme aliamo nyamen bi Brikama is basing on kanisol bina kanne killing mbokki ngami ina Seran QTV koko mo ne ko sunna tango Modou Gadiaga ne ko ñu fele ca Brikama fi nga xamne ku ñuy wax Mamadou Bojang wara taxawal NPP fele ca Kombo South moom moo ñëwoon pour joxe ay kayitam waaye si waxtaanam nag wane na moom tam pareyam pour mën a gis ne lépp loo xam ne soxal na waa Kombo South mu taxaw si waaye am na leen question bi ñu ko laaj moo nekk si wàlli Golden Lead fu ñuy defaree ay jën di process ay jën loolu nekk na pacte boo xam ne indi na coow bu bari ci Kombo South waaye nekk na loo xam ne mu ne moom fu mu nekk ni du si mën a wax dara dafa xaar ba su jëlee toogu bi mu jéem a def on just to am xam la moo nekk problème bi balaa mu si mën a wax dara te fanaa lu am solo la waaye wax na leneen tam lu mel ni fi courant loolu yëpp lan na si Ansoumana
waaw xam nga man rafetlu
waaye am na lu mu wax mu ne we are going to work with the government
waaw
pour mun koo indi
xam nga dafa mel ni pour delluwaat dafa mel ni ci lu jëy nekkoon lu jëy waxoon ci gannaaw mooy ne ñoom li ñu mën a def mooy dem lijjanti ko waaye tamit si biir lijjanti boobu foog nga am ñoo liggéeyal obviously dafa naa baax na mu leeral loolu waaye comme ay yëfi sampala lii wala dafa leneen loolu foog naa dina baax ñoom ñu xam ko ñoom candidat yi ñëw wala aspirants yi ñu xam ne loolu nekkul seen rôle du seen liggéey li mu wax na am na lu ñu def te man foog naa he is being smart dafa ne dafa reserve comment am si loolu because it's a very sensitive issue coow bi bëri na fa dëgg la sonal nit ñi trop ndax mu ngi na saxal seen wérgu yaram xeet bi mu ngi sonal nit ñi ak yooyu waaye at the end of the day tamit dafa nekk loo xam ne foog naa doomi alaw bu nekk balaa nga wax si dara fekk nga xam ko am si lu la leer moom nag leeral na boppam ne foog mu def si gëstu bi am si lu ko leer balaa mu see mën a wax kon comme que noonu la fa demee moom du si mën a wax fi mu nekk
waaye eso tamit yow war ngaa mën a xam ne tamit man si man surprise wut ba torop ne moom lii la wax parce que yaa ngi xalaat ne moom du NPP candidate la so NPP kana ko lead mooy président Adama Barrow mooy président ni dëkk bi gis na ko moom si boppam mu ngi am so moom su jógee si foo xam ne foofu la président bi nekk xeet expect loo mu wax dara si mbiri loolu even su ko xamee sax maanaam du ko wax parce que njiiti réew mi si boppam gis na ko moom it mu ngi see def gestu boppam so xam nga moom naturally du wax dara
waaye soo ko xoolee pacte bi dafa nekk lam is quite controversial right
loolu lay wax
different issues moo si nekk so si man even if I was in his shoes I would give the same response you going into politics so you wouldn't make any comment boo xam ne mun na yaa sa chance bi
wala élection mun na laa indil
exactly for me I think that was a perfect response as far as this whole issue is concerned I'm going to reserve my opinion on this thing based my own just to as National Assembly member then ma seet
waaye moom Aliou su defoon gestoom sax du si wax dégguloo li ma la wax dama la ne moom NPP la jógee te dangaa xalaat ne nguuri dëkk bi moo xeet foofu
xam nga
soo moom su si xamoon dara sax xam nga du si wax
even though he is coming from NPP ba léegi mënoon na def gestoom mën a ok man suma taxawee lii ak lii laay def
waaw xam nga li xew mooy sax foog naa li moo daw mooy mu diggee ne dina si def dara comme dina ko mun a dina ko
te mu ngi sosoo foo xam ne tamit ñooñu ñooy nekk main decision making body bi
ñu ool ko ndaje ne ko ñëwal yow yaa fi waxoon naa loolu la moo daw would make sense waaye foog naa the truth is in all honesty dina baax torop ñoom ñuy ñëw ñoom aspirants yi ñu bàyyi xel tam ci tontu yi ñoo joxe parce que leena moo si nekk boo nekkee di tontu lii yëfi télé ak ay rajo
is on record
am nañ ko
lépp loo fi munti wax fii ba téeméeri at ci kanam dina ko génne waat ne yaa fi waxoon lii te soo xoolee Gambia 96 elections 92 elections foog naa videos yaa ngi fa soo demee YouTube gis videos yi soo dina baax ñu bàyyi xel ba pare buñ diggee soo diggee loo fi munut soo fi diggee loo xam ne mënuloo koo def juróomi at mu ngi ñëwaat li juróomi at dafa gaata 2017 nag léegi mu ngi mel ni démb dafa gaata trop boo ñëwaatee fii in the next 5 years dina la wax ne diw yaa fi waxoon li
ba pare yow naxuloo kenn tam sa boppa nga nax parce que at the end of the day yow xam nga ne boo fa toogee yooyu man li ma gën a bëgg a dégga si aspiring candidates yu ñëw mooy man su ma ñëwee xëj na anti corruption bill bi laa bëgg a féete xëj na dama bëgg a indiwaat draft constitution bi I want to know ñoom seen liggéey si boppam putting aside all the development projects yu ñoo wax nii loolu lobby la mun naa am mun naa ñàkk a am te su amut kenn du la dóor waaye xam nga fan lañ laa dóoree fooy duggee si parlement bi war a debate issues yoo xam ne yooyu nga ñu war a indil as yow sa constituency ak dëkk bi in general man loolu laa gën a bëgg a dégg
maanaam ban
loi nga foog ne nga mun a xeexal
boo xam ne yow soo xeexee ba mu taxaw dina wécci nit ñi seen dund
exactly te ëllëg si biir soo demee ne dama bëgg a toogaat beneen 5 years di nga ko mun a use as a justification pour nit ñi gëm la
waaw am nga loolu am na solo because soo xoolee the dynamics of politics in the Gambia dafa xala jaxasoo am na koo xam ne tey mu ngi ñoomi for example kooku mën naa moom faalewu sax yow ban loo nga def si parlement bi ndax indi nga ko ndox wa ak yoon ñoom diw nekk na député bi ñaar at wala suñu naka la mel ñoom faalewu ñu ndax exactly so lii moo dee nekk problème bi nag moo tax da nga ne ñu bëgg a taxaw yëpp ñoom tam foofu lañ dee waxee because ci ñi ngaa dem noonu lañ nekk di xalaatee so maanaam loolu moo war a change
waaw moo tax nag xalaat moo tax ñu dee wax ne council bi responsible pour change xalaati nit ñi dañ war a jóg taxaw parce que man wax naa leen ko buñ fi ñëwee ma ne leen ne da ngeen am liggéey bu bari de ma ne leen ne man dem naa ba up country wax naa ak jigéen ñi su ma leen laajtee ab parlement xamuñ sax ne parliamentarian bi daf dee dem debate pour indi loos xamuñ loolu
li xew mooy sax jey gis nga mbootaay boobu tamit dañ ko war a dooleel
waaw ñu ne financial constraints
lañ am affaire yi jafe-jafe yi nga xam ne ñoom ñu ngi ko am dañ leen war a dooleel suñu leen dooleel nga gis ne ñoom dañoo mën a def seen liggéey di gën a ee nit ñi ñu xam nga gën a ñu ñëpp ñu gën a eewu daal ci wàllum lu waak yu demee noonu waaye to be honest nag man wax dëgg ne yàlla bugga naa candidat yi nga xam ne ñoo ñëw wala aspirants yi nga xam ne ñooy ñëw
ñu wax dëgg
ñuy bàyyi xel lu ñëw diggee lu ñëw wax nit ñi because su fi diggee loo mënta ba pare second li maa ngi bëggoon a leeral si gannaaw yaa ngi noo wax affaire qualifications
exactly I was coming back to that
li xew mooy soo joxee sa kayit dañ la dee may ab diir di nga dem mais bi fii balaa bés bi di en wala ëllëg dina la oo pour nga ñëw jël say kayit su dee ne yow mutal nga li ñoo laajte yëpp because li xew mooy dañ ko dee display pour képp koo xam ne am nga si interest nga ñëw nga xool boo gisee lu la doyut nga won nañ ko ñoom AIC ñu mën a sukkandiku ci loi pour gis ne xëj na kooku su dee ne waruta mën a taxaw nga gis ne du taxaw su dee dafa taxaw mu mën a taxaw so dañ ko dee mën a display pour ñëpp ñu xool ko am nag
any dispute or naxar loo xam ne fiir nga ne
wax leen ko fanaa is good ñu clair loolu so képp koo xam ne daal yaa ngi nekk si constituency ak bu mu munti nekk am nag ñi ne pour taxaw nga bugg a xam ndax yow ñu doy nañ la mun ngaa dem si AIC seen
waaw ba pare yow da nga wax lu am solo eso gisoon nañ fi si presidential election bi ñu taxawal fi lu ñoo ooye revising code bi nga xam ne yow mun nga faa dem soo fiilee ne candidate bi am na lu nekk si moom loo xam ne yow bëgg nga koo génne te nit ñi xamuñ ko gis nañ ne kenn demu fa Gambian bi sometimes da nga gis ne dañ dee miin a toog façon comme li nga wax nii am nañ chance léegi pour dem scrutinize laajte duñ jóg waaye dañoo bàyyi ba affaire si jeex ñuy naan kii amut lii amut lële soo foog naa tamit dañ war a embrace opportunity yuñ dee am pour mun a change
wala fairwood fii lañ ko mën a
because man soo ko xoolee sax even in terms of the quality ñu bari dañ daan ok diw jàngut jeexalut grade 12 demul university but in this criteria there's nothing like that all li ñu ma nekk na daal yow na nga nekk citizen doomi réew nga am 21 years I mean ñu nga mën a laaka angale bi but in terms of qualification how important is it as far as election gën ba am na loo doon wax leena la nga dem jàng ba yey kayit leen tang ba gis koo xam ne jàngut waaye lu ko yàlla may si xel xam nga ñu ba dañ def nga ne like jànga moom toog classé nga ne ABC 1 2 3 so what is good
déedéet dafa utee man wax naa ko fi dafa there are some exceptions suñ fi gis am na ñu fi gis leaders yi nga xamante ne dëgga amuñ PhD amuñ masters
seen
jàng soriwut waaye wax dëggu yàlla tey suñ fi toogoon war laa planal dara executal la dara dinañ ko def waaye man li ma wax mooy AIC plan buñ tegal nii plan bu baax la xam nga lu tax am na lu ñoo ooyee discrimination mooy ne xeebaate naan kii waru fee toog kii la waru fee toog AIC suñ defee lii daf leen war waaye ñun tam as a dëkka Gambia fii am na ñu bëgg a gis parce que dañ am experience of nit ñi di dem si parlement bi toog fa debate su amee sax ñu daw mbaate xoolal luñ fi gis quota système bi ñëwal soo bëggee fiil ne jigéen ñi waruñ leen a jox seats votal against it kenn du la door waaye da ngaa gis ñii di daw ñii bañ a ñëw take up seen responsibility.
loolu moom is part of parliament. You either vote against or abstain.
so loolu moom is parliament. waaye abstain boobu ñëwal toog ñu gis la ne da nga abstain. waaye bul ñàkk a ñëw. parce que loolu du abstain.
waaw abstain kay moo dafa des mun ngaa ñàkk a sax nga abstain. mun nga faa nekk tam nga abstain.
waaye ñoom waxuñ ne dañ abstain génnuñ wax fenn ne dañ abstain.
actually but the fact is that they were in parliament.
bëggoon naa wax tuuti si lu jëy di wax nii mooy affaire yi qualification si actually lii du IEC sax luwaay réew mi la luwaa la te man foog naa Aliou jamono dafa dox fi mu nekk because suñ luwaa bi soo xoolee biñ ko gestuwaat ba di ko indiwaat 1997 la woon 97 ak tey lu bari wecceeku na
lu bari
adduna mu ngi evolve Gambia develop na foog naa dañ toolu foo xam ne naam ne lii mun naa am waaye ñi nga xam ne la ñoo tànn pour ñu toogal ñu fa wax dëgg neex yàlla ak fu jamono toolu ak fu Gambia toolu tey war nañu am ñoo xam ne seen xam-xam màcc na tuuti ci wàllum jànga ndax soo xoolee issues ñoo diilal li si ëpp yi fi luwaa la
màcc na si jànga si ban feet si tubaab bi wala si arab bi wala si lan
non Aliou jànga rek la bu dee ne arab la sax baax na waaye na nga jànga na sax xam am fu mu toolu because xam nga li tax soo xoolee li gars yi di diilal most of these things yi fi luwaa la bu dee nag tey man jànguma maanaam yow ma ci yooni nasaraan du arab bi du fen xam nga maa ngi nii rek ñu ñëw tegal ma loo xam ne yëfi kayit la dama ko bind di ko jànga dafa jafe ak man bu dee ne laakuñ lu ma dégg rek problème la moo nekk
ba pare nañ waxante dëgga isto daf dee baax sometimes ñu waxante dëgga comme bu ñu rafetal yéenay dëgga bi mooy Gambia fii suñ language bi ñoo waxtaane si parlement bi angale la loolu mooy dëgg bi ñu bëgg ko bëgguñ ko nekkut arab lañ fa laaka for exemple
bëgg naa loolu nag ñu change
man sa bëgg naa mu wécce
soo xoolee réew ci mel ni Sénégal xam ne
tey mun nga am koo xam ne mun nga am koo xam ne tey ok jàng na arab ba màcc na si waa dégg na angale tam mun na express boo xam
good perfect loolu baax na
am nañ fi PhD borom nekkatura
alaaji suwaare xaw ma sawane
kaddi bi gën a ndaw ci kaddi yi gën a nekk xale daanaka ci kaddi yi ci réew mi te arab la jànga kooku tey bu làkkee anglais wala mu binda bu la ko waxul doo xam te soo demee si arabic système bi ñu ngi jàngale waale anglais kon baax na man ak lu waay munti jànga arab la anglais la na nga jànga ndax soo bàyyee xel sàkku xam-xam man foog naa dafa nekk loo xam ne lu war ñëpp la ñu jànga ci wàllum naka lañ ko dee waxaatee islam sax dañ ko dee wax dafa ne sàkku xam-xam lu war bépp jullit la moo xam góor nga moo xam jigéen nga kon baax na ñu ñëw tànn pour ñu toogal ñu ci néegi bi mu nekk ñoo xam ne seen xam-xam am na fu toll
ba pare ñu mun a understand am na li nga wax lu am solo parliamentarian si nekkut ne rek ne si parlement Gambia bi lañ am nañ fa ECOWAS parlement Aliou Ceesay tukki naa ñoom foofu soo fa demee ay laws ak ay issues yi nga xam ne has to do with the regional bloc yooyu la ñu discuss
and Sumana Jenaba I understand Amadou S. Lee of Serekunda is now at the IEC regional office in Kanifing as you are seeing on your images that's Amadou Lee mbokk ñam yi ngi seetaan QTV ak ngeen ko di gis no seen screen ko moo nekk Amadou S. Lee pale ca Serekunda moom moo egg ci pale ca IEC regional office bu nekk Kanifing just on Kairaba Avenue mbaɗigol ñin tamen to ikame Amadou S. Lee wala fotota IEC bon membe Kanifing just Kairaba Avenue sur lokan Alliance Française ma fon Amadou S. Lee ate fanan be lokan pour que député sirango ñini under NPP ticket musidɗan ɗon ɗo joni wiiteɗo Amadou S. Lee ko kanko hewditoto IEC regional office won oɗo Kanifing e gorga Kairaba Avenue ko kanko hewditoto IEC pour o werdata kayitaji makko kanko homo Hamid pour drade under NPP, that's the National People's Party. Ansumana, Amadou S. Lee.
This is one constituency I am very much interested in because remember, Honorable Halifa Sallah, has been their National Assembly member all these years. Right. And we know he's one of those highly respected politicians, undoubtedly one of the best this country has ever produced. Right. He's been a leader in parliament, and has been very instrumental, and especially in scrutinizing the budget. So now that he's, not coming back to Parliament, I would really want to see. I know it would be, difficult to have someone of his, who would be able to fill in his shoes, but at least someone of a high caliber as well. So we don't have to miss him that much, really. I would.
I know. In the next legislature, it's really going to take time.
Yeah.
If you have parliamentarians who don't read, because with these revised standing orders, it might take some of them maybe a year to really understand what the standing order is. And that standing order is what actually direct how proceedings are done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for me, I mean, well, we might be lucky to have some of the MPs back, the likes of Sidia, Alajimbo and others, perhaps Amunyasi. It's good that you have some of them back in Parliament. If you have all of them new in Parliament, man.
I want to believe some of them.
Okay, but we can't. There's nothing wrong with also coming up with fresh voices.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying. I mean like the whole Parliament fresh.
Well,
that's gonna take time.
Well, those people started somewhere. When they came,
they met some people there who were there before them.
Yeah, but
and because of that, they
obviously someone has to come back. Yeah. I'm sure, 100% sure we're not just going to lose everyone.
No. But some of them would retain their seats.
They will retain their seats, and also the nominated members. I'm looking forward to who President Adama Barrow will get to nominate. Yes, this is given to him by the Constitution.
Your Excellency, Jennifer Sango is waiting to see who we're going to nominate.
Who knows? The president might decide to nominate me.
It's possible.
He might nominate me.
I just hope that
with my glasses here, he can decide to say, Jennifer, he's looking smart this day.
But
he's going to hijack
too much trouble. I just hope he wouldn't nominate too many fullers in there. Otherwise,
anyway, for me and Sumana, as long as the NPP now has about 3 women, considering that Fatou Bojang is out, and we're yet to establish the reason why she's not there. Probably the president might use this opportunity to deliberately get more women into Parliament. Yeah. You never know. And persons, let us not also forget persons with disability.
Yeah.
It can happen because even in the last Parliament, we saw the president nominate 3 women.
Yep.
Yeah. The Speaker, Yakumba Jaite, and Honorable Yasin Seke.
Yeah. So but then again, like to what I was saying, Aliu, Mangdon was going to affair.
Ansumana, let's now go to KM and listen to what is happening there.
Field declaration. No, field declaration. The one that you fill where you fill your your details
name, surname,
and your voter's card number.
Just keep on going.
No, that's the guideline. That's the guideline. No, that's the asset.
Yes.
You're a public servant. Yes. Where are you working? I hope you have your leave of absence.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Cash deposit? I think we have that one. Just show it to them, bring it out. So the party has already paid for you.
The party has already paid for them.
Now your 300 supporters. is the only thing you have. Supporters.
And we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue. I am Aliou Cisse, here with my colleagues Ansumane Eswanyasi and Jenaba Sonko, and our correspondents are also across all the IEC regional offices in Banjul, Kanifing, Brikama, Mansakonko, Kerawan, Janjambure, and Basse. As you are seeing on your screen, that is Amadou S. Lee, who is contesting under the NPP ticket for Serekunda, who is now presenting his nomination papers to the returning officer, Joseph Colley, who also doubles as the vice chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. They are now requesting documents from him, and Sumana, they're requesting a letter of leave to indicate that he has taken that as well, and also asset declaration and all those things. I mean, I think is quite important. I'm not sure whether they are going to have any issue regarding documents. We have seen in the past couple of days ago, some of them will come without all the documents needed, but they are given time to bring them back. Geneva, is that
just like in presidential elections? It was just like in the presidential elections when some aspiring presidential candidates did not even have all of their documents, but there was a window where they can actually come back and submit their documents. But I know we don't expect that all of these people will make it through, because some people might not have few documents here and there. Like the last time we had an individual who lost his voter's card. So these things are not something strange. We will encounter them as the nomination process goes by. And Aliou, I think one thing is very important. That is, I said it previously, that these aspiring parliamentarians should be asked the right questions. Let's put aside developmental projects that has to do with roads, electricity and stuff. Let's put it aside. Let's wait for our ward councillors. When it comes to local government elections, when they come, these people are directly working with development partners and they can directly lobby. So the people that we have now are people that are in parliament, enacting laws, passing bills, taking a look at our budget, our debt. If you read on IMF and all of these things, you would see, the debt burden that we have currently. We have the gender issues here and there. We are having the burden of trying to revive our constitution, and that can only be done through the parliament. Absolutely. So there are a lot of issues that we need to ask them. But as Aliou said, there's my grandmother probably in Jara. And in Jara there, she does not even understand these things. She does not even know that it's for these parliamentarians to put these laws together. And these laws, to be honest, directly, positively affects the lives of these individuals. Absolutely. They just need to understand, and the right questions need to be asked to these parliamentarians. Like, you got to see this video, like,
nit ñi ñoo am na bëri na te ñoo xam ne understand incha allah mooy rôle yi député. waaw gis nga duut seen liggéey pour ñu sampal la kër wala defaral la tali ak sampal la ak yooyu li ñu mën a def mooy dem lijjante ji ko indi ko te si biir loolu foog ñu am ñu ñoo liggéeyal maanaam foog nga lakkaloo ak ay mbootaay wala ay nit ñoo xam ne yàlla wërsëgal na leen mun nañ ko am nañ ko ñu jàppale la gis ne loolu am na waaye duut sa liggéey kon boo taxawee di diggee xam nga di digg sa nit ñi ne leen man su ngeen ma sànnilee dinaa fi defar tali ak dinaa fi nii comme naxaate la waxi politique rek la waaye du sa liggéey xëy na ñi ko wax tamit understand waaye tamit leena tamit laa bëgg a ñaax su ma naata nga xam ne ñoo fa nekk di waxtaan ak aspirants yi ñëw nañ leen laaj li nga xamante ne moo méngoo ak ñoom seen liggéey seen rôle lu ko mooy rek waxtaan bi dafa demee boor te da ngaa gis ne di nga sax yóbbuwaale ne kii ndax du understand sax bëri na ñoo xam ne ñu ngi ñëw waaye understand ñu seen rôle bi ko soo déggee li ñoo wax ñu leen di forcer sax pour ñu wax ko ñu ngi bañ soo ñu bàyyi xel tamit li ñoo laaj gars yi dina am solo torop because amin yaa ngi dem toogal nit ñi ci néegi député yi fa la ñoo waxtaanee lépp loo xamante ne moo soxal askan gi mooy inte si réew mi kon na nekk loo xam ne dafa am méngoo ak ñoom seen liggéey boo leen laajee lu uti ak loolu jafe-jafe la moo indi
ba pare man dama doon expect journalists yi sax ñu laajte issues that has to do with human rights man loolu bëgg naa see dégg lu bari because of suñ history as a country war nañoo mën a laajte TRRC baa ngi fi gis nañ revelation si and everything bëggoon naa torop ba pare TRRC bi mu ngi originate from the parliament so man bëgg naa journalist yi tamit ñu laajte ay affaire human rights issues yan human rights policies la gaay mën a champion ak yooyu noonu man bëgg naa
even as we speak, I mean, even though the current legislature, they have really passed quite a number of bills, enacted so many bills, but we still have some bills that are still pending there. The anti-corruption bill, so many of them. So these are at least one human rights guy. You also them into parliament. What are you going to do about this particular bill? Banlo comes we have MPs in for a private member bill, commonly Alaji Jawara of Lower Badibu, in one for that bill on the local government. Pour just a council sit down to empower to have that independence from their political parties. So I mean, these are all things you have. Waran ko mën a laajte candidates yi nga xam ne ngeen ñëw waaye dafa mel ni ñoom sama bopp sax xamuñ la mën a seen
leen di Aliou understand la ñu ngi leen di forcer sax pour ñu wax ñoom lan mooy seen rôle waaye dama gis ne understand
dama ne ñoom ñu ngi bëgg a dem si parlement waaye ñu bari xamuñ ca lan moo nekk sa man bi
gis nga Aliou yaa ngi laal fu am solo dina baax ñu laaj leen kenn ku nekk si ñoom lan mooy sa interest maanaam su dee da nga doon indi bill tey ban bill nga indi ak lan la moo adresse ci li nga xam ne mooy jafe-jafe nit ñi seen dunda li ci mel ni draft constitution bi ndax ñoom dinañ ci am interest li ci mel ni lu ñoo joxoñ baaraam yenn bërëbu liggéeykaay yi nga xam ne ñoo ne ci roon nguur ci wàllum njuuj njaaj corruption ci demee lan moo si sa gis-gis li ci mel ni bill yoo xam ne dafa gën a yombal nit ñi seen dunda tudda naa fi corruption nga xool anti corruption commission bi bill bi loolu tamit lan moo si nekk ñoom seen gis-gis ak seen taxawaay xam nga dina baax ñu laaj leen liggéey because loolu moo méngoo ak ñoom seen liggéey bu fekkee ne tey man ma nekk ab taskati xibaar jëna ba mu di politicien ma ko laaj loo xam ne méngoowut ak liggéeyam
lu ma tontu sax ñoom sax luñ leen nekk di laaj nii sax daf leen favor gis nañ fi ñu fi nekk si parlement bi debate su amee mosu ñoo jóg wax
Jenaba Aliou wax na fi Aliou am na benn wax bu fi wa démba mu ne am na ko doon wax ne di nga gis ñoo xam ne
dañoo toog
buñ faloo rek si nga gëj a gis gars yi yéen buñ rombee si kaw trafic bi sax liif sax duñ ko
non la sérieux man li ma leen man dama ko dunda am nga man gis naa koñ boo xam ne ñu ne ma ne nga kii bu ñu ut place bi nii fu ñu romba rek foo mu taxaw nuyu ñu naka la ataay bi pare nañ naan foos waaye ñu ne ko ba mu bii nee su mu romb dafa ekkati wér tintel glace bi no seriously, wallahi.
To buy right.
Let's now go to the IC regional office in Kanifing.
Campaign itinerary. So make sure you prepare it in case there is no objection. Because at the end of the day, when we are done, we're going to display your papers till around 3. So if there is no objection, and then we go through your sponsors. If you have 300. And then there's no objection, we will call you, maybe tomorrow, to come for your acceptance. So if there is anything less, we will call you to do the corrections. I hope you understand. All right. So this is the election code. Go through it. Okay, go through it. You've signed it, so we have a copy. So it means this is binding. From section 92(1) of the Elections Act. Okay. Now this is your receipt of okay, that we've accepted. We've received your documents. So pending verification, then we will let you know. Okay, to come for your acceptance. So okay, good luck. All right. So you are done now.
Well, viewers, you're still watching QTV, and we are broadcasting live from our studios, and those are live images from the IEC regional office in Kanifing, where the NPP's candidate for Serekunda, Amadou Esley, is there presenting his nomination papers. And as you have heard from Joe Colley, the returning officer, he has given me a receipt confirming that he has received his documents pending the approval by tomorrow. And so Amadou Esley will talk to the press, where our correspondent, our reporter, Ajay Bintu Drame is there for us. I mean, Amadou Esley is one of the 5 candidates put up by the NPP in Kanifing municipality. He is joining Asan Damfa, Honorable Fatima Jawara, Sekou Marong, and Mustafa Low. And so comme ñu jëm waxtaan rek gis nañ ne Amadou Esley IEC nangu nañ ne jot nañ kayitam waaye des na because for ñu scrutinize documents yi comme public scrutiny bi
ba pare campagne itinerary
bi waaw campagne itinerary bi
xam nga soo gisee ñuy laajte campagne itinerary li ñoo bañ mooy
gars yi dem classe
ñoom ñu dem classe dajee benn place loolu duñ ko bëgg xam nañ ne politique dafa sensible temps bi day fekk émotion yaa ngi woon xaaral bi waaye foog naa fi mu nekk dinañ ko dégg moom itamit ci kàddoom mu wax ñu waaye tamit maa ngi bàyyi xel dégg naa IEC officer bi ñu ko wax ne public service.
Let's now take a listen.
Of course, thank my honorable chairman, Honorable Kunda Nyang and Honorable Sidi Njai and the entire Serekunda people for the efforts they have done to come and support me so that they say for me to serve them as their watchman at the parliamentarian, inshallah. So we went through the IEC and we went through the criteria, and all the criteria they were asking or requesting us for us to submit. We did it immensely.
What are the key reasons why you are vying for this position?
The key reasons is I'm a youth. I have Serekunda at the heart, and I think my contribution towards national development, I can only achieve it through going through the National Assembly and work hand in hand with the people, or my people, to represent them fully at any level at the national and its stakeholders wherever it is necessary.
So if you are elected, what are your priorities?
My priorities, when I'm elected, I'm looking on this women empowerment, health, education, and the sports.
And how do you think you will be able to convince your people to vote for you?
Alhamdulillah, I didn't just jump and say I'm going to be a National Assembly member. I have gone through, I am the PR of Serekunda Youth Association, Serekunda Community Policy, Serekunda Sensical Team. So I have been doing community work for my people for so long, and I believe they got the courage and they got the confidence. The initiative came from them, not me. The initiative came from them, bro, you know what? You should go and let's take you to the National Assembly so that you will full-fledged represent us at our level. So that what happened, and I thought it was like a dream or something happening. But fortunately, and then I saw people, elders, young youths, everybody coming to say, Amadou, why not you can? And I could do my consultation and find out, inshallah, God is the one that gives position. May Allah give me that position to serve my people.
Aside from being the PRO of a youth association in your constituency, tell us what have you done for your constituency that made you think that they are going to vote for you in this coming election?
Thank you. You know, Gambia particularly, people think of development or to contribute your quota will be only building structures. No. I have contributed immensely because as you rightly heard the presiding officer what he said, I have worked for government for 19 years and served several departments and ministries. So for that being the case, I have like been serving them as watchdogs, wherever administratively, anyone within the constituency, nobody will abuse the person or unfairly treat the person or injustices, because we know how to channel it and how to tackle it so that the tears of that individual will be wiped.
So how optimistic are you in winning this seat?
I'm optimistic because the youths are with me. You can see the elders behind me. I got the support and I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to listen to them. Moreover, we have very, very important people that you know we can school from in our constituency. The likes of Honorable O.J. Jallo, the likes of the chairman here, Aliu Mamanja is from Serekunda, the likes of Uncle Kutubo, the likes of, you name them. There are a lot of people that you know. They can contribute, and then they can contribute to the development of Serekunda, where they will support to their finance and whatever they want to do.
You are vying under a ruling party, and then this government is being accused of, covering corruption. If you are elected to the parliament, what is going to be your first step in order to fight corruption in the country?
No, thank you for that question because I didn't prepare much to talk about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, viewers, that's Amadou S. Lee, NPP candidate for Serekunda. They are speaking to the press, talking about his plans, talks about women empowerment, sports. I mean, Ansumana, what do you make of his reaction to those questions asked by our colleague? In fact, he is contesting in Serekunda, which has 13,969 registered voters.
Quite an interesting conversation there, I have to say. Okay, he made some, he said some few things that I like. You know, issues around women. He mentioned the health sector, the agricultural sector. He talked about supporting young people by coming up with, you know, laws that would create more opportunities for them. I like that. However, I think some of the responses could have been better.
Yeah.
For me, yes, Jennifer.
Yeah, so he talked about bringing, when it comes to his education policies, he talked about health education, which is lacking.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good one. He also talked about sports, you know, and through that he can channel that through the budget when it comes to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, which to a lot of people the budget is normally very limited. It's too small considering that both youth and sport is under the same ministry. But my problem
today, the budget for the Ministry of Youth and Sport is still less than $400 million.
Right. So he talking about
and
that.
I'm talking about two most important
sectors. Yeah. So when he talks about that, that caught my attention. But I did not like the fact that he could not say anything about corruption.
Yeah.
Because he said he was not ready for that. So I don't think that's really a good sign not to be able to, on that spot, talk about corruption. And again, we're just going to say this, journalists, please ask the right questions, because they are the ones who can only help us to be able to get the juice out of them. Yeah. If they do not do that, if they don't help us, then we won't be able to know where this individual stand.
And I just want to say something quickly. I think in as much as some of them are running on the party tickets, I mean, I think they also have to understand that you are there to serve your constituency first. And you know, when it comes to issues that are affecting your people, be ready to take the lead. You have to be seen taking action. Say something that people can relate with.
Right.
You cannot, I mean, stay away from everything or reserve your comments on everything, especially when it has to do with, you know, issues that are affecting your people. I think it's important.
Yeah, and he said he's a youth, which I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. He pegged his you know, development or that his acceptance on the fact that according to him he's a young person, 35 years maximum. I can't confirm that, but that's what he also said, which caught my attention.
I think for me, I mean, if I was to contest as a National Assembly member, I mean, you are not just there for your constituency. For me, I mean, every National Assembly member, you are there for the whole country.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's why the issue of these projects that, okay, I understand Ajay Binti Drame is now live for us from the IEC regional office. Ajay Binti, if you can hear me, I mean, we have seen Amadou Asli, Serekunda West has just left the IEC office after presenting his nomination papers, and he's been speaking to the press. What more has he been saying other than his interest in youth empowerment, women empowerment, and sports?
Yes, well, Amadou Asli, as a public servant working in the Office of the Ombudsman as a regional senior investigator for almost 13 years, seems like he got backed by his constituency. He seems like he's been endorsed, like he mentioned, and he has priorities and plans been set, one of which is women empowerment, health, you know, and also when it comes to human rights. So he got a lot of plans in store. So aside from that, like you have seen, he has submitted all his documents except for the itinerary, which is a minor issue. So he'll be given a chance to come another time. He has been given a checklist for him to be called tomorrow or today, perhaps, to get his acceptance. If his documents are being verified by a panel of 14 of IEC officials, he'll be called. So going ahead with his plans, part of national development, women empowerment, he said he has got a lot of in store, especially in relations or with regards to his background, working for 19 years in different sectors.
I mean, how is the crowd like there? The crowd that escorted him to the IEC?
Yes, so there are a lot of crowds here. You know, they are cheering, music all over. People have been busy. But the plan was they were waiting for all the 5 NPP aspirants to come. But I guess some of them are late, and he's the first person to arrive. So to submit his documents. But I guess others are also on their way coming behind me here. There are a lot of people. I can see NPP and also APRC flags, you know, in the air. So here is groovy, I can say.
Yeah, we can feel it from here, the ambience there. I can see even Ansumana is shaking his leg here at Geneva Songo. Thank you very much, Ajibito Drame. Well, viewers, that's our colleague Ajibito Drame. They are giving us the latest update from the IIC regional office in Kanifing. And according to him, it's quite interesting where candidates are still coming to present their nomination papers. I mean, Bani ngol melba QTV juba kan saying nomination natikan QTV jang comme alia moy na doko ñu Ajibito Drame afo nyamen ika me Amadou Esli wala bota je sign teng kabana na kala katul futandi Amadou Esli abe contest kan on the NPP ticket jedung Serekunda ngamol soro yemalen ko registered voters atara fo 13,969 registered voters wala be Serekunda Amadou Esli atal nyanta ka loje pour NPP musid am hajon renarde QTV commune musid mon Aliou Cissé won do Dieynaba Sonko he Ansumana eso nyasi do wondo joni o witede Amadou Esli ko konko immi toto IEC regional office wondo Kanifing bilaw ari pour werede kayraji makko Ansumana Dieynaba Amadou Esli
yeah
ñëwal
waaw moom comme ni nga ko waxee woon ci àngale rek moom gis naa ne ñëw na wax.
Well, I mean, I think we have to go to Brikama. There's another press conference going on.
Gambia stands to benefit just a little.
But that's what I'm saying. We signed that agreement because at this right moment we have no resources to explore the sea. So at least if we go into the next 5 years, we are going to push the government for them to invest on that sector so that the youth can benefit from it.
What have you done for your people that you think they will vote for you?
A lot.
Like what?
There are so many routes that was their main concern. And thanks to the government now, they are constructing them.
You said a lot, but you mentioned.
Yes. And the other thing is, I have engaged the Minister of Health so that our health centers in Burfoot and Sukuta can be upgraded because, as you can see, Kombo is densely populated, but we have no referral hospital. So we find it very, very much difficult to refer our patients to either Kanifing or Banjul because of the traffic congestion. So this is why I engaged the Minister, and the process is soon start next month. To upgrade these health centers to the extent that all referrals from the Combos can be done in Sukuta, and even there will be a theater center where there will be an operation.
One of your functions as National Assembly members is to scrutinize government, to keep them in check. Well, if you are re-elected again, there is something in the Gambia that is rampant, that is corruption. Are you going to support the anti-corruption bill?
Obviously. Obviously. The anti-corruption bill, we are going to support it. We are going to support it, definitely.
And there is also a pending draft constitution before the National Assembly, and you are vying under the ticket of NPP. Do you think that you will push that constitutional, a draft constitution for the best interest of the Gambian people? Because it stands for a test of time, and many people, many governments are in for that.
Thank you.
You will push that bill?
Thank you very much. As you rightly say, if it is at the best interest of the people, if it is at the best interest of the people, obviously we will push it.
But you were there when it was pushed.
When it was?
It was first tabled before the parliament.
Yes, I was there.
Why?
But there were certain irregularities in the draft constitution.
What irregularities?
A lot.
Can you just
a lot.
Out for us?
One thing is, how to call it again? This. Sorry?
The draft constitution that is pending before the National Assembly. That's what we are talking about.
Yes. The first aspect of this, the draft constitution, we went over it. We came to find out there are certain irregularities. Because number one,
elected president cannot be impeached by only 25 members. That's one advantage. Number two, judges, if they are paid 30,000, even if they go on pension, that 30,000 has to continue. How about the teachers who taught the judges? Teachers who taught the president? Teachers who taught parliamentarians? So this is why there are certain things we couldn't match with it. That's why we throw it out.
Don't you think that the clauses there in the constitution doesn't favor the president? That's why you get it.
No. That's not the case. That's not the case. As I told you before, I am not talking about the president. I'm talking about the people. 25 people cannot just cross the nation's mandate. Only 25 people. About 400 and something voted for somebody. 25 people will just come and take him off. That's no justice.
And what difference will you make to the border?
A lot. I'll be working with my people hand in glove to make sure that Sanimen Trench is one of the best constituencies in this country.
Going back to Momodu's question, you said you will empower the youth and the women. You elaborated on how you will empower the youth, but the women, you didn't say anything about it. And in your constituency, women are involved in gardening. So how will you empower those women?
If you could fully listen to my last debate, that I was saying about the women horticultural garden. These women, they get up early in the morning, toil in the gardens, but there is no market for them. All what we need is a market for the women and a preservation center, whereby if you sell your materials, they are not finished, you can keep them there for the next day. But you can see, when they harvest their things, they go to Serekunda, sell them. If they are not finished, the next thing they do is they just dump them out. So, where's their labor?
And will you ensure that the national bill caters for the public facilities in your constituency?
Oh yes.
How?
National bill? Which bill you mean?
The national bill. Will you ensure that it caters for public facilities in your constituency?
Obviously.
How?
Obviously. Because it's for the public.
Yes, and how will you ensure that it caters for those public facilities like the roads, the schools, and the markets?
No, the markets are under the area council.
Okay, how about the schools, the hospitals?
The schools and the roads.
Yeah.
We will. The MP is not responsible of constructing roads and other things, but we advocate, and we make sure that we will advocate for the schools, roads, because road infrastructure is very important. It's one of the most important in communication. When you come to communication, road infrastructure is very much important. So we are going to advocate highly on that.
All right. I don't know that the time is up, but finally, what do you have to share with us? What do you have to share with us? General public and the people you are representing?
Well, the people I am representing, all what I want to tell them is to be patient and know that this Gambia belongs to all of us. No matter what, we might be different in partisan, but at the same time we are all the same. We go to ceremonies together, burials together, do everything together. So when politics come, we will know that politics comes and goes, but family ties are still there. So I'm advising everybody to know that we are all one Gambia and one people.
Thank you for that.
Well, viewers, that is Honorable Baba Gale Jallow, the sitting MP of Sanementing constituency, who was elected in 2017 under the UDP ticket, but later cross-carpeted to the NPP. But my colleague Momadou Gajaga is on the line. Momadou Gajaga, ngaje Baba Gale Jallow aning kibatara diamuta. Ay munefo.
Well, Alice, I hardly hear what you are saying, but if you're asking a question concerning about the candidate who just spoke to the press, that's Babagale Jallow of Sani Mentoring constituency, who is contesting, of course, for the second time, but this time under the NPP ticket. He talked about, empowering the youth, and he was squeezed on how he is going to do that youth empowerment. He talks about getting projects like the sea, the River Gambia is there. They can do fishing, they can do a lot of things. So he will be able to support those kind of issues at the National Assembly. So I think they make promises and they say we are going to do this when we get into office, but how you are going to do that as National Assembly members, because mainly what they do is to enact laws, scrutinize the government, look at some of the bills that comes to the House, scrutinize them before giving them a pass, or to reject some of them if they are not in the best interest of the Gambian people, and also even not in the best interest of them, the National Assembly members. So he was asked on so many things. He talks about he has done a lot for the constituency of Sani Mentoring. He would want to bring development projects like infrastructure, roads, and all those facilities which are going to be good for the public. Except if you have a question, I hardly hear what you are saying.
I was just asking, ngaje as Babagale Jallow me anako anyintemento atlemu deputy of the Sani Mentoring anata puruka la kaito futandi ani kibatala diamota ay munefo.
Baraka bake Aliou Cissé mbi janne kotenke Brikama IEC la office bato candidato min natanante mi yalon ko be député ya nyinola e ka volé Babagale Jallow ate bota Sani Mentoring constituency le Babagale mo molti mi yalon ko atabe carte nyinin kanne signa flanjon ba sanjilulu folo nyinke National Assembly bu ngotole mbenga lonne bari science intending abe lokan NPP le to yala ay nyine yitandi kibar talal lako ate niaja be nakan député bungoto pour ka carte ñini ko tenke folo ala molle laftala ala mol laftale pour ay murun nang bawa be doku kendo minna ya ñini ka o doku la aman doku jama fo ay min fodron wala ñinti ko ha ate a traile pour ka lo mol la ñatota ay million ko lebala constituency economy mo Sani Mentoring wo kono ay silol la ko fo jele ako silol dol bi je mi an ko man bete o silol ñanta ka doku le ya ñini ka fanan akabe funding kel sembentu yala nga ñinin ka o fondin keli bo sembentu yala no ñadila ay ñine fo ala diamo ñin kono ko ate bo kala ñamen wala ñinti ko Gambia nga ba soto le ba mi alon ko ñel bije ñe jamal so aba a jelala ko ñatota e soto o ñe demo ñin na karola o ñe demo ñin ni dara jibe wala ñindi ko Gambia ka ñi min soto aba wafela no ñaadilo fondin kel se do ko soto no je ñame akada be lola o ko lela bar ni ñinin ka ako ñimbe ke no la ñaadi la député bu ngodo ba mbe ngala ne ko député la do ko mindi ni dunda National Assembly kono ni ila carte fayo ñinke foy pareta wala ñindi ko ka jibe le man sakunda la lual la karola banko la loi ñanta ka tamani minna ka jibe loi jumal wala ñanta ka banko ñin samba ñaato yow lual ñin jibe ye kisi kende ke ne atara mu lual de mi alon ko a jarta pour itol député ñin ye songa lual la yow lual ñin tambindi ne atara lual la fana mu mi alon ko fana ta kala banko la ñaato tati wo se ke lual de mi alon ko dali ba fala ko hani ñin lual ñin sifa ñin de sonna ñin na ise sifa na ye man sakunda kisi ka jibe e be banko la economy ñin tamandi ka ñaadi wolon banko la sotodi ala nafulo na la fanko ñing o fana mbe mu kulete mi anko député la do ko la ngodi bari jamal bi je ni nata nanje ka fole mbe yirwa do ko samala nam molen ne mbe ñatota samala nam mole ali wole be ke kanjang ni atare be la moy kan na background o ñinde be musico moy kanje hani sa en comme ngamin fo en ndron tantangol be busa kanjan ne musical sound system aka munda ko député dole fana nata place o ñini mi alon ka dun tan science ending afana mo molde mi alon kana la mol nata nan mba ñinin karo kala ñata do mande jumala ñin jipitete sa ending ali wala be ke kan jam folo
baraka bake Mamadou Gadiaga sun taskat xibaar yi Mamadou Gadiaga moy nekkal fele ca Brikama dañu wax na rek ñam ne mo nekk Babagale Jallow moo fa jóge ko léegi ni Babagale Jallow mu ngi contest under Sani Mentoring constituency ci NPP moom nag dañ ko faloon ci 2017 mu contest under UDP, and if you go back to records you will realize that in 2017 he won the Sani Mentoring constituency polling 6,449 votes. 6,449 votes, that's what he got. in the last parliamentary election in 2017 under the then under UDP, because he contested under UDP in 2017. And Sani Menteng is one of the biggest constituencies with 53,264 registered voters. That's what they have.
It used to be under the then
common of the powerhouse.
Yeah, so, but yeah. I mean,
what do you make of his reaction, Jenaba?
Yeah,
he's
so
a sitting
for me,
MP. He was there when the draft constitution was rejected. In fact, he was among those who actually voted against all those things.
That's exactly what caught my attention, because the journalist there was trying to press him to understand why he was not in favor of that particular draft constitution. And he pointed out irregularities, talking about judges being paid $30,000, which will have to continue even when they retire. And also he talks about all the issues that has to do with the draft constitution there.
Jennifer, I'll come back to you. I understand my colleague Umar P. Jallo is now on the line from Banjul. Umar P., what more can you tell us from Banjul?
Thank you very much, Aliu. We arrived in Banjul about 30 minutes ago, and we understand from our findings that the parties that we are scheduled to submit their nominations papers were the NPP, the NRP, and the NUP parties. And but then all the NUP and the NRP are not putting up candidates in Banjul. They instead are backing the NPP, and these two candidates, because they are the only two submitting their papers, they did appeal to the IEC to push their time, which was scheduled for them to be in here by 9, to be pushed to 11 o'clock. So it is now after 11, but we are yet to see the expected two candidates, which are Usman Abu Wada of Banjul South and Samanjai of Banjul North. But any moment from now, we are expecting to see these two candidates of the NPP to submit their nomination papers to the IEC. Yes.
Umar, how is the atmosphere there in terms of the security and all that?
Hello?
How is the atmosphere there, security-wise? How is the security situation there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ali. As usual, the security is all over. All over, position in strategic locations at the gate, the entrance, and even around the structure. Closely securing the premises of the IEC. And I can also see observers around, local observers are also present. The media, facing journalists are also, well positioned. I can hear from the background now the expected candidates are entering now the premises of the IEC.
If you can just summarize what you have said in the local languages, please, Umar.
Thank you very much, Aliu. Abeko Maringo Membeng GD kan sainten QTV implementale Banjul State of Diamond Alum did ya amen nyane wala ñin parti stable wala ñant ndala lum te anela nomination paper submit melmo NPP party oti NRP ani NUP bari alanata ke ñim parti fulol melmo NRP ni NUP ti wol man na ay mol londi Banjul wala tinna NPP damale be député londi la Banjul ñim parti stable mel yalam ko wala ñanta ke la kaytol asudande bi jang ba wo kamala NPP ba wo tol damale be submit la bi waati lay fle daanelo ke IEC la pour yela wato ñori bawo yetol wato men dilal wala telan kono to somanda waati lay daanelo ke pour ya ñorindi ko tan tan anen kilin pour isina kutano IEC pour la jang pour tela c'est pas sol submit o kamala mo fula wala NRP wala londi Banjul melmo honorable Usman Abu Wadati membe lola Banjul South constituency ka wasira ngo ñine NPP to yala aning Samba Njai membe lola Banjul North NPP to yala ka wasira ngo sana ñine bari sainteng am selentin IEC la fundato tantandu affaire sita bari sayne ma fango be futata pour ka mo flol dan IEC bayete jang security bi janne mutanko bundati wol fanambe loring be dulañi garde kanne pour ka je ko folbe ta nyama observal bi jang mel yalan ko wol fanam mu jibel wol be sirin jang ka cross ke dron
saje ko ning pol men manta nyama e fanasi wo lankema moliye pour ya lo nyama wo fana bijan kibar talal bijan wala tembo to sen kantem Banjul Aliou
si Olof ak Pol.
Unfortunately, man, so have all of this bigger on why Monaco think si Lumamon.
Wow.
You like a listed on TCB, Manglen Nekal Peace, Banjul IEC office B, Sumnekaninat, they come Ningen Hamere, NCT, NRT, NUC, Warren, Pur submission nomination papers. Why Allah Defnak, NRT and NUC. ñoom pour benn candidat ci Banjul ñoom dañu nekk di boot parti NCP bi pour ñooñu mën a taxawal Banjul ñun NCP taxawal nag ñooñu ñooy Ousmane Abu Wada ku taxaw di ut toogu Banjul South bi ak Samba Ndiaye koo xam ne nag moom la parti NCP bi taxawal pour mu ut toogu bu Banjul Nord bi ñoom ñaari nag ñoo war a teewu fii comme ni ngeen ko xamee rek NCP nag dañ leen waxtu buñ leen tànnaloon mooy juróomi ñeneen ci waxtu ci suba la gars yi waroon na ñëw waaye gannaaw ñoom rek wala submit seen papers tey dañ ñaanoon IEC pour gars yi tuutal leen waxtu bi ba fukk ak benn waxtu ci suba pour gars yi mun a ñëw submit seen papers yi su nekk ne nag buñ àggee fii gis nañ ci sécurité bi tamit mooy buntu kaaraange bi ñoom tamit ñu ngi fii ñu ngi def seen liggéey ñu international local observers yi ñoo xam ne ñoom tam seen liggéey mooy nekk fii di seetaan daal loo xam ne daal mbir mi nu moo demee da jaar na yoon da jaarul yoon ñoom tam ñoom fii ñu ngi def seen liggéey fu mu nekk ni nag ñu ngi gis gars yi ñu ngi dugg si baye bi pour ñëw def lu war lu gars yi war a def pour moyen ne submit seen papers yi loolu moo nekk di xew fii nii Banjul Aliou fu mu nekk nii bu si nekk toogee laaroo de kii bi amni musitamo Amar Sy Diallo min on ni wonani to Banjul IEC office maɓɓe ɗo ɗo wonɗo no gandu toon ni rek hannde oɗo nde to ñalande ɗum woni balɗe jeenayi lewru maaji hannde woni ñalande ngannduɗa ko oɗo parti NCP NRT e NUP ko kamɓe fotno addude kaysi maɓɓe fi yettina ɗo ɗo IEC ɗum noon woni ñalande ngannduɗa ko ɓen ɗo fotno ardude ɗo fi ɗaɓɓude on ɗon nomination fi ɓe mbawa uritane dammuɗe fi ɓe mbawa darade ɗaɓɓude wona ɗin ɗon député aji kono ɗo woniri ni NRP e NUP ɓen ɗon woni yimɓe ɓe ngannduɗa ɓen ɗon ɓe darnani fi ɗaɓɓude ɗin ɗon firange kamɓe ko ɓeeɗo NCP ɓe maaɗi fiɓe mbawa yiide ɓen ɗon mbawi hedde wona ɓen ɗon firange ɗum ɗon saabi ɓe ɓayɗa ko NCP tan woni ɓe ngannduɗa kamɓe darnata e nder Banjul ɓe ɗiɗo parti ji tati cuɓanoɗo fi arde hannde ɗum ɗon saabi ha NCP wawi toro IEC fiɓe mbawa ɓe oftudanal no ɓe mbawiri pusde
a jarama
sultanama ha waktuji sappo e goho joni noon waktuji sappo e goho foti e joni ɓe naati ni oɗo wonɗo ɓe mbawi ladde eɗo IEC eɗo wonɗo fiɗe mbawa
a jarama thank you very much Omar P. Jallow. That's my colleague Omar P. Jallow. We are giving us the latest update from Banjul. We now go to Brikama, where we understand Malanding Jabang, who is contesting under NPP for Brikama South, has also arrived now at the IEC regional office in Brikama to file in his nomination papers. Like you have heard, those are live images you are seeing on your screen from Brikama. Like you have heard from my colleague Omar P. Jallow, NPP is contesting in Banjul South and Banjul North. In the last parliamentary election in 2017, PPP won in Banjul South, PDOIS won in Banjul North. NPP wants to take this seat from PDOIS and PPP, but then they are not contesting in Banjul Central because Mohammed Ndaw of PPP is contesting. So Mohammed Ndaw will be at the IEC regional office tomorrow, Thursday, to also make his to file in his nomination as a sitting MP of Banjul Central. If you go by records, you will realize that in the last December election, NPP won in all these three constituencies. Now, Malanding Jabang is now talking to the press. Let's take a listen.
Just the media. It's not us. You have no business with us. Honestly. Just the media. Yeah.
Well, viewers, that's Malanding Jabang.
Okay, Mr. Bolong Jaba.
Mr. Malanding B. Jaba.
Malanding B. Jaba.
Yes.
Thank you for your time because just take us through a little bit your nomination process before we go into it.
And first I wrote a letter of application to the the constituency committee that I want to contest for Brikama South seats. And then later I was issued a form from the party national executive to fill, which I did, and it was verified and been accepted. And there they endorsed me as a candidate.
Are you better prepared now to serve your people? Are you prepared?
Yes, indeed, I'm very much prepared because I know my people have hope in me. So that hope, I'm ready to fulfill it without fear or favor whatsoever.
What are some of the main concerns? The main concern that your people are going through, and you want to make sure that all those are met when you are voted into parliament?
Actually, Brikama South constituency is one of the biggest constituency in the Gambia and the most populated. If not the most populated, but it's one of the most populated constituency in the Gambia. But it has so many issues that need to be addressed. First, there are so many bad roads within Brikama South, and those are very important issues that need to be addressed because when it rains, people find it difficult, to reach their home. Sometimes if they must go in the water, or they take a long route to reach their home. So some of these issues I have to put it forward to the government, and also look for NGOs support from NGOs and all other philanthropies in order to address some of those situations.
Sir, did you know the main function of the National Assembly?
Yes, their main function is making laws and oversight functions.
Your constituency is very big. Will you ensure a proper decentralization?
Yes, indeed. I'm somebody who believes in decentralization, and I always want to act on it as well. I don't only want to believe in it, but I also want to act on it.
So why do you think you are the best candidate out of the rest?
Because I'm a selfless community worker. I have been serving my community for so many years without anything. First I'm the Secretary General of the Brikama Market Committee, and so many issues that affecting most people, the most less privileged, I always stand for them to see that what they want is being met. And I also stand to advocate for anything that is disturbing them in order to have their freedom in the market. And market is a very important issue for me because there are so many important issues that need to be addressed. And definitely, key among them is the condition of the sanitation and all sorts. So I'm ready to cooperate with the government in order to help to remedy some of those situations. But my constituency first.
What are some of not on our side? Time is not on our side. They are alerting us. Just in briefly, what do you have to share with us?
Actually, what I want is Brikama South is a big constituency, but the youth are more than anyone thing. So I want to stand by the youth to help them address some of their problems, and also the women, most of women vendors and those in the gardens too, to support them so that they can meet their wish and aspiration.
Thank you for that.
Welcome, sir. Pardon? I couldn't get your first words.
I said, you mentioned your constituency having so many problems. How do you intend to support them? How will you do that to solve their problems?
Yeah, anyway, I'm going to the assembly. I'm going to the house, and I'm in the NPP party, and I know that what the president wishes for the country. So I will support that agenda fully, so that some of those problems can be solved.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Well, viewers, that is Malanding Jabang of Brikama South contesting under the NPP ticket. In Brikama South, we have 37,000. I understand my colleague Modu Gajaga is. Gajaga, what more can you tell us from that interview with Malanding Jabang of Brikama South?
Well, Aliu, I think in his interview, what really sums it up is about talking about supporting the president's agenda at the closing of his interview with the press. He said he's running under the NPP ticket after answering questions concerning people in the Brikama South constituency. What are some of their concerns? He said the roads are in a very bad condition and they need to be fixed, especially in the rainy season. Almost everywhere is waterlogged. If you are a resident of Brikama, like myself, you know, those are challenges that everyone has been through. And most of those bad roads are in the Brikama South constituency. He said, talking about fixing that. But how, again, how is he going to do that? Well, for him, he talks about philanthropists and how when he goes to the National Assembly to support bills that are progressive, and you know, so many other things when it comes to youth matters, youth employment, and issues like that are things that he mentioned in this interview. But Aliu, it's very, very difficult to understand some of these aspirants, how they are going to implement some of these things. Well, there is another contestant who also just came in. We will give you more updates about that. But so far, Aliu, just to say a little bit about what he said in Mandinka, Badingol, min nata nan science identika vole Malanding Jabang atabe lokang min toyala ja wolam Brikama South and abe min nyini kang dro wolam National Assembly Palasoti ako nata na Brikama South dingol be batarim bakele ni nata jibe fenko ni na Karola silol la Karola sako sama kono amu kuleti mi alon ko ke silol ke batandi bake ila tani na ka kole bulu bake o mu kuldi mi alon ko wata sulale wala atnabe lokan pour ka nyim place o nyini akona bota je fanan a je ko fanan doku ko mu problème wol de fondinke la Karola anin ku jaman jamangol mi alon ko ay wolle sata jang kabrin kibar talal ya nyini ka barin abaw kuol kala nyamin pour ka wo yirwal kuol nyin samanan wala mu kudi mi alon ko aman sene ya bake anin fana nyine fo ko ala kumo nyina bandulato wala nyindu ka be president wala nyatota kuol abol sementu yala le natara ya eleka dunda député bungoto wala nyindi ko NPP parti yo nyi wala president wala nyatota kuol abelolo o fiel saya kamunda ta kanyine itandi molla ko anatra president balola man sakunda e ko samana National Assembly to mi alon ko mol ka ko nyi ngun le demanding atebo support la le ala diamo nyi kono ay wala itandi saya mbo tembe dal to jang sa murung kadine do fana nata fo nyato do mandi ali
okay Mamadou Gajaga there currently at Brikama, and let's hear from him. That candidate is Malanding Jabang aspiring to contest in Brikama South constituency under the NPP ticket. Currently, the Brikama South constituency has 37,720 registered voters, and if you go back to records, you realize that in the last presidential election in December, NPP got 14,425 votes against the UDP, who pulled 11,353 votes in that presidential election. NPP, Malanding Jabang, Jenaba, Langen Jachi Wahambi. One hay you body mune mom, he is a community worker, negana si market be aku.
Well, last I guess confidence behind others. Why Lolo is something that you get to build as you move. But something of a concern is when he said that he is in for NPP's, he's there for NPP's agenda. That is what he said. So I don't know if I'm right. But for me, you know, using a ticket of a political party to vie for these positions is one thing. But also, you have the right to disagree with certain things if you are in parliament and you feel like it's not the right thing to do. So for me, for a person vying under a particular political party to come and say they are going to dance to the tune of that particular political party, and they did not come out to say if it is detrimental or if it is okay, you know what I mean? I just feel like these things should be separated. And so I don't know if you agree with me on this one.
So, you know, it's okay to support your party's agenda and policies.
Yeah.
You know, but it should never supersede the national
interest.
That's
what I'm trying to say.
Right?
Yeah. So
it should never supersede
I was
the national
expecting
interest.
him to say that, oh, if it's detrimental, then I'll pull back.
And wherein you have a situation where, you know, your party interest clashes with the national interest, you should always prioritize national interest.
Right.
One thing I like about the past parliament is the fact that NAMs have been very independent. We've had situations where some of them have, you know, supported, you know, bills or even policies, or, you know, made some very important statements that are not in line with what their party wants.
Right.
And for me,
interesting. And Sumana, like you are saying on the screen, those are the live images simultaneously coming from Brikama and Kanifing IC regional offices where candidates of NPP are still coming into file in their nomination papers. And Sumana, yes.
Yes. So I think that you know is something that you know they should all pay attention to. But again, remember, I mean, they are running on the party tickets, and these parties have ideologies. Yeah. They have policies that they think better suit our system in terms of development.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, it's difficult, really. It's like a catch-22.
Yeah.
But again, you look at Brikama South constituency. You know, it used to be a UDP stronghold. But going by the past presidential elections, you realize that the NPP, you know, had what? Almost 2,000 votes more. They won in the constituency. Now they're putting up a candidate there as well. I'm sure even the UDP and other parties will do the same. But yeah, I mean, we look forward to seeing candidates of other parties as well that will be coming in. But again, I just want to say something quickly to our colleagues out there. I don't know if they're watching.
Yeah.
You know, that they're mindful of how they handle things out there.
They're on live TV, so their conduct there is important. You know,
And putting conduct aside, please ask the right questions.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like this aspiring parliamentarians are not being asked the right things. There are a lot of things at Parliament. There are a lot of questions to ask in relation to what they want to do, ranging from debt financing, going to the draft constitution, which was rejected, gender policies, and all of that. So conduct is important, like you mentioned, because it's life, but then let's just ask the right questions to be able to inform our electorates, just so they make the right decisions, because they're depending on us to make a decision halfway, we like it or not. That's why we're seated here today.
Thank you very much, Jennifer Songkwan and Sumana. So, Nyasi viewers, you're reminded you're still watching QTV, and we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue. As you are seeing on your screen, another candidate from Kanifing is now taking the request. Let's take a listen to know who the candidate is.
We've checked through all the documents that you submitted, and we are pleased to inform you that you fulfill all.
No, it's okay. If they are said, we can go on. No,
why next, Mr. Njai?
Mr. Njai, you spent 5 years as a representative of the people of Radikunda Sabi. What makes you convinced that they should take you back to that office?
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a very good question. The reason why I'm coming back as a National Assembly member, during the past 5 years, we have worked out a lot of policies. That policies including the bills that have been tabled at the level of the National Assembly. Key among those bills is the health insurance bill, access to information bill, access to other financial bills. And then also we are working on other bills. And I believe coming back will give an opportunity to perform an oversight over all those bills to make sure that they are implemented. Because it's not just a matter of passing the bill at the level of the Parliament, but it's a matter of also implementing the bill so that those that should benefit from the bill. So this is the reason why I come back to people of Latrikunda Sabiji, asking for their vote, to vote for me, to go back to the Parliament, and then do those jobs for them. Not only Latrikunda Sabiji, but for the people of the Gambia at large.
That's part of your experience. You still miss some of your documents. How do you react to that?
No, I didn't miss any of the documents.
The sample photo is not there.
No, the sample photo, there is no time frame to submit the sample photo. Thank you.
Honorable, what will you do when you are elected to go back to the Parliament?
It's what I always do different. I do difference every day. So I will continue to do that difference when I'm voted back to Parliament. That difference, go all over the world, they will tell you what those differences are.
You voted against the draft constitution.
Yes.
If the same draft constitution without changes brought before you people again,
yes,
would you still vote for it or you will vote against it?
Depending on the scenario on the ground.
How confident are you to make sure that the anti-corruption bill is passed?
Anti-corruption is at the level of the parliament, and it will be passed. Thank you.
Hey. Well, viewers, that is Honorable Sekou Marang, the sitting National Assembly member for Kunda Sabaji constituency. He was elected in 2017 under the UDP ticket and cross-carpeted to the NPP, and because of that, he is maintained under the National People's Party. In 2017, Sekou Marang won that constituency, polling 4,608 votes, followed by JB Bah of APRC with 4,422, and Ibrahim Nyang, who is coming back again on the GDC and Sumana, the same Ibrahim Nyang that we had the other time, pulled 1,076 votes. There you have Sekou Marang coming back to secret election.
Yeah. I think we should throw this question back to Aliu. You know why? Because he's the one on a on a daily basis reporting on the parliament. He was there before. You can just tell us what has been his focus at the parliament.
I think we have to go back. We go to Brikama now. Sekuba Jaju is also now talking to the press. Busumbala constituency.
Second time, you're seeking re-election. Why?
Why? The question could be very much perfectly answered by my people, because this is the second time representing them. They feel it deemed necessary that I have represented them well to the best of my ability. I have done what is expected of me in the parliament, and I have done what is expected of me to be able to be done in my constituency. So for that being the case, my people have the confidence to get me back to the parliament.
When you were being elected for the first time as the National Assembly member, you run under the UDP ticket. This time, you've completely turned around to be a different person, that is an NPP party. Tell us, how is this going to help you or affect your chances of winning?
It has no impact, no affection to my politics. It's the people that voted candidates into the position. So I have the people of the Busumbala constituency behind me. So a party is just a tag, that an identity, but the people concerned, that matters. So my people, the people of Busumbala constituency, are with me. So I have no problem of coming with a new tag.
Well, suppose you're re-elected, what are some of the things that you are going to contribute to change the lives and the livelihood of people of Busumbala constituency?
The question would have been best, what have you done first with them to continue? My job is just to continue the progressive development that I started with my people. The participation as a function of the National Assembly is just to go and participate eminently to the best interest of your people in the parliament. I will continue doing that, to scrutinize government, to support the government in the best interest of my people, and also continue on the projects that I started that are in the interest of my people in my constituency. Because when I was voted in 2017, there are some aspects of areas that have been given to me by my people to go and advocate for them whenever issues arise in the parliament. That's water, electricity, schools, education, youth and sports, women empowerment in the gardens, health, road constructions. So these are some of the things that my people gave me. And then I took it up on myself. I went to the government, I put it to the government, because my job in the parliament is to advise government's programs and policies which will impact the life of my people. I have done that. I got approval, assurance from the government that coming in the near future, the main road in my constituency, that is from Brikama to Mandinaring, to Buffalo, to Makumbaya, Kubone, Galoya, Kubarko, to the airport, will be constructed, which I am able to get that through my participation in the parliament. But notwithstanding, government process are slow. Also, what do I do at my own level? I go to the people to make sure that I get some assistance from them. In the side of women empowerment, I'm able to fence some gardens through the help of some assistance. I dig boreholes. I have 11 communities in my constituencies. Almost I have dig boreholes in all these constituencies to alleviate the suffering of my people in the side of water, because government don't come fast, but it's my duty to put it to government, but also to go and lobby for it. I have done that. I am able to advise and influence government programs until I get 2 health posts or health clinics in my constituency, newly built, and 3 ambulances for my people to ease the communication or the transportation of sick in and outside of the communities to the nearest hospital. I got that. And then sports at my own level. Every year I donate youth with sporting materials for them to be able to do their inheritance. But I also got assurance from the Minister of Youth and Sport that the football field at Busumbala will be fenced, and the football field at New Yundum will be upgraded to a standard where the problem that they used to have during the rainy season will be minimized. So these are some of the things that I have done in my constituency, and my people feel deemed necessary for me to give another chance for me to continue. And then in the pipelines, I have that of the Mandinarim football field, and Makumbaya is also given a very big land by the community. I am working on it with the Minister of Youth and Sport to recognize that area behind the airport as a zonal center, so that the youth can also benefit, be able to participate in the first and second, third division tournaments, at that side. So obviously, these are some of the.
In light of your upset, do you think that you have really delivered on expectations?
Yes, I think from the people, they will just tell me I didn't owe them. At first, when they were expecting me or electing me, they just have hope in me, what I will do it. This time, they are telling me, you have owed us, we will pay you back. So that means I will deliver more than what I have done.
All right, thank you very much. Time is up.
Well, viewers, that's Sekuba Jajo, the incumbent.
Sekuba Jajo, if you like, you can call him a controversial figure, controversial in the sense that this is someone who has contested the National Assembly elections for the first time under the UDP ticket, and this time it is the NPP that he is contesting the National Assembly election for Busumbala constituency. Yes, he's also talking about some of the developmental programs, among them road infrastructure in his constituency, boreholes, and some youth empowerment developments that he brought to the constituency. Well, Aliu, so far, Sekuba is very confident, even though he's also going to face stiff opposition from the UDP contestant. We all know is Mamadou Sabali, who is also going to challenge him in that constituency, plus other candidates also who are vying for the same constituency for other parties. Aliu, if you have any questions.
Just briefly in Mandinka, what has he been saying, Sekuba Jajo?
Yeah, Aliou Cissé Baraka Bake, mfele Ali Jambir Kama Hanisang, candidate sol mi alon ko wolle be lo kan NPP toyala ning Busumbala constituency ka fa Sekuba Jaaju ate to farman sata bakele bawo nyi mankata la signa foloti pour kalo nyi député ya carte fayola signa folo lota la nung a gagneda bare wato amu UDP la député lota UDP la toyala mol nata carte fa Busumbala constituency anata win ay sanji lulo nyin si sabe la filine pour ka palaso nyin ka soto kotenke o ka nyini signa fula njang wonyiro nyin kono ay nyine foko ate ni ajaba muruna National Assembly wala be la fila mon la carte la ko dem pour carte fa wala nyinde abe do ko minna pour ay continuer wo do ko wala o do ko kono fale ako silol mil bala ma fangol la atata le fo tundu konanto mi yalon ko ila silol jio fana nakarola aning fondinkel pour ka loyla nyatota la gadin kuwol be ay ol fanan kacale aning pour ka la fana nyini dam yalon ko football fi lolong fondinkel nyanda ka play damento ay ku jamal le fo dal mi yalon ko akol be mu yirwa ko leti wala yatinna busubalan kol wol nyanda ka carte fa en ando carte fa yo nying andung ate nyanda ka gagnele ala jikola karola bari comme nga fo nyaming ate abe lodo no UDP le to yala non baranata falinne akafuda NPP ma saimbo tembe dal do tending candidate sol bina kan killing sainteng ni mang feeling safo mo fulawol to koma ni wol nata nang NPP la mo la karola obe bannale sa partido ni wol binala talan saba ma fon la Aliou Cissé ñine be ke kan jam Brikama
Abaraka Bake, Modu Gajaga giving us the latest update from Brikama, where you have heard from Sekuba Jajo, who is seeking re-election for Busumbala constituency. He was elected in 2017 on the UDP ticket, polling 8,475 votes against APRC, who got 4,937. Jerry Sanyang Kantong Marina of GDC polled 879 votes, and Musa Sise of PDYS polled 1,040 votes. These were the results of the 2017 parliamentary election, where Sekuba Jaju won on the UDP ticket, and he is now contesting on the NPP ticket. I understand my colleague Ibrahima Jallo in Janjanbureh is also on the line. Ibrahima Jallo, what is the latest now from Janjanbureh? Hello, Ibrahima. Ibrahima, we are struggling to build that connection with Ibrahima Jallo. But like I said, I mean, Sekuba Jaju is now contesting under the NPP ticket, and Sumana, if you are to go by the last presidential election in December, we saw the NPP winning in Busumbala constituency, getting 20,072 votes against UDP. This was quite tight. UDP got 19,177 votes, a margin of just less than 1,000 votes. Sekuba Jaju contesting under NPP, and then UDP is going to put up another candidate. This Busumbala constituency is going to be a tight race.
The situation in Busumbala is akin to that of Woolly and that of Serekunda West as well. But then again, I mean, Honorable Sekuba Jaju has also been one of those very outspoken names in the past parliament. But remember, when he was coming into parliament, it was through the UDP ticket. Now he's contesting under a different party ticket, the NPP. If we're to go by the last elections, then it's going to be tough for him.
Very tough.
If we're going to go by the presidential election results, I mean, he can be hopeful for sure. Again, you look at the caliber of candidates that he's going to contest against. This is undoubtedly going to be one of the toughest really, battlegrounds as far as these parliamentary elections is concerned. But again, here's a guy who has, you know, physical evidence of his contribution within his constituency. You know, he's facilitated some, you know, developmental projects within the constituency that we've all seen, because I remember personally I've covered 2 or 3 of those for the news. But yes, that is one of the reasons why he's elected into office.
Well, viewers, those images are seen from Kanifing Regional IC office, where we understand Mustafa Low of Serekunda West constituency.
I feel very happy. Among so many people, they decided to choose me. I'm very pleased about it, and I know I will fulfill whatever task is ahead of me.
Since you are new when it comes to involving in politics, let me know who are you and what have you achieved so far before this day?
I think you would be making a great mistake if you say I am new in politics. I believe I have been in politics for the past 30 years, since the days of NCP and PPP. I was the youngest politician then on a political platform. Dembo Byforce is here, he could be a living witness. So I am not new to this. And 2017, I was also a candidate. I contested the Serekunda West constituency. So I am not new in politics. Well, actually, youths were among the people who already applied to get the seat, but I was very fortunate to get it. Basically, that's it. So what will you prioritize? What are your priorities if you are elected? Well, to fulfill the dreams and aspirations of the president. In line, would you listen? Would you listen? In line with our manifesto. That's it. The manifesto of the NPP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's Mustafa Law there speaking to the press. Mustafa Law is contesting in Serekunda West constituency under the NPP ticket, where already we have a CA has put up a candidate. Nene Freda Gomez is contesting for CA in Serekunda West constituency. UDP is going to put up a candidate as well.
Yeah. So
and this is somebody who said, he's been in politics for over 30 years. Even in the 2017 election, he had contested.
Yeah.
So he's coming back with a chance.
There.
The experience is there.
Yeah. But anyway, let me bring this up again. We were debating or discussing that we cannot assess the amount of young people who will be vying for these different constituencies. But so far, with what you've seen, what's your assessment, Eso?
I mean, with the exception of the Kerewan area, I think for West Coast region, the Ponies, and even down to the Congress, the representation of young people, from what we've seen so far, it's very low, and I would want to see, I hope in the coming days we would see more young people. Don Williams, of course, told us day before yesterday, and even yesterday, that for the Kerewan area, you have more young people, showing interest. So I would want to see the same in West Coast region, in Banjul as well.
Yeah, and I think so. We need to be careful here when candidates come and say we are here to execute the aspirations of the president. I think they should be careful when it comes to that, when it comes to saying that, because he had to take a moment to take it back to say in line with our manifesto. Yeah.
I think this is that was the reason why there were, I think, several follow-up questions to that statement he made, and you can see his reaction. I think
he had to quickly.
I think it occurred to him that I have to say something. I have to say more.
Yeah.
It's not bad because, I mean, like President Obama would say, I mean, hoping that your commander-in-chief fails means hoping that your country fails.
Right.
We all want the president to succeed.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, remember you are there to represent not just the party or not just to help the president, but to serve your constituents and the Gambian people in general.
Yeah.
So when you speak, it should be more about national.
And by way of updates, we're getting information that the Banjul South aspiring candidate on the NPP, Usman Abu Wada, has already presented his papers to the IEC regional office in Banjul. And as we speak, Banjul North, Sambanjai, is on the process of presenting his nomination papers. Ansman, you can continue.
Yeah, so, I mean, like I was saying, if you were to say anything, it should be more about the people, the country, and then you talk about your party. Because you have to also remember that the party, is formed by Gambians. It consists of Gambians. So when you speak, it should be more about the people than the party. In as much as, we all love our parties, we all want our parties, to succeed, we're there for our party leaders, but it should always be more about the people and the country. And I mean, even from the president's speeches, even all these party leaders, they'll tell you more about the country. So for us that are within the party, or contesting, through the party, should ensure that whatever we're saying, the national interest comes first.
Yeah. I think going back to Busumbala constituency, it's a very tough one because when it comes to Honorable Momodu Sabally as well, I can see how...
It's not certain yet but he's the one that UDP has endorsed.
Obviously it's not certain.
Exactly.
No one is certain at this point in time, but we go by what is available.
We have a problem in Serekunda as well.
Yeah.
We're not sure. We know they had some little issues here and there as to who would contest, to the party ticket. Either Honorable Madi Sise or Honorable Yakumba Jaite. We understand at some point they were saying, okay, Honorable Madi Sise would go ahead. But that we still can't confirm until when they filing the nomination papers.
We can't confirm anything because just this morning NPP decided to change Fatou Bojang. So we, as of now, as we speak, any changes can happen. But with what we have seen, for me, Busumbala constituency is quite tough because when it comes to Honorable Momodu Sabally, we know how he is good at standing up for issues. And now we have Sekou Bajaju there, who has tangible evidence of things that he has done for his constituency and, legislature that he has also fought for in parliament. So I think it's going to be a tough one.
Viewers, those images are coming from Brikama, where another NPP candidate is is presenting. Ibrahima Jallow is now on the line from Janjanbureh. Ibrahima, what is happening in Janjanbureh now?
Thank you very much, Aliu. And we are still at the Janjanbureh IEC office in the CRR, US. The nomination is going on fine, and as you can see, the ambience here is very high. So I'm standing right now here with the upcoming candidate for NCP in the Upper Plateau West, Bakari Kora. So I would like to put him on phone so that he can tell us some of his stance for being the candidate of NCP in the Upper Plateau West. Bakari Kora, what gives you the mind and courage to protect this upcoming election?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibrahima. Just like as I said before, that my people have been marginalized for many years because during the tourism part, that is Chawara regime and Jamnes regime, the people of Upper Plateau, we haven't enjoyed any infrastructural development from this new government. So the coming of this new dispensation under the leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, I thought wisely that taking part in politics, I can bring a lot of rapid development in my constituency. So that is why I also joined to take part in election in the Upper Plateau constituency.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I
intention to vie for this, their difficulties and problems by fully representing them at the National Forum. So I know that I am the people's choice because I passed through the rigorous process. So I know vividly well that I will be elected come December 4th to mount that position as Combo East now in the National Assembly.
You said your constituency has been represented for quite a long time. What are some of the problems that the constituency are facing, and if elected, what will you do to tackle those issues?
Poor road network, infrastructures, electricity and energy, lack of adequate schools, lack of health facilities, and social amenities, many of the social amenities, and also socio-economic advancement. You know, in development, you have to start from the how people life and livelihood. If people's life and livelihood is not being addressed, any development to concrete it is going to be very difficult. So we're going to foster that kind of projects that we are yearning for to advance the life and livelihoods of our people, women, youth, children, to make sure they have a better education, to create scholarships, to create gardens, irrigation systems, youth sector, many students where they can do their sport and sporting activities, and also many other activities that I want to partake when I assume the office.
Okay, sir.
Sorry, I'm not done. I want him to tell me how. You've mentioned the problem, but how will you tackle it? It's not been answered.
That's very important. Any development, there should be concern of productivity, how we're going to achieve what we want to achieve. We all know the principal functions of the National Assembly members is principally three functions. That is representation, legislation, and oversight functions. As we all know, many people will say National Assembly members are not attached to a budget to partake their development aspirations. But my argument with them, I differed with them when it comes to my opinions. When you went to a health center, you were sick. You went to a health center or a hospital for treatment, and the doctor is sitting right in front of you. You have to talk, you have to explain your problems to him so that he can prescribe appropriate medicine for you so that you can be healed. But if you went there, you keep silence, you keep quiet, you don't explain to yourself thoroughly, or you under-explain to yourself, then you may risk of two things. Either go home with empty-handed without drug, or you will be given a poor prescription. So I know I can defend my constituency well, and I can engage the authorities who are with budgets to make sure we have our fair share from the cake.
Okay, you've mentioned different areas, but first, what have you been doing for them before?
That's very important. Socially, I've been interacting with them. Politically, I've been interacting with them. morally I've been interacting with them. That's why when I wanted to write this position, to vie for this position, it was very tough because the process was transparent. You know, we are 11 in numbers, so we went through a rigorous process. It's not like to handpick. So people do their homework before selecting me, and the selection also committee also comprised all 32 villages reps in that process. So I know they could have been doing their homework well before choosing me to represent them. Okay. So I know that I'm a better footing to represent them.
Can you break that down? What have you done socially, you know?
Yeah, socially we have been cooperating. Like for example, if somebody wants a project like boreholes, like roads or whatever, or school fees or whatever concern that may have, you don't have the capacity, you don't have the money, but you have the connection. You can just hear from them and do whatever you can do to make sure that their problems are mitigated. So even though it is not been addressed, but the step that you take, somebody can be appreciative of that. So that being the case, and also when it comes to politics, we've been on the ground, enlightening people, standing by their side, doing whatever we can do to foster the awareness, political awareness, and to mitigate also political tension that we inherited in this country, like hate speeches and all of a sort. So we have been there to guide them, to help them to be in a right footing when it comes to political maturity. So far so good. I have a good rapport with my community.
Yes, Mr. Damfa, of all the things that you've talked about, is about changing the life and livelihoods of people. You cannot do that without funding. Where are the funds going to come from?
First, this is a very important question. I will start from my own initiative. When my 6 months in the office, I will establish a trust fund, which I will name Kombo East Development Trust Fund. Charity begins at home. Before you wait for people to come and help you, you have to do something. Of course, yes, we have our cake at the national budget. I'm going to fight that one to make sure we have it. But I will start from the little that we have to make sure that we have our trust fund. We do our fundraising both locally and internationally to make sure we don't leave any stone unturned. We make sure we knock all the doors to make sure we have adequate funding, at least to do a quarter of the development, so that when the state have seen the necessary step that I'm taking, coming to my aid or coming to our aid will not be difficult.
But you have a representative for the last 5 years. Do you mean that he has done nothing when he comes to office since he was been elected as a representative?
Obviously, I don't want to talk much about him because he expelled himself before even his party expelled him. And if he had been doing it well, today some of the problems that we are facing, we could not have been facing that one. So that question, that answer, I think that question answered itself. He expelled himself before his party even comes to expel him. So that shows that he could have been, he was not there as what was expected of him.
Are you finally one more question?
I am really win is already sacrosanct, is there. We're now working on the margin, how we're going to deprive my opponents from getting their deposits. But the win is already there.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, viewers, that is Esa Damfa, who is contesting aspirant Gajaga.
Well, we don't. It appears.
Yeah, it appears Well, it appears I'm struggling to get Momodu Gajaga, our colleague there at Brikama. Like you have heard from that aspiring candidate, Esa Damfa, who is let's go with a short break and we'll be back soon.
Want it, order for it, and pay quickly using QuickPay on the QMoney platform. With great technology comes ease and convenience. Get a glimpse of what a comfortable life is with QMoney by dialing *323# now. Call 133 for more information. QMoney, Sunyu Kalpe.
QMoney and RIA just made it happen. Now you can receive international money transfer from RIA directly into your QMoney account with no additional cost. Once you receive an SMS alert about your transfer, walk into any QMoney agent across the country to receive your payment for free, or use the money immediately to buy credit, QPower, and other QMoney services. It's fast, safe, and convenient. For more info, call customer care on 133. QMoney, Sunyu Kalpe. Terms and conditions apply.
Begin your SUV life. S-Pass Motors, the new authorized dealer for Kia. Visit us today or call us on 3522 222 353 2222.
Everything I touch turns into light. I am the light at the end of the tunnel, and my technology is the answer. I am the happiness in your life. I keep you connected, and I am QPower. I am QCell. I am Sunyubus. We innovate, others follow. Call 111 for more information.
With so many things to do in a single day, it's important to have a network you can trust. When there's family and friends to connect with and business calls to make, you need a network that is reliable and fast. Talk longer, browse faster, go farther, and roam wider. When your network is solid, the world is your oyster. QCell, your trusted network in the Gambia.
Want it, order for it, and pay quickly using QuickPay on the QMoney platform. With great technology comes ease and convenience. Get a glimpse of what a comfortable life is with QMoney by dialing *323# now. Call 133 for more information. QMoney, Sunyu Kalpe.
Looking for the fastest and easiest way to receive money transfers from abroad? Well, QMoney and RIA just made it happen. Now you can receive international money transfer from RIA directly into your QMoney account with no additional cost. Once you receive an SMS alert about your transfer, walk into any QMoney agent across the country to receive your payment for free, or use the money immediately to buy credit, QPower, and other QMoney services. It's fast, safe, and convenient. For more info, call customer care on 133. QMoney, Sunyu Kalpe. Terms and conditions apply.
Begin your SUV life. S-Pass Motors, the new authorized dealer for Kia. Visit us today or call us on 352 222. 353 2222.
Everything I touch turns into light. I am the light at the end of the tunnel, and my technology is the answer. I am the happiness in your life. I keep you connected, and I am Q-Power. I am Qcell. I am Senior Boss. We innovate, others follow. Call 111 for more information.
With so many things to do in a single day, it's important to have a network you can trust. When there's family and friends to connect with and business calls to make, you need a network that is reliable and fast. Talk longer, browse faster, go farther, and roam wider. When your network is solid, the world is your oyster. Qcell, your trusted network in the Gambia.
Hello viewers watching the Q Time Show with me, Salami Susu. As we all know, it's International Women's Day, wherein we celebrate all women across the globe. And I will be talking to a phenomenal woman. She will tell us who she is, as well as what International Women's Day means to her. Stay tuned for an excerpt of that interview.
My name is Anna Sekasen. I'm a network engineer. I'm currently responsible for data networks in Qcell. By data networks, I mean both ISP and GSM. This is the internet and data on your telephones. I grew up in a family where my mom taught us that nothing was impossible. We are all girls, so we did not grow up feeling that we had to be in a certain field. We did whatever we wanted to do. And that's how I approach life as well. I'm an engineer. Right now, if you look at my floor, I'm the only woman. We have another female engineer on another floor, but that's it. I don't think being a female hinders me from doing anything. What men can do, women can do equally. I think we just need to encourage girls that there's no such thing as a difficult field, and whatever you put your mind to it, you can do it. So that's how I approach it, and that's how I'm able to succeed. I think International Women's Day is special, where we put the lenses on women, and we tell them that they are the pillars of society, and we need to make sure we bring up the younger generation so that they break the bias. That's the theme for this year. So breaking the bias means that, you should not think in terms of male and female dominated fields. Just look at it as a field. Like sciences, women are equally needed, and whatever field you want to be, you can equally succeed. So I believe that this year's theme is a good theme, and women are capable of doing whatever they put their minds to.
Well, viewers, you heard from the head of technical department here at Qcell what her take is on International Women's Day, what this day means to her. Happy International Women's Day to all women watching this program, and to say you can always actualize your dreams despite your gender. So being a woman should not stop you from actualizing your dreams. Happy International Women's Day once again. Let's break the bias.
Hello viewers, welcome back from that short break. You're still watching QTV and we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue. I am Aliou Cissé here with my colleagues Jenaba Sonko and Sumana Eso Nyasi. Well, before we went on the break, you have heard from three aspiring NPP candidates in the names of Esa Damfa, who is contesting in Kamba East constituency, Sekuba Jaju Busumbala constituency, and Honorable. Let's now go to break. Another candidate is there taking the press now. Ablaya Cissé.
You okay? Good afternoon, Mr. Cissé. Have you succeeded in submitting all the required documents for your nomination?
Yes, exactly. I have done that. What the IEC asked for, that is the requirement that you're supposed to submit to the Independent Electoral Commission. I have fulfilled all the requirements. I have submitted them, and my nomination is accepted by the IEC.
Okay. Why do you think among all the candidates contesting for your constituency, you were the best candidate?
Well, in 2017, when I was coming to office, I was not just an ordinary person in the constituency. I've been working with organizations within that part of the country. And I have done well. I mean, that is why the people choose me to contest for National Assembly election and won the election in 2017. Having done that in 2017 to date, I have done a lot of achievement. So coming to 2022, I expect the people in all Indian constituency to know better that the guy who can do the job better is Honorable Abdullah Cissé. So he is the person who is going to be chosen to contest for
this seat. You're seeking for re-election.
Exactly.
During your first term, what are some of the achievements that you brought to your constituents?
A lot of them I can count. I mean, personally, because when I came in 2017, they asked for water. I have given them 20 boreholes. They asked for scholarships. I have given 60 scholarships to schools going children. They asked for youth empowerment. I have given jerseys to football teams. They asked for schools. I have, advocated for school, and I have done a lot of other things that in that constituency that you can count. I mean, that is what I have done in the last 4 years. I mean, we are in the 5th year coming for re-election.
Mr. Cissé, your opponent Aliou Nyang just said here that you only work with those that are from outside Benin.
Well, this is politics. I mean, as a representative, I think I am representing everybody in that constituency, irrespective of your political affiliation, your tribe, or whatever. I mean, that is an opinion, and I think all the 14 villages in the constituency have felt my presence in their communities. I have done something in those communities. If you go there, you will find them. I mean, probably that is an opinion from a contestant who is contesting me in that constituency. That is not the real thing.
Now, assuming that you win the election, the parliamentary election, what do you want to achieve within the next 5 years?
I have a lot of plans as of now. Coming to 2022, perhaps we will continue with the developments that we have started, but we also have new things that we wanted to bring in the constituency. I mean, that is to first establish our constituency development committee that is going to look at the development of our constituency. And then we will concentrate more on the legislative process of the National Assembly. So first we will constitute a development committee, and our priorities will be put on the table. The committee will look at that, and then we will assess and see what we can do for the people, inshallah.
Right. Thank you.
Well, viewers, we now go to Kanifing regional office where Fatimata Jawara is also talking to the press.
And I benefited the development of a major hospital in Talinding with an ambulance.
What are your chances of returning back to the assembly?
Well, records are there to show. You've seen the crowd that accompanied me to this registration center, the nomination center. Just follow my campaign, you will see what I will promise my people.
So anything you promise, you're going to fulfill?
So
how committed are you in trying to make sure that the anti-corruption bill is passed? No, you have to answer. You are speaking.
It's not a pause for me to answer. It's not a pause for me to answer.
Somebody is directing me.
Nobody is directing me, and nobody can put words in my mouth. I will answer a question that I'm comfortable with. If I am not comfortable with it, I will not answer it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
They are speaking to the press at the IEC regional office in KM. And let's now go back to Brikama, where my colleague Modu Gajaga is on standby. Gajaga, where you were speaking to Honorable Abdullah Sise, who is seeking re-election for All Yundum constituency. He was first elected in 2017 under UDP. And
if you want me to put that in Mandinka, just in summary, well, this is the final NPP candidate for today in the Brikama IEC office, who filed in his nomination papers, and he said everything is intact and now waiting for the scrutiny process where he will be giving the go-ahead or otherwise. So that's Aliou Cissé comme mbe min fo kantendin drong felembe angale kan fo kambari wala nyinti ko ekafo mi Abdoulaye Cissé All Yundum constituency ate nyine mo ala signa fulanjangoti ba signa folo nyinga kele signa fulanjango nyinga ko mi ate na la molbe carte fayda wala nyinti ko yirwa ko samanang ala ma fon wala le mingeda boholo la karola di silo la karola anim project Jamal andunga kabe continue la odo ko wala le ando ba jelal ko fana nadunda député bun kono fanang man sa kundala sartol ni luwal minti a jibe wol fana nyanta ka tama nyamine bawo fana be bala do ko kono ya nyinin ka fo abe gagné sotola akate de gagné nyanga min fonoje wala nyinti ko min kala mole wodam ma nyanta tinala le pro ay gagné so ay nyine fo jang ka kumo nyin kunna sutiyandi nyata do man nyanda ka parti dol sotole bari amang koy ma follow nyim patil fo ye molondile bang nyin tundol la milialon ko wolle be Brikama la commanda mara bankol kanjang mo warawula NPP to ala wolle nata jam folo bi sa fo MPP la mo warawul be nata le be la kaytol dile saybe IC le batula pour que la kaytol nyin ke kiskisi ka jibe fo kaytol la mialon ko kaydi to bendi ngol fondung e manke kaytol ti mialon ko wolle nyanda ka di wati dantan kono e be o jibero nyin kelala sa mbale o tembe dal to jang Brikama jang talon albadi Mamoudou Gadiaga be continuer la pour que kuol sambale nang yirwal ni nyatata kuol ni be keri jam ni nomination o ni alan ko wolom député la carte fayo min kanana député mi la lan ko lola pour que carte ni mol bulu mi la lan ko lebe la tundo la karola.
Okay, Mamoudou Gadiaga, our correspondent there, just to as a matter of update, I mean NRP is scheduled to appear at midday. NRP is not putting up any candidate in the West Coast region, but we understand the National Unity Party, who was scheduled to appear at 3 p.m., is putting up one candidate by the name Modou Njai for All Yundum constituency. And then, just, I mean, Ansumana Jenaba, you have heard from Abdoulaye Cissé and Fatmata Jawara. Abdoulaye Cissé was first elected in 2017. He's seeking re-election, and he contested on the UDP ticket, and he pulled 3,961 votes against Usman Gay, who then contested on the APRC and pulled 3,388 votes. The margin wasn't that much, but we can know Usman Gay at some point, you know, joined the NPP rather. Yeah. So, and then in Talenting constituency, we've seen exactly yes, and now we've seen Fatmata Jawara also seeking re-election. She was also voted in 2017 on the UDP ticket rather and pulled 4,594 votes against APRC Ibrahim Sonko, who pulled 3,471 votes. And now with the new marriage between NPP and APRC, should we say Fatma Jawara might find it easy to win, to get re-elected? We don't know who UDP is putting up in Talenting constituency yet.
Exactly.
But now with the marriage between NPP and APRC, APRC has a quite strong supporters in Talenting.
Talenting is I mean, has always been an APRC stronghold, but I would like to talk about the West Coast region as well. You know, All Yundum constituency and the Combo East as well. Earlier we had Esa Damfa, who we haven't commented on. Esa have been a very you know, outspoken member of the NPP.
He's been very much involved in that NPP
area. You know, very much involved with the NPP. So he's a newcomer. This is his first time contesting. You know, well, we were to see what his chances would be, and we look forward to the campaign as well. For Honorable Abdoulaye Cissé, who is seeking re-election, he won in 2017 under the UDP ticket. He's one of those names who were expelled from the party, and then he switched over to the NPP. So, yeah, I mean, since then he's also been an outspoken supporter of the president, you know, and I come from that constituency. And yes, he's right regarding those boreholes he's talking about. regarding the hospital he's talking about, he's very right, because I come from
I remember covering one of his events at the Wellingara market.
It seems building hospitals is a trend for these National Assembly members.
I can confirm that. You know, again, like I said, it's about lobbying, being able to lobby for these projects for your people. So, I mean, we look forward to the next parliament. But again, in Olinum constituency as well, you realize that he's also, you know, contesting against some very strong candidates. You know, because it is one of those constituencies that, you know, all the other parties are interested in.
And even if you go back to the last presidential election, you will see NPP pulled 25,635 votes, UDP 8,880 votes.
The margin was quite huge.
The margin was quite huge in Oldendam constituency.
Yes, let's also talk about the woman that just came as well, Honorable
Fatma.
Yes, we were talking about how tough it might be for her at Dita Linding constituency, or it might be easy because it's a stronghold for APRC as well. But let's also remember that APRC is divided as we speak. We have to put that into consideration. So some of those votes will also go to the GDC candidate that is put up. So we also have to put that into consideration. But one trend that I'm seeing is that most of these aspiring parliamentarians do not seem media friendly. That's one thing that I've seen, because most of them, when they get asked questions that are quite tough, they tend to want to pull back. And I do not think that's a good sign. So, and most of them are running away from the right questions that journalists are supposed to ask when it comes to the bills that they're supposed to put in place. But when it comes to development projects...
I understand in Kanifing, we are done with the NPP candidates, but I understand there is an independent candidate there right now who has arrived to submit his nomination papers to the officials of the Independent Electoral Commission there in Kanifing. You can go ahead, Jennifer. You were talking about the issue of Talending constituency, knowing the fact that APRC is divided.
Some of the votes will go to GDC as it is, and some of them will go to, obviously, Honorable Fatoumata Jawara there. But I think a trend that I'm seeing is them running away from the right questions that they are supposed to answer, especially when it comes to the anti-corruption bill and the bringing back of the draft constitution. So as we continue looking forward to what they have to offer in relation to that.
Just to take you back to the last presidential election, in as much as APRC is divided, I mean, we have seen in the last election, we saw NPP pull 8,624 votes, UDP 6,242 votes, GDC, who are from an alliance with APRC alliance, pulled 2,280 votes, meaning even UDP did better in Talending constituency than GDC.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I mean,
it's going to be interesting, right?
But Parliament, but we also, Parliament is different from presidential elections. We need to agree with that. The dynamics are different. And on a daily basis, things change. That is politics. Things change on a daily basis. So we can't judge, although we can use that as a form of projection.
But again, Aliu, you also have to, I think, one thing we also have to understand is the fact that Fatmata is not new to politics. He's someone who's been into politics like from
before she was even elected in 2017.
Jammeh locked her up.
Exactly. And I understand Ajit Bintu Drame is now on. Ajit Bintu, if you can hear me, what is happening there now?
Like I mentioned in the previous ones, that they will go under 14 kind of officials. For Latikunda Sabiji, he was, let us remember that he is vying for the second time, and he was once a member for UDP, which he was expelled after 5 years and later joined the NPP. The funny thing happened. He came and he didn't submit his declaration form as a candidate. So that prompted the IEC returning officer, Joseph Colley, to tell him to go back and bring his paper. And he mentioned that as an experienced politician vying for the second time, he did not do his homework properly. Because how can he come here without bringing his declaration form, one of the most essential criteria as a candidate? So he came back and brought all his forms.
all was checked and verified, and he was given a checklist to come again to get his acceptance after all has gone under the through the verification process. And another one is another aspirant is Hassan Damfa, aspirant for Bakau, also came with his delegations and 2 wives and has already submitted his documents and given a checklist. Also for Mustafa Lo, aspirant for Serekunda West has also been given a checklist. So tomorrow or today, latest tomorrow or today, they will be called to get their acceptance letter if they are eligible. Meaning if they have been scrutinized under the verification process. And the last one we have Honorable Fatou K. Jawara, aspirant for Latrikunda. She also came with a lot of her delegates. She also is vying for the 2nd time. She was also expelled under the UDP and later joined the NPP after she served as a NAM for 5 years. So she has also submitted all her documents and will be awaiting call from the IEC to, to have her if she is eligible to go ahead. So now we'll be waiting for the independent candidate. After all the NPP candidates or aspirants have submitted their documents, we'll be waiting for the independent candidate to arrive. One is already coming. He is on his way coming. Right now, we can't verify how many independent candidates are coming. I have asked the IEC, they can't verify because sometimes they won't show up. Yeah, so Ibrahim Savage, if I'm not wrong, from aspirant from Serekunda, he is on his way to submit his documents. So speaking to Fatou K. Jawara, after her submitting her documents, we tried speaking to her, and she was asked about her commitment in contributing for the anti-corruption bill to be passed. She chose not to comment on that, and she went. So that is what is transpiring here, and we are waiting for the other independent candidates to arrive.
Thank you very much, Aji Bintu Drame, giving us the latest update. As you have heard from her, the candidate, the aspiring candidate for Bakau constituency, Hassan Damfa, had also appeared at the IEC regional office in Kanifing and made his submissions. Bakau and Sumana léegi suñ ko bàyyi xel comme li nga dégg si Aji Bintu Drame li mu doon wax rek daf mel ni tey fu mu nekk ni NPP ga seen candidates yu war a taxaw in Kanifing municipality ñëpp ñëw nañ joxe seen kayit yi mbaa ngolo alkame mooy je Aji Bintu Drame ba fokan wala mu NPP ñanta ka molu mel londi Kanifing municipality wala mo luloti wala be nata yela kaytolu futandi musib comme don na Aji Bintu Drame rek do wado joni NPP yimbe njowo be président Kanifing municipality fo be ari habe wede kay mabbe di Ansumana Jainaba Bakau constituency soko baye hel Bakau bokk na si ay 6 or 7 gok yo xamne NPP daf ko ñakon si presidential election. Now you get them parliament. Are you hoping to see a change?
Politics are funny.
Bakau is going to be interesting.
Yes. It will be.
I agree. Yeah.
It will be. Politics are funny.
By the way, UDP won in Bakau in the last presidential election.
Exactly. Politics are funny. In fact, it has always been a UDP strong.
Yeah, Bakau in general.
You know, well, you could lose this election, come next election, you win. But again, I think if we're to go by, you know, results of previous elections, the UDP, I mean, I think they still stand a better chance of winning.
But yes,
you know, but this is parliamentary elections, and a lot has changed over the years.
Yeah.
So I want to believe that you look at, in fact, in as much as they won in that constituency in the
presidential
elections, you look at the margin, it's not, you know, it's not a big
even
margin.
Putting the margin aside, we also have to remember that during this period, parliamentary elections is when a lot of people tend to cross carpet. When they see that their interest is not there anymore. Even if they voted for UDP, this is a chance for them to prove something else.
Exactly. I'm not sure whether UDP will put up Hassan Toure again for this upcoming election, but we'll find out tomorrow. UDP is making their presentation. Well, I understand colleague Alassane Ba is now on the line from the IEC regional office in Mansa Konko. Alassane, what is the latest from Mansa Konko now?
NPP candidates have actually filed their nomination. They are already done, so we are not expecting any other party coming in to file their nomination papers. Just giving you a breakdown of who are the people who came to file their nomination and what did they tell the press. So we had first Lamin Drame from Kiang West.
Kiang West.
Is standing for Kiang West for the NPP ticket. We engage him on what motivated him to become to want to stand for the National Assembly. He said one thing what that motivates him on the ticket of NPP is because Kiang West have been seeing since President Barrow came into office numerous development like roads and electricity. But we were also asking him like why should he stand? Like, what are some of the things you want to actually address in National Assembly? Because we know the National Assembly, of course, they don't have budgets to develop their own constituencies. He said he will be there to support the agenda of President Barrow and his government, whatever the NPP party wants in the parliament, he is going to be there to support it because it's only through NPP or through the ruling party they can get development. Then the second person who came is Lamin Sane from Kiang East. Lamin Sane from Kiang East. He's a hotel veteran. He managed a hotel. He said the football hotel, he is the one who is managing it. He has so much experience working with international people. And he said, you know, the main issue affecting this industry very well. And he thinks the government is not tapping into that very much. He wants to help the government to be able to build a policy, to be able to improve the hotel industry, the hospitality industry in the Gambia, so that Gambia will have a lot of choice in the coming years. So, and I asked him, Honorable Yaya Gatama, who is a former lecturer and a very well-known person in Kiang East, what will he do to convince, because even in the presidential election, the UDP won in that constituency.
Exactly.
What will he do to convince the voters to vote for him, to bring in a new change, a new regime? He said there are many factors that the voters should consider. And the reason why he knows he will defeat Yaya Gatama, Honorable Yaya Gatama, is because he knows the issues into his bare hand and he knows what the challenges that his constituents are going through. For example, like Kiang is one of the only districts in LRR without electricity. Kiang has no much development. So for him, he knows he can use that tap in that aspect because he knows Yaya Gatama as an opposition will not bring development or will not bring that change into his constituency. He also said he will be supporting President Barrow's agenda in National Assembly.
Okay, so
we also have Papa Sane in Kiang Central. Papa Sane, when he came, we engaged him. He's a young person. Papa is a young, energetic young person who came in, you know. And he said for him, the reason why he came is he feels like Kiang Central needs more. You know, President Barrow is doing more for the district, but they need more because Kiang Central doesn't have a big market or a big space where people can get employment. He wants to also do that. He also wants to focus on bills that are actually promoting youth agendas in the National Assembly that will be able to help young people to come up, you know, to have jobs and to also stay in their own districts or in their own region, or even stay in the country so that they will not be venturing into issues that will really hamper their life or affect the Gambian economy. So we come back to Jara West. Jara West, the most interesting part of Jara West is Jara West in the Jara is Jara West. Simply because when the NPP aspirant candidate came, Ali Balde, I asked him if he can uproot Kajali Fofana. And we know Jara West has long been opposition for many years. They have usually been oppositions despite they will be sometimes swing to voting in for the ruling party. But Ali Balde said he knows the MP, Kajali Fofana. He knows people have even confronted him, telling him, our MP is not capable, our MP does not speak, so it's better for somebody to come who can speak and do things to be able to steer the issue of this region, district, sorry. And he's from Kabada. Kabada is the first time in history somebody is coming as a candidate from Kabada in the history of Jara West. We usually know it's only in the Sekunda, Pakalinding, Sankuya, Karantaba. Those are the only places that used to have MPs. And I also asked him about Musa Wali because Musa Wali is a young person like Ali Balde. He said, you know Musa Wali very well. Musa knows what he can do. You know, Musa knows he is somebody who has done a lot of things. He has brought a lot of improvement in Jara. He said, I may not know his popularity, but he's very popular, and he's more popular than the two candidates who are going to contest with him. That's Kajali UDP and Musa Independent in Jara West. So we moved to Jara Central, where we brought Keba Jallo, who was a GDC MP in the National Assembly, who moved to the NPP now as a candidate. First, what we asked Keba was, why did he change his allegiance from GDC to NPP? He said he did not change anything. Let us not misquote him. For him, it's the people who demanded him to move from NPP to from GDC to NPP. And I further asked him, I said, President Barrow promised that he will bring in a new constitution if they come in. They brought the new CRC, and Keba is among the MPs who rejected this draft constitution. I said, why does that happen? Because already the president promised, and he is part of those who rejected. He said simply because there are certain things in the bill that he consulted his constituency, the people of his country, the alcalos and the people, who said they are not aligned with it. One of them is alcalos not having salaries. Alcalos not giving monthly salaries. He said as long as it is not in the draft constitution, the alcalos said he should reject it. The other thing is he said lawmakers, the lawmakers, the lawyers or the judiciary, if they resign, they still retain their salaries. He said that one also, people in his constituency said to him, he should not accept that, either that change or he rejects it. And he said a lot of other issues that actually he wants to change, come into support of President Barrow. That is why he did not accept the draft constitution. And we also further said to him, asked him, now how will he convince people, people who voted for him on the GDC to vote for him on the MP?
Yes, Alassane, finally, let's talk about Jara East. Finally, just summarize Jara East. What it is, Haruna Barry, who is contesting under NPP.
Jara is Mr. Barry. Jara is Mr. Barry. Barry is a young person, very energetic young person who is also coming in for NPP. It's the first time he's contesting. He's a young person. He'll be contesting with UDP, people from UDP and CA. CA also is a young person. So Haruna has promised a lot of things also. He said he is going to look on the youth issues. That is what motivates him to stand on the NPP, and he hopes he will.
Thank you so much, Alassane Ba, our correspondent there. Let's now go to Brikama, where another candidate is now talking to the press.
Yeah, of course, I know. There are so many responsibilities that the National Assembly member holds. Of course, you are there to represent your own people from your constituency, and then you need to go down to the people and they know their problems, to come to the National Assembly and either to represent them there and tell them what we need, and then from there.
So yeah, look at the cameras.
So these are some of the things that someone expects to be there. Because of, as I am talking to you, I am currently the youth leader of the district, and then I have been going in and out of the district, knowing the challenges and the difficulties that my people are facing. So,
will you mind telling us those challenges and how you would like to tackle those issues if elected?
Yeah, there are so many things that I need to put to you guys, that there are so many challenges within our district because of proper representative is lacking there. As a youth leader, I've been working with some of the stakeholders, these parliamentarians. I've been working with them, and then if I go to them, some of the youth activities, if they talk to them, the response are always sometimes very negative. And then this is why we put to ourselves as young youths, so let us come out by all means in order to stand for the own district, because we know the problem that we are facing. As I'm talking to you, I'm a teacher, a qualified teacher. Finished my course in the Gambia College, then leave, come back to my own people. I was in Nyomi, live there, come close to my place, but I said no, let me go back to my own district and serve my own younger brothers and sisters in my own community. So for now, for 10 good years, I am there serving my own younger brothers and sisters.
I would take that to say that you mean your current MP is neglecting his responsibility.
No, I cannot say he is neglecting his responsibility. He is doing his responsibility as expected. But anything that you see, there are some certain loopholes in anything that you see. There are some certain loopholes. If you are trying to vie in for a position, those are some of the loopholes that we will always go in through to try to rectify those things.
And you are ready to make a difference?
If I am elected, I am ready to make difference. Big difference for that matter.
Yes, you've submitted your nomination papers. First, can you tell us if your papers are accepted by the IEC?
Yeah, right now I am going back to bring 2 documents that are not with me at the moment. That is the absence of leave of absence for 1 year without paid. This is the only documents that I am missing for now. Yeah, but in fact, and then the 2 photos. Yeah, it's a mistake because of they told me that what is on the itinerary, the requirement, they told me 1 month leave of absence. That's what is put written there. So it's what I brought in, and then they said that one I should go to the PMO to request for 1 year leave of absence. And then in the requirement document that I am given is 1 month leave of absence. It's what I am looking for. That's what I went for, and then now I came on the table, they told me it's 1 year.
Are you sure that you will win this election? Because there are many contestants in your constituency.
I am 100% sure because I have been working with the youths and they know who I am. A youth, I am doing a voluntary job in my own district and the people appreciate me. They see voluntarily what I can bring for them. If I am elected as a parliamentary member, it will going to be a big difference.
Briefly, can you tell some of the things that you're doing there as a youth leader?
Right now, I can tell you that I am a peace ambassador in my own district, being a district youth chairperson. I am an energetic youth who always brings peace within the youths. Right now, even if you go to these football tournaments, right now if you go to these Navitan tournaments that people play, there are only 8 teams that always register. But when I came in last year, I make sure that all the district, every village in the district took part in that tournament. And since the onset of Fonyi Bondali, there was no tournament that was sponsored by any other organization or by the government. But this year, I have to work with my chief directly to make sure that we have a sponsor. This is the first year that Fonyi Bondali played a Navitan season and then a knockout season in the district. And all those things just to my effort.
Mr. Jallo, why do you choose to stand independently and not from other parties?
Yeah, because I feel nowadays, I feel that I can go in for independent because I write applications to other bureaus and then some of my applications are not accepted or due to the reasons best known to them. So I feel that I am also a citizen of the constituency. I have all right to contest to the parliamentary seat. And then I have the love of the people. People choose me, and then many people are rallying behind me. So they tell me that hence we don't want to lose you. You can go in for independence, and we will fully support you to win this election. This is why
you said a National Assembly member is a representative in the parliament.
Yeah.
If you are elected, how do you tend to go back to your people and talk to them? What means will you do? Because you're there to represent people.
Yeah.
So how are you going to represent them when a bill is tabled? Are you going back to your people to discuss it, or you will single-handedly control it?
Yeah, even if you look at the consequence, every 3 months, a representative, you should go back to your people.
But are you going to do that?
I am going to do that. I am ready to do that because I'm not seeing it. This is what I'm talking to my people. Every 3 months, I should go back to my people, talk to them, tell them what I am having here, what I am seeing here, and what is happening, so that they can also tell me their problems. If I come back to the parliament, so that I can tender those problems of my people to the people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, viewers, that is one of the aspiring independent candidates in the West Coast region, Jallo Vea, speaking to the press shortly after filing his nomination papers at the IC regional office in Brikama. And we are now joined on the line by CDSK Njai, Deputy Spokesperson of the National People's Party. Mr. Njai, thank you so much for joining us on the program. NPP is putting up 40 aspiring candidates across the country. How was the selection process like?
It was daunting. It was really challenging, knowing fully well that the National People's Party is the party in government and that every Gambian wants to be associated with it. We had a lot of applicants who applied intending to contest for the National People's Party. So the selection process was vigorous at the village, ward level, and the constituency level. And at the final analysis, the constituency executive, where there was no consensus as to the candidate, they proceeded for voting, and they elected all those that are filing in there, or who have filed their nomination today in the name of the National People's Party. That was what we, over the last 1 month, we were faced with those challenges. That was how people embraced the National People's Party and that of the reference to the president.
All right, so Mr. Njai, what do you have to say in relation to allegations that some of these candidates weren't picked right? They were handpicked instead of having to go through a proper preliminary. What do you have to say in relation to that? Jenna Wasonko here.
That is false, Jenna, but that's not correct. All the candidates went through that process of application, interview, and then they discuss among themselves if there is consensus, and where there was no consensus, there was election conducted in all the constituencies by the constituent executive who did the primaries for and on behalf of their constituents. So that is not correct.
Again, just a quick question here. I want to ask about the gender representation. That is what I want to ask about. What went wrong? And also we've seen that one Fatu Bojang was supposed to be vying for one of these constituencies, but today we saw a different name. And aside from that, what happened to gender representation? Because as of now, we can only see 3 women. And according to your party manifesto, women's development is part of your priority.
Yes, it has been very challenging period for Gambia for women to come forward and present themselves for elective positions. As a party, when you are climbing a ladder, you start with one rung, and we encourage our women folk to send in their applications and also encourage people. This is democracy. So take into account of the importance of filing in female candidates. And nonetheless, in democracy, the majority carries the day. So there was those applicants, of course, we had only one female applicant, Same, and it was successful. And we also had one female applicant, Yani, and it was successful.
Sidi, just hold on. I will come back to you. We're going to the IEC regional office in Kanifing. They're giving an update. We'll get back to you. Just hold on, Sidi.
Before drawing the receipt, we realized that he doesn't have this enough. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think this explanation is.
Whether that the independent candidates are too much that you have to have mutual agreement with others to come.
Even yesterday, I had mutual agreement. They didn't come.
Do they end up picking your calls?
You call them. Some of them they don't pick.
Officer there, Joseph Corey, they are updating the press on some issues. I know our reporter there, Ajit Bitu Drame, will tell us more as to why that press briefing. Sidi, we are not coming back to you on the issue of the gender. I mean, women representation in your selection. Right. We have seen only earlier on in the initial list we saw 4. At some point there was a change in the name of Fatu Bojang. Right. Why?
Yeah, the party is founded on the basis of democracy, rule of law, and respect for fundamental rights. So, as a party that is founded on those principles, we checklist of all our candidates as per the requirements, 1997 Constitution and the electoral laws of the Gambia. And we found out that there was some constitutional provisions that far from participation. So we decided to replace her with another person.
Look at the Jennifer, you have a question.
No, you go ahead.
All right, we're still talking about your candidates. I mean, we have seen NPP is not putting up candidates in the Fonyi region, and of course in Bundukakunda constituency and Josuan constituency. At some point, the NPP had selected someone by the name Lamin Saho to contest in the Bundukakunda constituency. In the final list, we haven't seen his name. Why?
The National People's Party as a party has not selected because, we entered into an agreement as we were heading to the December 4th presidential elections with partner parties. So as such, our partner parties also are contesting, and that's why we are putting in 40 candidates. And in the Kanifing municipality, the National People's Party as party, we've never selected more than 5. We only selected 5, and Bundung and Josong were never part of it. To look at the list, the official list, you have not seen those constituencies in those who went in for primaries by the National People's Party. So in KM, we put in 5, APL put in 2, and in Westcourt, APLC put in 5, we are putting the rest. And in the Central River region, the National Reconstruction Party is putting on 5, and we are putting the rest. And then in Banjul, there are 3, PDP 1, NPP 2. Then we are feeding all the constituencies, the Upper River region, the LRR, and the North Bank as well.
Yeah, so Mr. Jai, so Nyasi here. How is the youth representation like? In terms of the aspirants that the NPP has selected.
Actually, I don't have the exact statistics as the percentage, but a very good number of the candidates that we filled in today that got nominated by the IEC are young people, and we managed to have 3 as female. So we are committed towards youth and women empowerment, not only by lip service, but we are acting and practical aspect of it in terms of those basic and those important ideals of the party.
Because I do not want to misquote you anywhere, I want to properly understand what you meant. You talked about the fact that it was open for women to come up. Is it because women did not come for the preliminary, or they weren't voted at the time of the preliminary? I don't want to misquote you, so I want to get that right.
In most constituencies, we've not had female applicants. Where we have female applicant or youth applicant, they go through the process. Remember, we have not had the policy of reserving seats for females. So as such, it's a competitive, and in a democracy, people go in and compete and go for elections. So all those who applied were subjected to the process as outlined by the party, and those who are lucky were elected by the constituent executive in various constituencies.
Before you leave, I know that there are certain parliamentarians who want to be re-elected. I just want to know if these parliamentarians also went through a preliminary, as in go through the process that everyone went through. I also want to know that.
As a party, it is the understanding of the party that those members of parliament, remember over the last 5 years, President Adam Barrow had none except Biram Sow, who came in about 1.5 years or 2 years ago. So these are members of the National Assembly who supported the interests of the country and the interests of the government. And they were in fact expelled by their various political parties. And also so as such, those 8 from the UDP and 2 GDC and 1 from the PPP, we thought as a party is a moral obligations, because they are competent, they are efficient, and they have all the qualifications it takes to serve as members of the National Assembly in their various constituencies. So we decided to give them a second chance. One, because we don't want to bring in all new faces in the National Assembly. We need some experienced people who would guide the rest, and then who will be able to go through the process of law enactment, representation, and oversight. We decided to give them a second chance. And also, it is important also for lawmakers to be able to have a second term, in addition to those that I highlighted, but also stability and institutional memory.
I mean, you talk about having people who have experience, who really understand issues. You were someone who has served in Parliament for 10 years as a nominated National Assembly member. I mean, hearing what some of your aspiring candidates are saying, it appears some of them don't really understand what their core mandate is as National Assembly members. Some people are talking about bringing roads, electricity to their people. You as a former National Assembly member, what will you do to ensure that they are well enlightened to better know what their mandates are as they go into this campaign proper?
That's a major challenge. But if you observe our candidates across the country, today, and that of the APC and the PPP and NRP, they are slightly now different from what it used to be, where candidates will go before the media, promise hospital, promise roads, because we had an induction ceremony a couple of weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, where we highlighted the role of the National Assembly and reminded our colleagues and them that it is enactment of laws, representation, and oversight. It's the responsibility of a National Assembly member to have a robust and a check and balance on government, and also for government to be able to implement those programs and activities. It's not their responsibility to build roads or hospitals or so, but to serve as oversight on government, representatives representing their people and the country and the National Assembly, and an enactment of laws. So most of them, if you observe the interview, they are departing from how it used to be. Yeah, people can even promise that they can even build airports, for example, roads, you know. So we will continue to get all of them on board, also to another forum, before they get into parliament, as also before they get into the campaign proper, to tell them some of the things that they need to, because they need to, there they are going to promote and safeguard the interests of the country, and that is, of course, the interest of their party. That's the reason why, again, both policies and programs of the National People's Party. So they will work in tandem with their people and also with government, so that progressive legislation that is in the interest of the Gambian people in terms of infrastructure, in terms of energy, in terms of good governance, in terms of democracy, in terms of rule of law, in terms of youth and women empowerment, in terms of skill training, you know, so that the messages will be uniform across the land and
yeah,
of the country.
Thank you so much,
Mr. Njai, before you leave,
out of time, actually.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Sidin Njai, Deputy Spokesperson of the National People's Party. Thank you so much for speaking to us on this program. Well, viewers, you reminded that you are still watching QTV, and we are broadcasting live from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue, just right behind the QCN main building. I am Aliou Cissé, here with my colleagues Jenaba Songo and Sumana Eso Nyasi. Like I said, I mean, as we speak, NRP is also scheduled to be at the IEC regional office in Kerawan, because one of their MPs, that's Sabak Sanjal Usman Toure, will be at Kerawan to make his presentation, while the remaining four, that is Honorable Alaji Mbow of Upper Salum, Saini Jawara of Lower Salum, Amadou Kamara of Nyanaja constituency, and Honorable Samba Jallo of Nyamina Dankunku will be at the Janjambure IEC office to present their papers as they seek re-election in next month's parliamentary election. And at 3 p.m. we are expecting the National Unity Party, Abla Ibrahim Jame, who had contested in the last presidential election. They are putting up 4 candidates, Yero Mbalo for Upper Fuladu West constituency, Usman D. Jallo for Nyamina West constituency, China Ba for Jokado constituency, and Modou Njai for All Yundom constituency. Yena ma dek nga sidi yalum wasiwali representation jigeni.
Wow, Honorable Sidin Njai, wax na fi lu am solo, because man buguma ko misquote.
Jennifer, let me come back to you. I understand Ibrahima Jallo is now on the line from Janjambure. Ibrahima, good to have you back. What is the latest now?
Thank you very much, Aliou. We are still here at the Janjambure IEC office here in CRM. We just concluded the 7 candidates for the NPP nomination. We have just started the nomination for NRP. Here, the Honorable MP for Upper Salum, Alaji Bo, is here already with the press, and I would like to put him on the phone.
So why he's seeking re-election?
Hello, Mr. Mo. Yes. What makes you to stand again for this upcoming election? Because you have been there for the past 4 years, and you still have the courage to stand again.
Yes, I'm to complete what I've started at the request of the people of Upper Salum. They are the one they've chosen me in the first place in 2017, and they've seen what I've done for the past 4 or 5 years, and they want me to continue to do what I do best, and that is to help the communities, and not only Upper Salum, but to help the Gambian people across the board. So they want me to come back, to continue that work, to continue that noble work for the Gambian people, not only for the interest of Upper Salum, but for the interest of the entire nation.
Are you sure those people will vote you back into office?
I'm more than sure about that. Upper Salum are no longer fools. They know what they want. They know where they want the constitution to be. And they've started seeing signs, very positive signs, towards the development of Upper Salum and towards the development of the entire nation. So they know exactly what they want. And I have no doubt that they're going to put me back to the same seat. And I'm certain also that those candidates that want to contest against me, they also understand that these are job seekers. They are looking for work, and I am not looking for work. I'm here. I'm a net employer in this country, and I want to continue to help my people. But of course, I understand that the other candidates are job seekers. They do not have work to do, and they're looking for jobs. And of course, I'm not ready to let somebody that's inexperienced in what we do in the parliament.
What happened different during your first term in office that makes you think you deserve by the people of Upper Salem to get back to the seat of National Assembly for the constituency?
I think the first one is about the peaceful coexistence. That I nurtured this for the past 5 years. Because Upper Salem is a constituency that is very diverse in terms of politics. And we've all known for the past, since independence, how the politics actually has divided people. And my first task was to unify. The first task is to understand that being an opposition party is not something that's very bad, but we need to be able to work together. I also note the fact that we cannot work in isolation. We must love each other, and that's the first thing I have done, which people actually love, and bringing the people together to ensure that we have a peaceful voice, to ensure that we do what is best for the district and what is best for this country. And that's the first task. And wherever you have peace, you can continue to have something else.
When you speak,
Hello, that was Mr. Alhaji, Honorable Alhaji Mbo for Upper Salem constituency sitting MP.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibrahim Jallow, our correspondent there. I know you will try to speak to other MPs as they also present their nomination papers. Like you mentioned, Honorable Alhaji Mbo is also the current Vice Chairman of the National Assembly Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT. The Access to Information Bill, he was at the late in ensuring that it is passed in Parliament. And in 2017, he was elected under the NRP ticket, and he pulled 4,099 votes against Bara Jane of PPP, who put 1,153 votes. Alhaji Mbo, they are seeking the election, enjoying the backing of the National People's Party.
Yeah, in all honesty, he's been one of the finest names we had in the past Parliament, and he is someone who understands issues, especially when it comes to finance, when it comes to issues on information, on human rights, and he has been actively taking part in all parliamentary sessions that he has attended. He's been very outspoken, and even in the select committees as well, we've seen that. Now, this is no, how do I say? Surprise. It is not an endorsement for him. Just saying what we have seen in the past 5 years. I think he's represented his people at Parliament. Has he served them? Well, that is for his people to decide. But what we can say, based on, of course, the parliamentary sessions we've covered,
his participation in the deliberations,
in all honesty,
I totally agree with that. I have had, because I'm so interested in digital rights, I have had a lot of engagements with him and interviews on platforms where he's there strongly advocating for digital rights. And if you've been observing me, and the things that I've been talking about since the parliamentary election cycle started has to do with select committees. He's one National Assembly member that understands what his select committee seeks to achieve, which is important.
I will come back to you. I understand Omar P. Jallow is also on the line from Banjul now. Omar P., what's the latest from Banjul? I understand NPP is putting up only 2 candidates.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aliu. Yes, as you said, NPP are putting up 2 candidates in Banjul. They are supporting the PPP candidate who is expected to submit his papers tomorrow in Banjul Central. So they are putting up 2 candidates in Banjul South and Banjul North. Both the candidates have submitted their papers to the IEC officials, and pending the scrutiny and confirmation, the 2 candidates both spoke to QTV, and they both expressed optimism that they're going to win the April 9 parliamentary election, and they promise to continue that what they call the already started development of Banjul, infrastructural development in Banjul by the NPP government, which they said they're going to continue, and they are very optimistic they're going to win come April 9.
Any issue in terms of any sort of missing documents or whatsoever? Because we have seen in other areas some candidates will come without some certain key documents.
Not actually, not a single document was confirmed by the IEC missing for any of the 2 candidates that came. That is Usman Abu Wada and Samanjai of Banjul North. They both submitted all the required documents. What is left now is for the IEC to scrutinize the documents whether they are in line, in conformity with the electoral laws. Then they will be issued the certificate allowing them to contest in the April 9 parliamentary election.
Yes, Omar, just briefly, ñin tamante ebe Banjul le nga lon ko NPP ebe mo fula londe kanje Banjul South ning Banjul North. Inata le bang?
Baraka Badi Aliou, comme yako ñani mo fula wala NPP de wala londe la Banjul, wala Banjul South ning Banjul North. E mo fulo be nata ay melmo Honorable Usman Abu Wadati, member Lola NPP Patriotal Banjul South, and Samba Njai, member Lola NPP Patriotal Banjul North. Imofulo be futa daja yera kaitol yidan the NPP independent candidate independent electoral commission IC official manager. Yeah, yidan dila and kamunta hitol luai kaitol membeji dinka ibulu ya be timandile ya be dile. Time to the IEC wole ba crossil ka dide fo kaitol dum nelia me yemel na ti fo koitale fo each enatale pour ka dal yele pour ye dabla ni April 9 ño saba bitde ka kafe fa men nga yaati lingala de.
Well, Omar, just no hal ane rek on do joni NPP ko yimbe be woni darnude toto Banjul no wi ani ko Banjul North he Banjul South. Hono ton yari.
Ajarama Aliou no biru ani rek wondo mi Banjul ko ton ko NPP ko parti yimbe be darna ko e dum woni Banjul South e Banjul North do wondo non e den do yimbe do fo mbawi no tade IEC do wondo kambe fo ngaddi kaydi mabbe dibe lamdano te non no min kuppitori ni ɓe timmini kaydi ɗiɓe lamdano fof e ɗo wondo ko heddiɗen ko fi IEC ɓe mbawa yurnitade ɓe ndaara en nako ɓe timmini ɗin ɗon kaydiji fof ɗiɓe lamda fiɓe mbawa tawede ɓurtane ɗen ɗon damoɗe ɓe mbawa tawede e ngol ɗon foɗodirgol e on carte député ɓe e poɗɗe o e lewru april ndu balɗe 9 mayru.
So ko reɓe heɓani hay caɗele pour kayit mo ganduɗa homo hemo manque walla goɗɗumen ni?
ala no min kuttidon min kamɓe wonɗoɓe timmini sartaji ɗi fof kayti koɓe lamdano fof ɓe gaddin ɗon da ko heddi tan ko fiɓe mbawa IEC laato ɗin ɗon kaydi dako ɗin ɗon kaydi maɓɓe ɗi ɓe gaddi ɗi laaɓi walla ɗi waɗi hen ko timmare ko ɗum ɗon tan heddi kono kala koɓe lamdano e ɗum ɗon ɓe mbawi ɗum addu joni ko heddi dako ɗi laaɓi da laaɓani kono ɓe gaddi kadi koɓe lamdano fof.
Jarama Jof Omar P. Jallo, Jarama, that's our correspondent Omar P. Jallo there giving us the latest updates from the IEC office in Banjul, where NPP is putting up two candidates. Ansumana Jainaba Dengen.
I was talking about Upper Salum. That was Honorable Alajimbo. I am very particular about select committees because that is the body at the National Assembly that has the mandate to hold government parastatals and institutions accountable.
More of the scrutiny is done.
More of the scrutiny is done there, and to be honest.
And Jainaba, by way of updates, as we speak, yes. Another independent candidate, James F. Mendy from Jara A, Combo East, rather, Combo East, James F. Mendy, Combo East, is currently filing in his nomination papers at the IEC office in Brikama. You can go ahead.
Yes, so he was very instrumental when it comes to digital rights. Even when the Constitution failed, it was our chance as a country in terms of digital right protection, the privacy aspect of it. Yeah. I can remember engaging him on it, and he was quite honest about the fact that that could have saved us all when it comes to our privacy and just generally the protection of digital rights in the country. So he's that one National Assembly member who really understands what
those images you are seeing on your screen are the live images from Brikama, where James F. Mendy is currently at the IEC office there to also file in his nomination papers to contest in Combo East constituency as an independent candidate.
And again, something else happened. One independent candidate, we're trying to figure out what his name is, but yet to establish that. He is supposed to submit a 1-year leave of absence, but according to him, the document that he was given by IEC, it's 1 month leave of absence. I don't know how true that is, but we can have the reporter there confirm that for us, just for us to know if the document given by IEC, part of the rules and regulation, has 1 month instead of 1 year, just so we know, because according to that, that interview, that is what he mentioned. And it is good to know that this particular individual, again, is a young person and a teacher. So you were asking Honorable C.D. Jai there about the representation of young people, which is not quite, we haven't seen a significant number. It's not impressive, but we've seen that teacher and a young person there as an independent candidate and talking about the fact that he has submitted to order political parties, but nothing happened.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our correspondent, Don Williams, is now on the line. Don, our own Don Williams, thank you so much for joining us live from Kerawan. Don, what has been happening in Kerawan since in the morning?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Aliu, out there.
Good.
Thank you for getting me. I'm here in Kerawan at the IC office. It has been very cold in the morning, but now the place is very hot. And we have dealt with about 6-7 candidates who have come to present their nomination papers. And the first to present this morning from MPP was Sankun Dampa of Ilyasa constituency. Sankun Dampa was the first to present his nomination papers. And followed by him was Samsid Sham, also of MPP from Luan Yomi, also present its nomination papers. Everything papers we have received intact. Then on the third, Salifu Jao, MPP again from Jokado, was the next to follow. And he presented his documents and everything, all the papers we have received by the Electoral Commissioner. The first candidate was Alaji Jawara, MPP again from Lower Badibo, also presented his documents and everything was received. And the fifth candidate that was on was Omar Dabo, MPP from Upper Nyomi, followed by Mamadou Joe of Central Badibo. Right now, we have Usman Toure, who has just entered from NLP, who's NLP from Sabatanga. He's representing the Sabatanga constituency. If I tell you, you have time to express, to tell you how the atmosphere is, everybody is very happy. The supporters are very happy. The candidates themselves are very happy. The atmosphere is very, very nice. Very nice. And the Electoral Commissioner, the electoral officials are doing a wonderful job, I would say. They are taking document by document and ask anybody who leaves something behind, if it is not stamped, they will ask you to go and get it stamped and then you come in. And that's exactly what they are doing, to make sure all documents or everything is fulfilled.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Don Williams, our correspondent there in Kerawan IEC office, giving us the latest update. As you have heard from him, we're having NPP Lower Nyomi, Tamsir Cham coming in for the first time. Upper Nyomi constituency, Umar Dabo seeking re-election. He was elected in 2017 under UDP, and in that election he pulled 2,377 votes against GDC's Pa Omar Sonko, who got 2,011 votes. And then also we have Salifu Jao, who is also seeking re-election at Jokado constituency. Salifu Jao was elected in 2017 in Jokado under GDC party, and then he later switched allegiance to the National People's Party. We also have Alaji Jawara. Alaji Jawara also was elected in 2017 on the UDP ticket. Alaji Jawara pulled 3,177 votes against Mahmoud Toure of GDC, who got 1,050 votes, and Bubakar Makalo of NRP, 868 votes. Alaji Jawara is seeking re-election. Alaji Jawara, also, one thing about Alaji Jawara that he will be remembered for, he brought that private member bill on the local government amendment to give the councillors the independence, just like National Assembly members, which was passed, and now the local councils are independent of the political party. Even if your party expel you from the party, you wouldn't lose your seat as a councillor.
That's a good one.
Exactly. And then we also have Sankun Damfa. Sankun Damfa is also contesting in Upper Badibu constituency. Many know it as Ilyasa constituency. That's the Farafenye, and that's Upper Badibu. And of course, Sabak Sanjal constituency, NRP, Usman Toure. Usman Toure is seeking re-election. He was elected in 2017 under NRP, and then he got 2,933 votes against Mangi Sambu of PDOIS, who got 1,880 votes, and Yaya Nyangado of NCP, who got 306 votes. So those are the aspiring candidates who have filed in their nomination papers at the Kerawant IEC office, as you have heard from our regional correspondent Don Williams. And now we go to Basse, where our correspondent Alaji F. Jallo is on the line. Alaji, I mean, what is the latest now from Basse?
All right, thank you very much, Aliu. As we speak right now, all the candidates, the NPP candidates, have filed in their nominations. They have all dispatched, going back to their respective offices. So since the morning, though there were a few, we had a delay because most of the candidates did not come on time. So the first candidate that came to be nominated was Issa J. Conte, the former deputy governor of URR, has been nominated. He was the first candidate to be nominated on the NPP ticket. Then from Issa J. Conte, Sekuba, the Basse constituent aspiring candidate, has also been nominated. Sekuba is the second candidate to be nominated for Basse. Then from Sekuba, we had Famara Sabari. Famara Sabari from Woolly West. He was also nominated this very morning. Then from Famara Sabari, we had Nafa Jabai. Nafa Jabai for Woolly East has also been duly nominated at the Basse IEC office. We also have Ibrahima Jaite for Sandu constituent has also been nominated. And then Stanley Kora from the Tumanna constituency, he is also been nominated. And finally, the last candidate in all the 7 constituents in the Basse affiliated areas, Billy Tunkara, the outgoing National Assembly member for Kantora district, was the last guy to file in his nomination at the IEC office right now.
And like you have said, in that long list, we have perhaps only Bilaji Tunkara who is seeking re-election. The rest are coming in new. What have they been telling you, Alaji, after filing in their nomination papers?
Or maybe all the other 6 candidates, is the same message they are giving us. Like we are going back. If you look at the footage that we might likely send to you in the evening, that for you to be playing, you'll come to hear most of them are saying, we want to go back, we want to go to the parliament to advocate for development, we want to go for parliament to make laws, we want to go to parliament to... They've said a host of issues with regards to that they want to see changes. Actually, the change that they're talking of, I may not understand from their perspective. But apart from that, Bill Chitungara, I posed a question to him with regards to, he has been there as a National Assembly member, and there were so many setbacks at the National, with regards to the new constitution, the draft constitution that was sent to the parliament, but later it was sent. I posed that question to him. He said, actually, it's an opportunity for him to go back to parliament, to be able to represent his people, and also it might be possible for them to review some of these laws that have been made in the new constitution, and it could be given due consideration. And also, he said if he's given an opportunity to go back to parliament, there are a lot of things that he has not completed in the Kantora constituency. So he will continue on the advocate to propagate for development people of Kantora. So apart from that, all the other candidates, the 6 other candidates, they have been saying a similar sentiment, similar things, making laws, representing or advocating for development. This is the same trend these people are talking of right here in Bangladesh.
In summary, can you just summarize this thing for us in the local language, Alaji? Thank you.
Na Basse Tundoto URR regionoto bi fanan benga kalamta ko NPP bi le muy la dumoti pour kana nomination la so manda ala nata ke manda tituna bare candidate follow nata kan nomination ke wolom Issa J Conte ko be Jimara constituent benga ala na ko Issa J Conte a tele munum URR la former governor jam bari ay wolande le kadum politiko kono
kabri o botala Sekuba mi yalon ko ate fanam candidate kutoti ba ngalon honorable the former National Assembly member honorable Mohamed Magasi ate be nunje ni santambo be ni sanjitan abije bari LPP natate ni do Sekuba nominate apanan natate le keta mo ko nyawto mi yalon ko nominata at the IEC office kabri bota woto nata famada sabali soto famada sabali ate nata from Woolly West being along Woolly West, you have the like of Syria and the others will be the jail. But MPP, yata de tombong, ni somanda apanan nominator. Nimbo toto, natana pa jaba Woolly Kisle, napa jaba mo poni kelti mi alon ko poni ameda poni keto bola buko mo jamali alone. So ayate panan nominator ni somanda. Nimbo toto, nana Ibrahima Jete ate yate panan nominator ni somanda Sannu Pannala, Sannu district. Nimboto woto ngana palli kora atebe tumanna la constituents wala fana ya nati bi pour ka nominate apana nominate an mo labang mu ya lonko an nominate mbenga long e ka patele bileji tunkara atebe nung at the National Assembly nyim pass assembly mutameta mu ya lonko ya pour ka amamme atade wol konole so wo kamala nyinom nyille kita multi mu ya lonko in ate nominate bari ni ajide ni mol mi yalon ka bo kan ni National Assembly multi l'Afrique dun kata député pomoto ni mo worode kabrin ni ngaro kete journalist ko ni ninka kuma kino le kapo ta ko no wolon ko e be bitala je pour ka de ko lual e bita lual de dal mu yalon ko abe betale de la constitution wala bita je pour ka yuwa ko ni pour ka norma ita je ko e fan la panala pour multi kalamuta pour yuwa fanan se la panala par nana ni ngaro fanan wala bileji tunkara ka nyini ka ko ni ajibe itel do nje wato minna di wa kudo mu yalon ko gambe ya sape wala ni constitution te bari itel beta be wala ko mu yalon ko e manna somala e nata bay ko moto bari anata itana ko ha wobe sunta kachala so wakacha kono wa wotayin ab ning narra ko ala mul kantoran ko di siro di ala ko tin ni muluta po jibero do fana be soto kono le pour yaje ko ning luwani wala ko dum yalon ko dépense mu yalon ko adunta to hani sa ate tinyala se muru ka jibe luwa mu yalon ko abe mobe mu na pala luwa mu yalon ko abe kala gambe bebi ngole luwati to ayo fana ko camera to ka ita mo mebi wularo nale camera jibe albela kibaro fama sotola to wala tambita juara ni tembola alu
fula kaunto
okay musite wonbe hettare ha joni wala wonbe naade QTV meden jarna on fop kala dulamo won don e nder aduna on deno do ni ko dum do woni yawtude URR non subaka do giri alla weti meden jodi ko IEC obit man tan kunda pour dun habbagol candidate di annanta ko NPP ticket be woni arte subaka Allah non mo idi abe on ko woni Isa Je Konte ko no andi ko kanko wonno di former deputy governor of URR o wallini ngaldom damal o nati e politique yawti ɗum noon dimmo on arɗo kono woni Sekuba kanko ko député keso mo annanta NPP darnimo enen fof eɗen anndi duuɓi sappo ɓaawoɗo ɗi ko honorable Mohamed Magati kanko darino e suudu député ɗum kono noon NPP ko kanko Sekuba suɓi subaka ɗo kanko waɗama nomine yawti ɗum Famara Sabali ko Woolly West kanko o yiɓi eɗen anndi Woolly West ko toon Sidia en e heddiɓe fof woni kanko o darani
Alaji, you can just hold on while we go to Brikama
and those that don't exist, we establish them, and from there now work can begin, because you cannot serve the constituency without good structures. This is it. And also there are a lot of constraints. If you go to Kombo East, you know, you realize that there are many communities that still don't have electricity. You have some communities that still don't have potable water, drinking water, you know. And then you go to Narang End. You know, Narang End is a potential residential area, you know. It can attract a lot of people to live there if the road network there is considered and made. If you know Narang, or you ask anybody who knows Narang, he'll tell you. If the road network there is being attended to and provided for the people, a lot of people will be attracted to live in that area. But also any other thing, it doesn't stop there. All that disturbs the people, I will take to Parliament. Also, I'll work with the people to lobby fund to make sure that, you know, we take care of their plights.
Well, does it mean that the MP that was there was not doing all this?
Well, I don't want to go deep into that, but let me tell you, you can ask the people of Combo East, maybe they are in the best position to answer that question. But again, ask yourself, why are they unanimously calling for a change? And why are they unanimously saying, when we elect parliamentarians, they go to National Assembly, we don't see them again, and that's it. So that tells you a lot. That's what I can tell you. As far as the call is from the people, I said it here. That ticket is given by the people. The position, the seat belongs to the people. They decide. You don't impose on them. So hence the call is from them. I am more than confident that I'll win.
Well, viewers, those images we are seeing.
Let me tell you one thing again. I keep mentioning the people. The people will always have to decide, even though you have to guide them. And that's the question I can give you, the answer.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Well, viewers, that is James F. Mendy, one of the many aspiring independent candidates who is aspiring to contest on the Combo East, where speaking to the press shortly after filing in his nomination papers. We will now go back to our correspondent, Alaji A.F. Jallo, who was giving us updates from Basse. Alaji, if you are still on the line, you were trying to give a rundown of the candidates who had appeared to submit their papers. Well, I'm afraid
and he thinks there are a lot of things that are lacking in the Combo East that he would want to advocate for at the National Assembly level. And for him, it's about development, it's about reaching out to people. There seems to be disconnect, according to him, as far as the National Assembly member who's been at the Combo East, kind of not serving the interests of the people. He seems to be disconnected with the people, according to him. If he comes to power, he would be able to change that. He will talk to the people. He will make sure that he knows their plights, and he will be able to address some of these plights through donor funding, talking to people and philanthropists and organizations who will be able to help him on the ground to do these implementations in terms of development and changing the lives and livelihoods of people of Combo East. He also sounds very confident that he is going to win. He said it's a call from the people. It is the people's assembly. It is the people's seat. And whenever you are called, and it's something that he is going to accept, and for him, that is the reason why he's going to win.
My colleague Mamadou Gajaga just giving us summarizing what James F. Mendy, one of the many aspiring candidates from Combo East there.
Candidate, except if the IEC gives us some update, but as far as we are concerned, that should be it for now from Brikama. But they're also talking about probably another candidate might be coming to submit their papers again. I'll give you more update as it comes.
Thank you very much, Mamadou Gaja. You've been doing a quite fantastic job there from Brikama. Thank you so much, Gajaga. Well, viewers, that candidate you heard is James F. Mendy, one of the many aspiring independent candidates who is aspiring to contest on the Combo East district constituency, rather, as you have heard from him. It's a call from his people, and he sounds quite confident that, he is going to win the seat. But anyway, 9 April will provide the answers. And we'll now go back to our correspondent, Alaji A.F. Jallo, who is on the line. Earlier on, Alaji was trying to give us a rundown of the candidates who have actually submitted their documents. We will try to reconnect with Alaji A.F. Jallo. I mean, earlier on, you had him talk about the candidates who are contesting in Basse. It's like NPP is putting up candidates in all the constituencies in the Upper River region, and only one, except one, all the rest are coming in new. Bileji Tunkara was elected in 2017 on the UDP then, and then in that election he actually got 3,027 votes against Suleiman Sise of GDC, who got 1,844. And the interesting thing, Ansuman, here is the same guy, Suleiman Sise, who is nominated for GDC in Kantora constituency, is contesting again. He is already filed in his nomination papers. We saw in that election, Ansu Sonko of PDYS got 916 votes, and Seni Sanya of PPP got 426 votes. Bileji Tunkara seeking re-election. I'm not sure whether UDP is going to put up another candidate this time around.
Not sure. We haven't. Yeah, I mean, I think with the exception of other parties like the GDC.
Yes, Ansumana, I'll get back to you now. I understand Alaji is now back on the line. Yes, Alaji, you were just trying to give a summary of what had transpired there in Fula. Kindly continue.
Yes, thank you very much. To continue in Fula, when the call just cut off.
Exactly, yeah.
Mihalino Isaje Conte, Kanko no como deputy governor, Sekuba, Basse constituent, Kango Kadi Ora nominate, Pamara Sabali, Wuli West, Kankadi or Adama or Subakado, Napa Jaba Wuli, Kankadi, the Yotikedo, Ibrahima Jete, Kanko Tunu Sandunum or Ari, Pandikora, Kanko Pana Tunum. Sakitino Wale nominate on Koomuni, Village Tunkara, and point and the village Tunkara, or when you see Yautido, the Kanko Sakita nominate. O landama noon journaliste ɗi landike mo ko honɗum sikkuɗa yoɗen wawmo jonnude ha duuɓi joyi kadi pour o wawa ruttade e parlement o wi no woodi développement ji hewɗi e o wonno waɗde advocate annanta ɗi yottaki kono si tawi o jonnama ngal damal o ruttoto toon pour o ɓaawa ndaara si tawi ɗin ɗon feeri ni wawa yottade yimɓe tundu maɓɓe e nder landal e mo landa kadi e sengo
Alaji, can you speak a bit louder, please?
Okay, I hope you are getting me clearly.
Yes, you can speak a bit louder, please. Just raise your voice a bit, please.
All right. Edo ko landa kan ko doni village Tunkara esengo luwaji kesi kambe be tawano e yimbe be andanta e rudduno constitution keto mo andanta leydi Gambia wadi dépense hewdo e mudum o landama si tawi o ruttike toon ko honɗum woni miijo makko o wi ko gonga ɓe tawano e muɗum ɗo yimɓe ɓe andanta pour riddugol ɗin luwaji kono si tawi Allah wallimo o ruttike ko parlement en dartinto luwaji ɗi andanta wawat nafude ɓiɓɓe leydi ɗen fof kamɓe ko ɗin luwaji ɓe dartinta si tawi ɓe dartinima si Allah joni luwaji ɗin artite ko parlement ɓe ndaara feere ni ɗum wawade yawtude Gambia waɗa ottade third republic ko ɗum o haali e nder ɗengal anglais e ɗen e goɗɗe ɗe gile o landa e journaliste ɗi so fewno ɗo ni Aliou Cissé ko ɗum ɗo yawti URR NPP candidate ɗin fof ɓe waɗi accept their nomination kono ɓe wi ɓe accept ha heede ha 4 o'clock ɓe waɗa face their nomination for public scrutiny kala jogiiɗo mo andanta o hoolaki joom muɗum wawi adoye ala oɗo mo waɗa file a petition against the person ɗo ha 4 o'clock si tawi ɗum noon wawan heɓude si fooyoni ɓe noddayɓe fof ɓe ara mo kala ɓe jonnade acceptance letter maɓɓe pour ɓe andina ɓe kamɓe kadi ɓe waɗi qualify pour ɓe wawa continuer election on
Alai, just before you go, I mean, what are people saying about these people who have been selected by the NPP?
Well, there are mixed feelings about, because when we spoke to some of them have highlighted when it comes to issue of selection. That is where the bone of contention is. Majority of the people, some of the people are still saying that in other constituencies, the people that have been selected is rest of the people. But according to the NPP stalwarts that came for the nomination, they said that has been addressed at the party level. So as far as NPP is concerned, they have chosen the candidate, and all of the candidates that have not, they are unsuccessful. They will rally behind the candidate that has been chosen. That is the atmosphere in URR with regards to the selection of these candidates that filed in their nomination today at the IEC office.
But from your own understanding, is this likely going to affect them in the election?
Yeah, well, it will be very early to predict actually, because sometimes people will be difficult to predict the outcome of the election.
Okay.
But one thing is certain that we might likely predict there could be a low voter turnout when it comes to the parliamentary election, because it might actually, because of some of these issues that are coming up, might lead to most of them to fan back for them to go and vote, or because others are also talking about the period in which the election was brought, that it's going to be during the Ramadan. So people might feel lazy enough to go and vote, especially when actually their choice have not been met. So these are the comments that we are getting from the people. It is not coming from us, but obviously when we look at the whole situation, the whole scenario, elections, there could be we predict there could be a low vote. Comparing it to the parliamentary election, because if you look at the presidential election, the president was won massively in URR. So we don't know what is going to happen at the tail end of the day. But as we speak, this is the perception of the people, and this is what they are talking.
Thank you very much, Alaji A.F. Jala, our correspondent there, giving us the latest from Basse administrative area, where NPP had submitted almost seven aspiring candidates that will be contesting in the Jimara constituency, Kantora constituency, Tumana, Wuli West, Wuli East, Sandu, Basse. And Sumana, let me now bring you in here. Let's look at Jimara. Jimara constituency, GDC won there in the last election, and the same guy, Alaji Sow, is seeking in the election.
Yeah, I can remember there was a point in time people had their own accusations put in place, saying that he was going to cross carpet to NPP. It was a whole thing at some point.
And he had to come out to clear
to clear.
Yeah, I mean, that came up because there were signs all over.
Yeah,
that,
he used to attend meetings.
The president went on a tour, and then he came to that meeting, he spoke, and
I think, Ali,
exactly.
Go ahead.
And because of the past, people started making their own conclusions that he was on the way to NPP.
I think it's a lack of political maturity or understanding. Because, I mean, you don't expect someone of the president's status to be in your constituency and as National Assembly member, who is the, excuse me, the representative of the people in parliament, you are not present. It doesn't make any sense. So in as much as I know it's politics and because they are from different parties, I mean, come on, it didn't really have to reach that.
And the reality is...
We've seen that here. President will go on tour and some MPs wouldn't even turn up.
I think there is some lack of political maturity. Yeah, for me, it's some lack of political maturity, because professionalism is important in this craft. And also, it doesn't mean that whenever parliamentarians attend meetings by the president, they have to say something negative.
Actually,
if the truth is things are working there, they have to be honest about it.
And actually, that meeting.
Well, Ansumana, and it's getting interesting.
Okay.
Now, we are joined on the line by the leader of the National Reconciliation Party, Honorable Hamad Ba, a veteran journalist, a veteran politician rather. He has served as a National Assembly member. I mean, Honorable Hamad Ba, good to have you on the program. Your party is putting up 5 candidates defending the seats that you won in 2017. Why do you choose to maintain the same people?
The same people have done a fantastic job in the last assembly, and I believe that they deserve a second term. They've served the communities, the country, their constituencies. They served them extremely well, extraordinarily well. They did very, very well, and I believe that that's why we felt as a party it's important to return them, to seek from the people to return them to the assembly again.
And why just limit yourself to these 5 and not other parts of the country? Because I remember in the last parliamentary election, you put up candidates beyond just these 5.
You agree, we put up about 30-something candidates, but we believe that we don't want to overstretch ourselves, and we are also in alliance with the National People's Party, and we have a long-term agreement, and they are respecting their part of the agreement. We must also respect our part of the agreement, and we believe that it's the best thing for both parties.
So, sincerely, do you think this is based on the agreement or the fact that NRP might not be able to win in other constituencies?
That is your view, not the view of the people, and not my view.
No, it's just a question. It's not my view. I'm just asking you a question to see where your stance is as a political party as to also maintaining your legacy.
We could contest. We know where we could win more seats, but we believe that our partners also need to grow. And that's why we give chances to them to grow in other areas.
But your partners are vying for more constituencies here, keeping their legacy alive.
Well, they are vying for almost 40 constituencies, and we'll support them and we'll give them all the support.
Okay.
And Honorable, I mean, you said you are forming an alliance with the NPP. I mean, we saw in the
not forming. We are in alliance.
Okay.
We are not forming. We are in alliance.
Okay, you are already in alliance. Thank you. Thank you very much. We saw, I mean, the outcome of the alliance in the last presidential election. Like I said, I mean, you have served in Parliament. I mean, you have wide experience as far as Parliament is concerned. What do you think the people should look out for in these candidates who will be out there to sell their agenda?
Well, it is very important to look for candidates who are committed to the communities, committed to the country, who are ready to serve the Gambia. Even if you have a PhD, when you are not committed, you just want the name member of Parliament. When you get there, you will not serve the people's interest. You will not serve
the community's interest is of no use electing you. It's always important to elect people who believe in the job, who like the job, and who want to perform the job. And I think the electorate must look for those type of candidates so that those type of people are elected to parliament and we have a better parliament that will serve the people for the good of the country.
I mean, you talk to many people, they will argue that they don't want a parliament where you have a one-party dominance. In this case, I mean, perhaps they wouldn't want to have NPP, NRP-dominated parliament. I mean, but why do you think it is important for the president to have a parliament that he can work with closely?
The president has an agenda, and he has demonstrated his agenda to the Gambian people with the first 5 years of his government. We also, what Adam Barrow have done under a difficult, extremely difficult circumstances, where he was not in charge of parliament, he didn't have authority, but because he's a very flexible man, and he's a man of understanding, he has always maneuvered and survived, and got all his projects through, and that's why the Gambian people need to give the NPP, NRP alliance and other parties alliance a majority in the National Assembly, so that we can scale through with all our agenda and bring development to the people of the Gambia, which they've been yearning for over 30-something years.
Yeah, so Honorable, I have two questions here. First of all, there's an alliance with NRP and obviously NPP. Is this based on an MOU or is it just granted? You talked about flexibility there.
Well, you see, we have an MOU, we have an agreement between ourselves because we understand each other and we trust each other, and whatever we do it honestly and sincerely among ourselves.
Okay, so, and again, do you have a...
I'm taking over. Do you have agreement? We do not have a written agreement. We have a verbal agreement which is as valid as any other agreement.
Good, that is what I wanted to bring out. Yes, that is what I wanted to bring out. Was it a written MOU or is it just verbal?
We do not have a written MOU. We have a verbal agreement which stands firm and strong and solid.
Okay, so, and again, I just want to know, what do you have to say in relation to the perspective that NRP is not quite democratic, as in internally, considering the fact that there was no preliminary, you just had to get these National Assembly members just vie for this?
You are getting it wrong. In our Congress, in our last Congress, we took these decisions. You did not listen, or you did not watch, or you did not read our resolution out of our Congress. That was said in Game Sanja last year. Probably that's why you're missing the point.
No, what I'm trying
Everything we are doing and we have done now was done within the law.
I understand that, but when I say a preliminary is giving other people a chance to also, you know, have an internal election where these people can be replaced, not just based on the fact that they did well.
Well, that's the people's choice. The people decided these are the people they want.
Yes.
And of course, these are the people I told him.
Asmana, can you
Honorable Nyasi here. I know you are a staunch women advocate, women's rights advocate, and women empowerment advocate.
I'm missing that question. Please repeat it again.
I know you are a staunch women rights advocate. You always talk about women empowerment. From since the start of this nomination process, we have seen only 2 or 3 women who have filed their nomination so far. What do you make of the low representation of women in this nomination process?
I think, to be honest with you, we are far lacking behind. We must admit where we are wrong. Where we are not, where we are weak, we must admit. This country is very weak when it comes to women representation. And all the political parties, I have always said this, need to go back and adopt the new parliamentary system of democracy. Parliamentary system of elections. We must go for proportional system of representation where we can have our women in parliament, whether we like it or not. I think that's important. That's the only way we can get our women in parliament. That's the only way we can get more people in parliament. We need to adopt the proportional system of representation. This Westminster system will always deprive our women from getting into parliament. We must admit that. It's a weakness in our system, and it must be addressed.
Well, Honorable, you will admit that this current legislature has really done tremendous well. I mean, what are some of the shortcomings that you think the 6th legislature should work on? You have served as a parliamentarian before, and you know how parliament operates.
I think, to be honest, the current parliament have done extremely well. But there are bills that they should have done everything possible to make sure that those bills are passed. Particularly the anti-corruption bill, which as a government we did everything possible to make sure we send that bill to parliament. That is one of the bills that I felt really our last parliament have missed the ball. They should have done everything possible to make sure the anti-corruption bill was passed into law. And hopefully the next parliament will do that. And again, I've always advocated that the Westminster system of election needs to be changed. We need to adopt the proportional system where our women will definitely shine in our parliament. And I think that's the only way. It's not a question of giving them reserving seats. No. It's a question of election. And people must win election to be elected in like parliament. So the only way you can do that for them to get elected is to make sure we adopt the proportional system of representation where parties are compelled to put in their list women in top priority. Okay. So that if you win 5 seats, number 1 to 5 will be your parliamentarian, but would have determined already who are those 5. So if you put 1 man, you put 1 woman. And that would have made it better for all of us. That's the only way we can, and we failed to also address that. I think the parliament did extremely well, very well under the circumstances that they were working through.
But Honorable, I want to understand why you're talking about quota system and the fact that we have failed when it comes to having...
Not quota system. Don't quote me wrong. It is not quota system. The proportional system of representation, it is not a quota system. It's a system where every vote is counted and is taken into account. And is done, your votes are computed proportionally. And that computation will now give you determine the number of seats that you have from among the seats that have been contested. And in doing so, you must make sure you submit a list in advance, giving priority of who should be what, who should be where. If you want for 10 seats, you must put number 1, 2, 3 and indicate their names. So when the election is declared and your party is given 5 seats, number 1 to 5 become parliamentarians from your that list. Now in preparing that list, we parties now should be compelled to put more women there so that our women will have a strong representation in parliament. This is not a quota system.
We are on the same page, but what I'm trying to ask now is, why is it that through your party you did not start this campaign from there, no matter how little, making sure that the NRP representatives, when it comes to this alliance, we have more of women from your party?
Again, you were not getting it right. In our last Congress, we have made a declaration that every position in the party, 35% must be women. The issue is this: we are already elected prior to that decision, and we cannot afford to throw them away, and we wanted them to go back with their experience. But I can assure you that from 2027, the National Reconciliation Party will have women signing in parliament on their behalf.
Honorable, after the nominations, we're looking forward to the campaign period. We know it's usually a tense period. As a political party leader, what is your message to the Gambian people, especially, regarding the peaceful conduct during the campaign and even during the elections period?
Yes, let me thank the QTV. You are doing a fantastic job. I've been watching your program throughout the campaign and the nomination period. I must assure you that the message of peace is the message that every Gambian must work on now. We need unity, we need harmony. We want to come back as a country and move forward. We are a small country, but we are a great nation. Our greatness can only be sustained when we have peace and stability. Therefore, it's important that every Gambian, even during campaign, must respect all the ethics, must make sure that we campaign with discipline and respect, and must do away with tribalism, we do away with all the other vices of democracy, and move forward and move our country forward. And I believe that the political maturity in the country is growing, and the electorates are also becoming more matured, and I have no doubt candidates will certainly take the right path that we are all looking forward in this coming election. Unfortunately, the pre-campaign period is too long and too costly for us as party leaders. But we hope that's what the IEC have done, 21 days parliamentary election campaign period, where we have to go by the law, what the IEC have prescribed for us. It's going to be difficult for us.
Honorable, I have traveled with you during the last presidential election campaign with the president, and at all the meetings, you have always encouraged people to come out and vote. I mean, how important is it for people to really take this parliamentary election as serious as they did with the presidential election? We saw over 80% of Gambians came out to vote. Why is it important, as a former parliamentarian, that people should come out and take decision in such elections?
Anyway, let me try. Network is going little, but I will try. Let me tell you, presidential election and parliamentary election are completely different. Okay. Presidential election is a one-way traffic. Parliamentary election is a multiple-way traffic. People do vote based on their community's interest. They vote based on their constituency's interest. So it's the most difficult election that we are facing. The presidential election is totally different from this one. This is the most difficult election that we are facing for many, many years. So we are ready for it. It's not going to be easy task for us, but we are confident at the end of the day the NRP, NPP, and other coalition members who are with us will go with the massive majority in Parliament to help President Barrow and his agenda and his government to fulfill all his development plans.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Gambians, please, this is the only country we have. Let people come out and vote in full numbers. We set a record in the last presidential election. We were one of the best in Africa and second in the whole world in terms of voter turnout. We want to repeat the same this parliamentary election. So let people come out and vote for the right candidates.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hamad Nkeba, leader of the National Reconciliation Party, a former parliamentarian for the Salem constituency. He used to be a very vibrant politician back then when he used to be at Parliament. I remember those years exactly when he used to have the likes of Hamad Ba, Halifa Saleh, and many others. It used to be very interesting in Parliament then. Thank you very much, Honorable Ba, for speaking to us here on the program. Ansumana Jenamba Dengen Lu Amad Wah wana lu am solo mo nekk ñu sama jaama bi di oote Gambia ñu génn pour sànni waaye wana lu bari tam ci wàllu wëcc bi nga dañ ko war a am in terms of women representation ne tam nga parti yi dañ la war a forcer sax pour ñu mën a gis daal jigéen ñi bokk na si lépp loo xam ne ñu ngi ko def parce que jigéen ñi am nañ solo si wàllu politique.
nga dafa jot Aliou foog naa comme li nga waxoon ci kàllaama nasaraan la démb dafa jot ñu génn ci wax bi dem si di ko def comme nit ñi teg si bot xam ne kenn ku nekk si ñun rawatina mbootaayu politique si mu di political parties yi ñoom itamit taxaw nañ tem gis ne jigéen ñi jox nañ leen seen wàlla ci li nga xam ne moo di politics comme opportunité bi ñoo jox góor ñu jox leen ko ñoom itamit honorable nag indi na ay leeral mooy benn lana tax ñu war a delloowaat juróomi nit ñooñu nga xamante ne ñooñu la parti bi tànnoon ñu toogal seen gox yi ci néegi loolu indi na ci leeral ne soo gisee ñu def loolu ñoom as parti gëm nañ ne ñooñu liggéey nañ liggéey boo xamante ne dafa mel ni yelloon nañ.
Ansumana, I'll get back to you. I understand Ibrahima Jallow, our correspondent in Janjanbureh, is on the line. Ibrahima, what is the latest from Janjanbureh now?
Thank you very much, Aliu. We are still here at the Janjanbureh IEC office there in CRR. So far, the nomination of NPP and NRP is done. So we are waiting on NPP, that is to start by 3.
And earlier on, you spoke to Ala Jimbo, the sitting MP for Upper Salem, who is seeking re-election. But we also have other MPs as well from NRP, the likes of Amadou Kamara of Nyanaja constituency, Saini Jawara of Lower Salem constituency, Honorable Samba Jallow of Nyamina Danko constituency. What have they been telling you as the reason why they think they should be re-elected?
Yeah, sure. That of Amadou Kamara from Nyanaja, he said that his people need him back in office. That is the main reason why he is contesting for this upcoming parliamentary election. Because he said that the Nyanaja people need him because he has been doing a lot for them. Since he's still in office, he has been doing a lot. So he sees no reason that he has to sit back. And Nyanaja people also see no reason that he has to sit back. He needs to come back and represent them for the upcoming 4 years again in the parliament.
How about Saini Jawara and Honorable Samba Jallow?
Saini Jawara also the same thing. He said he's still available for his people and he's ready to do the same thing because his people need him and he has no doubt that he's going to win the election. So that of Samba Jallow, unfortunately, Samba Jallow is not here. He's not here, but he has a representative, which is Mr. Boch, who came to represent him to submit his nomination document.
Yeah, you are right, because I understand Honorable Samba Jallow is currently in Liberia attending an ECOWAS Parliament session there. Yes, thank you very much, Ibrahima Jallow, our correspondent there. I mean, are you expecting other candidates at 3 p.m.? NUP, have you received any confirmation that they are coming?
Exactly. NUP will be coming by 3.
All right. National Unity Party of Abla Ibrahima Jammeh. Thank you so much, Ibrahima Jallow, our correspondent there in Janjanbureh, giving us the latest update there. He talks about people who are NRP candidates. Saini Jawara is seeking re-election. Saini Jawara is the current National Assembly member for Lower Salem constituency. In 2017, he won the seat with 2,293 votes against Biran Sen, an independent candidate who got 1,301, and Keba Ansumane, who also contested as an independent candidate and got 503 votes. In Nyanaja constituency, Amadou Kamara seeking re-election. Amadou Kamara won that seat, NRP, with 818 votes. And surprisingly, the current deputy spokesperson of the NPP, Sidinjai, contested in that election under APRC in 2017 and got 411 votes. And Hamed S.K. Mane, who is coming back again under GDC for this election again, got 357 votes.
Right.
And in Nyamina Dankuku constituency, we see Samba Jallow is coming for the second time. He has already served 10 years. So Samba Jallow won last election with 1,253 votes against Alaji Jallow of GDC, who got 856 votes. And Esa Saidi Khan, an independent candidate, who got 145 votes. Yes, Ansumana, you were
saying something very interesting about Honorable Ahmad Bah trying to come out to clear the fact that the people have to return.
You're right. So, lumana wara ci olof moy ne mu ngi wax ne soo gisee ñoom ñu delloo fa waat juróomi nit ñi Aliou lim nii léegi dafa nekk ne ñoom as parti gëm nañ ne ñooñu liggéey nañ liggéey boo xam ne si juróomi at yi passé ne yelloo nañ pour ñu joxaat leen beneen chance ñu mën a jekkale liggéey bi gars yi door gis naa jéene ba laaj ko ndax foogu ne tamit dina doon baax ñu ubbi woon
géew bi
nga xamante ne ñeneen tam mun nañ cee ñëw ñoo xam ne xëy na seen xelang si wala mun nañ ko te ñu foog ne war nañoo mën a jox ñooñu itam chance waaye mu wane ne rek déedéet ñoom demoon nañ congrès ñu decide as a parti ne ñooñu dañoo maintain gars yi bu xam ne tamit si li jëm si affaire jigéen ñi ndax laaj naa ko fanaa yow yaa ko laaj loolu tamit mu gën a leeral ne soo gisee fanaa ok man maa ko laaj affaire jigéen ñi nekk na loo xam ne seen taxawaay ci politique bi rawatina si parliamentary election si moom sax rafetlu wut ko te foog na ne ñun Gambia comme dëkka war nañoo gëstuwaat ni ñoo def ba gën a ñaax jigéen ñi ñu gën a ñeme pour ñoom itam ñu mën a sàkku place bi nga xam ne mooy place yi néegi député yi rawatina ci wàllum politique mu waxee tamit ci affaire jàmm ne baax nañu sàmm jàmm ci waxtu bi nga xam ne lañ nekk ndax élection ñëpp xam nañ ne dafa nekk time boo xam ne xam nga rek émotion sa jeeroon xaay ku nekk xam nga wax yi dañ dee bëri ne dina gaaw a mer parce que bokku leen gis-gis ak yu demee noonu waaye daal ak nu mu fa munti demee xalaat yi duñ nekk benn gis-gis bi du nekk benn waaye nañ fexe sàmm jàmm
waaye soo waxee jàmm moom Gambia man foog naa ne jàmm moo ñu gën a lu nekk man bi ma gisee presidential election bi nu mu demee suma xel loolu la ma jox ma ne waaw
loo fi waxoon démb rek lu fas daw
nga yokk
ko ay caw kon foog naa lii moo nekk message bi nga xam ne moom la honorable Amat Bah garal ci gannaaw Aliou
jërëjëf Ansumana eso ñaasi mbaɗigol melɓe QTV juuɓe kan hani sayin mbe nomination natala je kabonan QTV wel alyamoy commento Hamad NK Bah niwol jamata wona mi yalan ko adda mo ñaton koti National Reconciliation Party jama yalan ko as NRP party amadou akira mo mi akira politicien bale mo jama ya long a meta politiko kono anana kira député woti ay président yini senya jama ngin tambento ala parti NRP anin NPP ebe alliance la anden comme a fo nyamen NRP be sirang lulule nyini kan dula mi ala ko ye fana gagné nu last parliamentary election in 2017 kabri nga nyini ka munatna imam falindiro ke de sem mol melmenu ye wala murundi nan ako a contantale wole do ko men ke ñi sanjol mel tambeta kabiri be parliament ñi mo lulol to wole honorable Alaji Mbowti of Salem constituency Seyni Jawara member Lower Salem constituency Amadou Camara abe Ñaneja constituency Ousmane Touré Sabak Sanjal constituency aning honorable Samba Diallo ñamina Danko constituency Amad Fana la diamo kono ay mol dani ako mol yakata kaje election ta hanin kayrala ay mol panan dani pour ye pintina yena Carteo Fay. Well, viewers, you are still watching QTV and we are broadcasting from our studios here on Kairaba Avenue. I am Aliou Cissé with my colleagues here, Jenaba Sonko and Sumana Eso Nyasi. At 3 p.m., we are expecting candidates from National Unity Party who are putting up 4 candidates one in West Coast region and others in Central River region, that's Makati administrative area. According to the schedule, tomorrow Thursday we are receiving PDOIS. PDOIS will be presenting their candidates at 9 a.m. and then after PDOIS we will have PPP. That's the People's Progressive Party. They will be at the IEC office at midday, and at 3 p.m. we have the United Democratic Party, UDP, will be filing in their nomination papers tomorrow, and on Friday we're having the remaining independent candidates who haven't submitted their papers yet. Well, viewers, with that we'll go with a short break, and then we'll be back here at 2:45 to bring you the nomination of National Unity Party. Don't go away, stay tuned, we'll be back at 2:45. Bye-bye.
Want it? Order for it and pay quickly using QuickPay on the QMoney platform. With great technology comes ease and convenience. Get a glimpse of what a comfortable life is with QMoney by dialing *323# now. Call 133 for more information. QMoney, Sunyu Kalpe.